Chapter 1207. Yang Realm, Xianyang, Upper Study Room. Lu Gang stood respectfully in front of the study table. Yen Chuan was looking at a document that had just been sorted out. 10,000 dragons attacking the East Sea Dragon Palace? Yen Chuan's expression turned serious. Di Renjie is also leading the 1,000 bull guards to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Lu Gang nodded. Wu Jiong wants to unify the Yang Realm's dragon race. Yen Chuan said. Yes. Also, I just received news that the Gongyang family of the Southeast continent is also sending experts to the East Sea Dragon Palace, Lu Gang said. The Gongyang family is also joining in the fun? It seems that this is not just a war between the dragon race. Yen Chuan pondered. Lu Gang did not say anything and let Yen Chuan think alone for a while. Prepare the carriage. I want to go to the East Sea. Yen Chuan said. Yes. East Sea Dragon Palace. Ever since Dragon Fifth and the Dragon Emperor talked, the Dragon Emperor instructed that all the Dragon Kings were not to interfere with Dragon Fifth's will. After a month of vacation, Dragon Fifth would return to Xianyang. However, the Dragon Kings were not aware of the situation and continued to look at Dragon Fifth strangely for many days. On this day, the Dragon Emperor summoned all the Dragon Kings in the Crystal Palace. The Dragon Emperor's expression was extremely solemn. Dragon Emperor, what's wrong? Dragon Fifth looked at the Dragon Emperor in confusion. Dragon Fifth, return to Xianyang. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Return to Xianyang? Dragon Emperor, my 1-month vacation is not up yet. There are still a few days left. Dragon Fifth exclaimed. It's going to be too late. Dragon Fifth, return quickly. The Dragon Emperor said. Dragon Fifth suddenly realized something. Are they coming? Dragon Fifth asked worriedly. All the Dragon Kings looked solemn. The Dragon Emperor nodded. Yes, leave quickly. If something happens to us, you can also pay tribute to us. No, I'm not leaving. Dragon Emperor, I told you before that you can form an alliance with De Jin. Why are you not willing? Dragon Fifth asked anxiously. The Dragon Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. No, if we die together. If we live together, we live together. I'm not going back. Dragon Fifth shouted. Little Fifth, go back. The other Dragon Kings persuaded him. I'm not leaving. I am also a member of the East Sea Dragon race. We brothers live and die together. Dragon Fifth said sorrowfully. Reporting. Prime Minister Turtle's voice suddenly came from outside the palace. Prime Minister Turtle rushed into the main hall. Reporting to the Dragon Emperor, the North Sea Dragon Emperor requests to see you alone. The North Sea Dragon Emperor? The expressions of the Dragon Kings changed. The Dragon Emperor's heavy expressions suddenly turned complicated. Why is she here? Not long after, Prime Minister Turtle brought a middle-aged woman in gorgeous clothes. Although the woman looked aged, she still retained her charm. The North Sea Dragon Emperor? The group of Dragon Kings stood by the side while the East Sea Dragon Emperor's expression turned complicated. Big Brother Ao Dong. Long time no see. The middle-aged woman said with a smile. The Eastern Sea Dragon Monarch Ao Dong's expression turned gentle. Then he revealed a bitter smile and said, How many years has it been? 500,000 years. I'm already old. Mianru, you're still the same. Are these the little dragons of the East Sea that you recruited? Heh, I heard that the East Sea Dragon Palace is very picky when it comes to recruiting dragons in the world. You even abandoned a few ancestral immortal dragons? In the end, they went to the West Sea. Mianru said with a hint of curiosity. The East Sea Dragon Palace only recruits those who are loyal and righteous. Ao Dong said in a deep voice. Those who are loyal and righteous? How many years has it been? Your stubbornness hasn't changed at all. Mianru laughed. Ao Dong took a deep breath and looked at Mianru. A hint of pain flashed in his eyes. Why are you here? Where is he? I'm here because I don't want things to be too tense. Big Brother Ao Dong, our dragon race suffered a great calamity during the ancient calamity. It was the 4 of us who supported the dragon race in the Yang world. Now, it's time for the dragon race to rise again. Big Brother Ao Dong, please consider the big picture and support us to build the glory of the ancient dragon race. Mianru said solemnly. Consider the big picture? Him? Is he worthy? Aodong's eyes flashed with unwillingness. Mianru frowned and said, Big brother Aodong, he's my husband. Please don't say that anymore. Moreover, my husband is talented and strategic. You've always misunderstood him. The South Sea Dragon Palace, West Sea Dragon Palace, and North Sea Dragon Palace have already been unified. Now only the East Sea is left. Aodong looked at Mianru with a look of pain in his eyes. The scattered dragon race has a chance to reunite. Big brother Aodong, don't you want to see the dragon race regain its glory? Mianru said in a deep voice. I just don't want to see him succeed. The dragon race is no longer the dragon race of the past. My East Sea Dragon Palace, Aodong, will never submit to him. Aodong's eyes flashed with determination. Big brother Aodong, why are you doing this? You guys were best friends back then. Mianru sighed. Looking at Mianru, Aodong's eyes suddenly flashed with pain. Best friends? Best friends? Aodong's voice was filled with endless resentment. The group of dragon kings looked at Aodong in surprise. The dragon emperor had never lost his composure like this. When Mianru saw Aodong's expression, a trace of worry flashed across her eyes. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the outside. Mianru, don't persuade him. Aodong is stubborn. Then let's do things according to the rules. A deep voice sounded. You're here? Aodong's eyes flashed with coldness. Mianru sighed slightly. Boom. Aodong stepped out of the Crystal Palace and rushed towards the surface of the sea. Mianru and the group of dragon kings quickly followed. Not only that, but there were also other weaker dragons, prawn soldiers, and crab generals in the East Sea. Boom. Huge waves rose above the East Sea. The East Sea Dragon Emperor, Aodong, led the East Sea troops out of the East Sea. Standing on the surface of the sea, there were more than 100,000 dragons, prawn soldiers, and crab generals. On the other side, there were all dragons. There were 10,000 dragons floating on the surface of the sea. An extremely mighty man stood at the front. The man had a square face, and his eyes were filled with a threatening heroic spirit. Mianru came out of the sea and flew towards the mighty man. Big brother Aodong. The mighty man smiled. West Sea Dragon Emperor, ancestor? I'm not your big brother. Aodong said coldly. The mighty man's smile turned solemn and his expression darkened. Aodong, I know you're jealous of me, but you have to think clearly. Mianru and I are in love with each other. It's useless for you to think too much. Please don't put your personal feelings into the development of the entire dragon race. Mianru was surprised. Mianru didn't seem to know that Aodong liked her. Big brother Aodong, you can't really. Mianru looked at Aodong in surprise. Aodong revealed a trace of pain and bitterness. He looked at Mianru and didn't know what to say. Big brother Aodong, don't think too much. In my heart, you've always been our big brother. Mianru shook her head. As she spoke, Mianru stood beside Qingzu as if she wanted Aodong to give up. Aodong clenched his fists tightly. His eyes flickered with a painful expression that no one else could understand. In the distance, Qingzu smiled and said, Is it painful? Aodong, although you're the oldest, it doesn't mean that you're the strongest. You can't beat me whether it's feelings or strength. However, on account of how you took care of us after the great ancient calamity, how about this? We'll follow the rules of the dragon race. Whoever loses will submit to the other side. Submit? Will you? Aodong said disdainfully. Do you not believe me, or do you not believe yourself? Whether you're willing or not, after today, there must only be one voice in the dragon race. The ancestral dragon fell in the great ancient calamity. The ancestral dragon's fate was divided into 4 parts, one for each of the 4 dragon emperors. Today, it must be united. The outcome is up to the will of the heavens. I'll bet 3 of my fate on one of yours. Qingzu said solemnly. As he spoke, Qingzu took out something that looked like a jade plate. The jade plate emitted a gentle white light, but there was a large hole missing only 3/4 of it. On the round plate, it looked like a giant dragon opening its mouth to roar at the sky. From afar, a boundless domineering aura was emitted. The surrounding dragons immediately felt a huge pressure, causing all the dragons to lower their heads. The ancestral dragon's fate? Aodong's face sank. I've already obtained 3/4. I'm just short of yours. The ancestral dragon fell in the great ancient calamity. Otherwise, my dragon race would be the overlord of the world right now. I just want to regain my past glory, Cheng Zhu said solemnly. For today, I invited the great Zhou Heavenly Court's Di Renjie to be our witness. How about it? Cheng Zhu said with a smile as he looked at Aodong. Cheng Zhu pointed at an island in the distance. At this moment, an army of 100,000 stood on the island. The leader was dressed in an official's robe. He was extremely handsome and had a heroic spirit between his brows. His eyes were crystal clear, as if he had seen through the world. I'm Di Renjie. I've long heard of the East Sea Dragon Emperor's name. How about I be your witness today? Di Renjie said with a faint smile. Aodong narrowed his eyes. However, Cheng Zhu smiled faintly and said, I've thought of forcefully snatching it. However, you know that it's not good to involve these little dragons in our grudges. When I unify the dragon race, these little dragons will be inseparable. If the dragon race can avoid any losses, try not to. Ha, it's rare for you to be so considerate. Aodong's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. It's great that you can think like that. How about it? Take out the great ancestor dragon's fate and hand it to Di Renjie for safekeeping. Let's begin, Cheng Zhu said with a smile. Let Di Renjie safekeep it? Do you think I'm as easy to fool as I was back then? Back then, I treated you as my brother, but I didn't want you to do such a despicable thing. Cheng Zhu, you're with Di Renjie. How dare you ask him to be your witness? Aodong sneered. The East Sea Dragon Kings also stared at Cheng Zhu in the distance. Just as Cheng Zhu and Aodong were in a stalemate, a burst of laughter came from the southwest. It's a blessing for the dragon race to unify the world. Since it's difficult to find a witness, why don't you let my family be your witness? A voice came from the southwest. Cheng Zhu, Aodong, and Di Renjie raised their brows. In the southwest direction, there were about 100,000 people heading towards them. However, before they could get close, 3 loud dragon roars came from the east. Roar! Roar! The dragon roars were so loud that everyone quickly turned to look. They saw a dragon carriage slowly flying over from the true dragon territory in the east. Nearly 100,000 soldiers were guarding it. Chapter 1208. Above the East Sea, 3 dragon roars sounded from the east. The great Jin army slowly spread out. 100,000 experts from the Gongyang family came from the southeast. Boom! The great Jin army and the experts from the Gongyang family stopped on the sea, creating huge waves in the East Sea. The Gongyang family. The leader was a man in a white robe. His long hair was combed back and he had an arrogant look on his face. Aodong, how have you been? The white-robed man suddenly smiled. Gongyang Xian? Aodong asked. That's right. I heard it from afar. You need to find a witness. What do you think of me, Gongyang Xian? The white-robed man smiled. Aodong's eyes darkened. On the other side, Cheng Zhu and Di Renjie raised their eyebrows and looked at Gongyang Xian. At that moment, Yan Chuan walked to the balcony of the dragon carriage. Behind him were Bai Qi, Gui Guzi, and Lu Gang. Aodong, Yan Chuan came uninvited. Yan Chuan said. Aodong raised his eyebrows when he saw Yan Chuan. However, he quickly relaxed and said, Yan Di, you're too serious. I've told you before that the East Sea welcomes you at any time. However, I might not be able to entertain you today. It's fine. The Great Jin Empire and the East Sea Dragon Palace are neighbors. I won't stand by and do nothing when the East Sea Dragon Palace is in trouble. Yan Chuan shook his head. As he spoke, Yan Chuan looked around. Sage King, that's Gongyang Xian, one of the ancestors of the Gongyang family. He's an expert among the ancestral immortals. According to the analysis of the guards, he might be at the sixth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Lu Gang explained. Gong Yongxian? Yan Chuan nodded. Those two are the West Sea Dragon Emperor and Cheng Zhu. The North Sea Dragon Emperor and Mian Ro are husband and wife. Lu Gang explained. Yan Chuan nodded. Then, Lu Gang pointed at Di Renjie on the distant island. Before he could say anything, Di Renjie suddenly shouted from the distant island. Di Renjie of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court greets the first emperor. Di Renjie suddenly bowed slightly to Yan Chuan. The bow took Gong Yongxian, Cheng Zhu, and Ao Dong by surprise. Di Renjie? 5,000 years ago, he had come to the true dragon territory. Everyone knew who he was. He was the Prime Minister of the Great Zhou Imperial Court. The Prime Minister of the Heavenly Court was almost on the same level as a sage king. And because he was the Prime Minister of the Heavenly Court, he should be even more arrogant when facing ordinary saint kings. However, Di Renjie was actually so humble, bowing in advance. This seemed to place Yan Chuan on the same level as Wu Jiong. Everyone looked at this scene with a strange expression. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. First Emperor? Supreme Martial Artist, Lord Di, save me. In front of the dragon carriage, the red dragon suddenly roared. When the red dragon roared, Cheng Zhu, Mianru, and Di Renjie realized that it was a big fire. Fire? What's wrong with you? Cheng Zhu said in surprise. De Huo was anxious. You only have yourself to blame. Di Renjie suddenly raised his brows and said. Big Fire was stunned. Cheng Zhu also looked at Di Renjie in astonishment. Di Renjie looked at Yan Chuan again. The Great Zhou dynasty only received the news not long ago. It turns out that Emperor Yan is the first emperor. When the Heavenly Emperor found out, he was even more shocked. It's a pity that he couldn't talk to the first emperor in the sealed world. Before coming, he told us that the Heavenly Emperor ordered us not to set foot in the Zhenlong territory. Cheng Zhu, which sea region is this red dragon from? Di Renjie frowned. In the distance, Big Fire was suddenly speechless. This is a dragon king of the South Sea. Cheng Zhu said solemnly. Di Renjie looked at Big Fire, and his eyes were uncertain. Big Fire, you disobeyed the Heavenly Emperor's order, which is the crime of deceiving the emperor. According to the Great Zhou dynasty's law, you should be executed. However, since you were captured by Emperor Yan, it's your good fortune. From now on, you have nothing to do with the Great Zhou dynasty's heavenly court. Big Fire was shocked. He was abandoned by the Great Zhou dynasty? No, even if he was saved, he would be executed. Should he pull the carriage here or go back to die? Big Fire was suddenly at a loss. However, Cheng Zhu saw Di Renjie's politeness. Big Fire was in the wrong, but a general could not obey the emperor's orders. Moreover, the dragon race was only in an alliance with the Great Zhou dynasty. Big Fire's crime did not warrant death, but Di Renjie actually gave him up. Di Renjie was too polite to this Yan Chuan, right? Yan Chuan looked at Di Renjie. He took a deep breath and said, the Great Zhou dynasty, it's the Great Zhou dynasty again. Back then, I destroyed the various countries to completely clear Zhou. I didn't expect Zhou to appear again in the later stages. Wu Jiao? 900 years later, my empress became the first female emperor in history, and the world bowed to her. Di Renjie explained. Many people around did not understand. The first female emperor in the world? 900 years? On the dragon carriage, Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Others did not know about Earth, but Yan Chuan was very clear. During the slave era and the feudal period, it was a patriarchal society. There was no magic power, only endless wisdom in the world. For a woman to be able to become the ruler of the world, her ability was obviously extremely powerful. Wu Jiao, back then in the sealed world, I was still muddle-headed and could not do anything. What a pity! Yan Chuan nodded. Before coming, the Sky Emperor said that if the first emperor is free, the Sky Emperor will welcome her at the Taiji Palace. Di Renjie said solemnly. Cheng Zhu, Ao Dong, Mianru, and Gong Yongxian all looked at Di Renjie in shock. Wu Jiao? She was the Sky Emperor, a person who stood at the top of the world like a saint. She actually thought so highly of Yan Chuan? Welcome her at the empty space? How grand of a gift was this? If there's a chance, I will go. Yan Chuan nodded. By the way, before coming, Lord Shangguan asked me to bring a letter to the Yan Emperor. It's a private letter. I don't know the specific content. Di Renjia said with a smile, then took out a letter and threw it to Yan Chuan. The letter instantly reached Yan Chuan's hands. Rip. The letter was torn open. Yan Chuan read it. After reading for a while, Yan Chuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. Under everyone's curious gazes, Yan Chuan put away the letter. Taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan nodded and said, "This letter is quite important to me. This time, thank you, Mr. D." Di Renjia laughed heartily and said, "It's nothing." Yan Chuan nodded. "The dragon race is my great Zhou's national beast. It is indeed a bit biased for me to be the witness of 2 dragon emperors. Why don't you be the witness with me?" Di Renjia said with a smile. From the beginning to the end, Di Renjia had excluded Gong Yangxian. In the distance, Gong Yangxian's face darkened. Yan Chuan looked at Ao Dong and said, "Ao Dong, what do you think?" Ao Dong frowned and finally nodded. "Thank you, Emperor." "All right." Yan Chuan nodded. "Dragon Fifth, return to your seat." Ao Dong looked at Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth looked at Ao Dong anxiously, but he still answered, "Yes." Dragon Fifth once again transformed into Bai Long and flew towards Yan Chuan. "Holy Monarch!" Dragon Fifth bowed respectfully. Only then did he fly in front of the dragon carriage. A dragon lock immediately extended from the dragon carriage and locked onto Dragon Fifth. On the dragon carriage, the 4 dragons roared. In the distance, Qing Zhu, Mianru, and Gong Yangxian looked at this scene in confusion. Why did Ao Dong let a dragon king pull Yan Chuan's carriage? Where was the pride of the dragon race? A jade slip slowly appeared in Ao Dong's palm. It also emitted a vast dragon aura. The shape was just enough to make up for the other half of Qing Zhu. The life providence of the ancestral dragon? Ao Dong's eyes flashed with excitement. Qing Zhu and Ao Dong waved their hands, and the 2 broken life providence slowly approached each other. Boom! Suddenly, the 2 shattered birth charts fused together in a flawless manner. On the life providence, the angry dragon with its mouth facing the sky seemed to let out a loud roar. Under the loud roar, the legs of the countless dragons in the eastern sea suddenly went soft. They could not help but submit. Right. Qing Zhu's eyes were filled with excitement. Ao Dong's eyes were also filled with excitement. However, the 2 still pushed the life providence to the center of Di Renjia and Yan Chuan. It floated in the air. Neither Yan Chuan nor Di Renjia made a move to take it. "Yan Di, thank you for your trouble," Ao Dong said solemnly. "Lord Di, thank you for your trouble," Qing Zhu said. "All right." Yan Chuan and Di Renjia answered at the same time. In the distance, Gong Yangxian's expression was extremely unsightly. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he led his subordinates to another island and waited patiently. The dragons retreated into the distance, leaving only Qing Zhu and Ao Dong standing in the center of the sea. Qing Zhu roared. As he roared, the seawater under his feet suddenly surged. Strong winds blew in the surroundings. The original Qing Zhu suddenly turned into a huge white dragon that was 10,000 meters long. Boundless seawater surrounded it as if it moved according to Bai Long's thoughts. Ao Dong also roared and turned into a huge azure dragon that was 10,000 meters long. The seawater surged in the surroundings. Rumble. 80 heavenly Dao suddenly appeared around each of the 2 dragons. The entire eastern sea's seawater seemed to tremble. "The dragon monarch is actually so strong?" Long Yi in the distance exclaimed. As the 2 dragons roared, the 160 heavenly Dao clashed with each other. Boom! The entire East Sea was spreading in all directions, and the void was instantly distorted. Then, the void was smashed into pieces by the powerful impact. Roar! The space in the battlefield of the 2 dragons instantly turned blurry. Mist and spatial tears from the seawater wrapped around the two dragons, blocking the vision of the people outside. Rumble! Rumble! In the battlefield, the two dragons attacked violently. Suddenly, Yanchuan's clothes squirmed, and a kitten's head popped out from Yanchuan's chest. Meow. Yanchuan looked at Meow speechlessly and said, "Didn't I tell you to stay in Xianyang?" "Meow, I want to see. You can't run away. I have a contract with you. Wherever you go, I can appear in front of you through the contract." Meow said proudly. "The contract's rule is that you can't teleport here without my permission." Yanchuan said strangely. "Meow, this rule is ineffective against me." Meow said proudly. Yanchuan smiled bitterly. "All right, look at that fate. Didn't you give me the fate of 12 earthly branches? Isn't it the fate of the great ancient calamity and the fall of heroes? Ancestral dragon? I have one here. Why is there another one here?" Yanchuan asked curiously. "Meow, how would I know? You guessed it yourself. I don't even know how these fate are in my little felt hat." Meow. Meow shook its head. Yanchuan. Chapter 1209. On an island in the East Sea, Gong Yangxian stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him were 100,000 subordinates. His eyes were focused on the two-dragon battlefield. Behind Gong Yangxian stood a few close subordinates. "Old ancestor, it seems that it will be difficult for us to intervene in the battle of the dragon race," a subordinate said with a frown. Gong Yangxian narrowed his eyes and said, "The battle of the dragon race? I don't care, I care about the results." "Results? There is a secret place in the East Sea called the East Sea Eye. The dragon race has guarded this sea eye for generations. No one knows what is inside and no one knows where it is. It is even rumored that there is an ancestral dragon mark above the sea eye. Other than the ancestral dragon, no one can open it." Gong Yangxian said solemnly. No one can open it? That's right, but it doesn't matter. There is the fate of the ancestral dragon. As long as the dragon race refines this fate, they will have a similar ancestral dragon mark and can open it." Gong Yangxian said solemnly. "Is that so? Do you see that Direnjia? Did the Prime Minister of the Heavenly Court really come just to deliver a letter to Yanchuan? Haha, I have seen Wu Jiong's arrogance with my own eyes. She must be guessing the secret of the sea eye. She also instructed Direnjia to guard the opening." Gong Yangxian said solemnly. The subordinates were surprised. Gong Yangxian looked at Yanchuan in the distance and narrowed his eyes. "The information you have collected on Yanchuan is too little. Why does Direnjia hold Yanchuan in such high esteem? Even someone as arrogant as Wu Jiong holds Yanchuan in such high esteem? Why do you have so little information?" Gong Yangxian said angrily. "Old ancestor, we are not sure about this. The one who knows the most should be Gong Yangben Lei, but he was brought to the netherworld by the elders." "Gong Yangben Lei? Go back and summon him immediately. I want to ask him personally." On the island where Direnjia was. "My lord, that Yanchuan is only a sage king. Why are you so polite to him?" a subordinate asked in confusion. "You don't understand. You only need to know that he is the only person in this world who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the celestial emperor." Direnjia said solemnly. Can he stand shoulder to shoulder with the celestial emperor?" Direnjia looked at Yanchuan in the distance, took a deep breath, and didn't say anything. Standing on the dragon carriage, Yanchuan was chatting with Meow. "How much of your memory have you recovered?" Yanchuan asked. "Meow, I don't know. Anyway, there's no progress, but it's getting more powerful." Meow shook its head. "I thought you would remember everything from your previous life after sleeping," Yanchuan said with a smile. "How could it be that easy? However, I feel that if I were to obtain another seal of the heavenly Tao, I might be able to recall it." Meow shook her head. "All right, if there's a chance in the future, I'll help you look for it." Yanchuan nodded. "Meow, that's more like it." Meow nodded. Everyone continued to watch the battlefield. The dragons were anxious. Among the dragons, Mianru also looked worried. Rumble. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The huge impact killed countless creatures in the East Sea. For a time, countless corpses floated above the East Sea. Roar! In the center of the battlefield, a huge roar shot into the sky. The center of the chaos suddenly exploded. Boom! The huge impact created a huge crater in the East Sea. Seawater soared into the sky and then fell like a storm. The void that was shattered by the previous battle was restored in the blink of an eye. It was like a pool of water that had a hole in it, and the other spaces quickly flowed to fill it. The storm slowly recovered. In the center of the battlefield, Ao Dong and Qing Zhu stood in the void. They were in a sorry state, and their clothes were tattered. Ao Dong spat out a mouthful of blood. His legs went soft and he almost fell into the East Sea. In the distance, Qing Zhu's face was also flushed, but he was much better. Ao Dong, the outcome has been decided. You're old after all. Also, I've said that age can't represent strength. I, Qing Zhu, am destined to become the ancestral dragon. I'm the ancestor of all dragons. Ao Dong looked at Qing Zhu in the distance with a pained expression, but his hatred grew. A villain intoxicated by success. Cough, cough, cough. Ao Dong said with heavy injuries. A loss is a loss. A win is a win. I've won. I want to take over everything in the dragon race. The ancestral dragon's fate belongs to me. Qing Zhu laughed. Ao Dong closed his eyes and revealed a sad expression. His body swayed as if he would fall into the East Sea at any moment. Dragon Emperor, are you all right? A group of East Sea Dragon Kings rushed over. In the distance, Mianru also flew towards Qing Zhu. I'm fine. Qing Zhu said excitedly. Okay. Mianru nodded. Ao Dong looked at Qing Zhu and Mianru's expressions and revealed a bitter expression again. The outcome had been decided. Di Renjia suddenly said, Yen Di, the outcome has been decided. The ancestral dragon's fate belongs to Qing Zhu. The surrounding dragon kings were unwilling. They looked at Yen Chuan together, as if hoping that Yen Chuan could stop the final outcome. The outcome has been decided. The ancestral dragon's fate belongs to Qing Zhu. Yen Chuan nodded. Since he wanted to be fair, Yen Chuan naturally couldn't act shamelessly because of the preferences of this group of little dragons. Yen Di is righteous. Di Renjia said with a smile. Roar! Qing Zhu once again transformed into Bai Long and flew towards the ancestral dragon's fate floating in the air. Roar! In one gulp, Qing Zhu swallowed the ancestral dragon's fate. Buzz! Golden light suddenly shone around Qing Zhu, as if forming a huge cocoon of light that enveloped him. Waves of dragon might spread out in all directions. Qing Zhu seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Ao Dong looked at Qing Zhu helplessly because Ao Dong understood that from now on, the dragon race in the world was about to be unified. Ao Dong looked at Mianru and said, Mianru, Ao Dong has something to ask of you. Big brother Ao Dong, if you have anything to say, just say it. Mianru nodded. Although I'm ashamed of Qing Zhu as a human, and of course, I think he doesn't like me, there is indeed only one voice in the dragon race in the world of the living from today onwards. My East Sea Dragon race has a total of 34,000 dragons, horned dragons, and flood dragons. Qing Zhu might be targeting them, but I hope that you can protect them in the future. They are all good children. Ao Dong said in pain. Big brother Ao Dong, can't you continue to protect them in the future? I beg my husband to give you another division. Mianru said. Ha ha, another division? No, I can't be his subordinate. Never. Ao Dong shook his head. But the world is so big, and the dragon race only has one voice. Where is there a place for you? Don't worry, your husband won't make things difficult for you. Mianru persuaded. Impossible. It's impossible for me. I just hope that you can treat the East Sea Dragon race well. Ao Dong shook his head. No, wherever the Dragon Emperor goes, we will go. Long Yi immediately shouted. Yes, we will go with the Dragon Emperor. The group of Dragon Kings immediately shouted. The little dragons, horned dragons, and flood dragons below them naturally had no right to speak. At this moment, Qing Zhu, who was not far away, seemed to have transformed. Boom! Cheng Zhu shattered the golden light, revealing his huge body. Previously, he was only 3,000 feet tall, but now he was 5,000 feet tall. Roar! Cheng Zhu raised his head and roared. With a long roar, a vast dragon's aura spread out. The dragons on the surface of the East Sea couldn't help but kneel down and kowtow. Even most of the dragons on Ao Dong's side couldn't help but kneel down. This was because of their bloodline. It was a kind of inherent nobility of a high-level bloodline to a low-level bloodline. Cheng Zhu's bloodline, after using the ancestral dragon fate, has transformed. Ao Dong said with a hint of bitterness. After a long roar of excitement, Cheng Zhu suddenly shouted to the sky, "All dragons of the world, listen up. I, Cheng Zhu, am the 5th-generation ancestral dragon. The dragon race will reappear in the glory of the ancient times. All dragons of the world, listen up. Those who hear this, head to the West Sea and celebrate the prosperity of the dragon race." Boom! As soon as Cheng Zhu's voice fell, all the dragons trembled. This voice, why did it sound in my bloodline? What's going on? Long Yi asked in shock. Ao Dong smiled bitterly and said, "This is the dragon race. There is only one voice, not you, but the whole world." Cheng Zhu's words just now, through the ancestral dragon bloodline, reached the ears of all the dragons in the world. This is the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon can command all living beings of the same race. It can make the living beings of the same race involuntarily have the thought of worshipping. This is the ancestral dragon. Ancestral dragon? Long Yi's face sank. With this ancestral dragon's voice, all dragons of the world can only bow their heads. Ao Dong said bitterly, No matter what the other dragons do, Dragon Emperor, we will follow you." Long Yi shouted, "Yes, we will follow you." The group of dragon kings shouted. Cheng Zhu roared and looked at Ao Dong arrogantly. "Ao Dong? How is it? I am now the ancestral dragon? Haha, all dragons, come here." Cheng Zhu shouted to the dragons behind Ao Dong. Roar! Roar! Instantly, more than half of the dragons gave up on Ao Dong because of the ancestral dragon's might. Behind Ao Dong, only 3,000 dragons resisted the ancestral dragon's might and stood beside Ao Dong. None of the 11 dragon kings left. "Ha, Ao Dong, I am the ancestral dragon. As long as you submit to me, I will make you an elder of the dragon race. I will be under 1 dragon and above 10,000 dragons. How about it?" Ao Dong laughed. "What a joke. Even if I enter the netherworld, I will not submit to you." Ao Dong said coldly, "Enter the netherworld? Ah, the netherworld is not a place for you to live. There are only a few kinds of dragons in the netherworld. If you go there, you will be suppressed by the endless Yin Qi and submit to me." Cheng Zhu laughed. "You want me to submit to you? Why don't you let me die? Don't be delusional." Ao Dong said coldly, I am the ancestral dragon. Not to mention that I am several times stronger than you, just the might of my bloodline can suppress you. Do you believe it? What if I want you to submit today?" Cheng Zhu said coldly, "Husband?" Mianru persuaded. "Mianru, don't try to persuade me. I have already made up my mind. Ao Dong must submit to me." Cheng Zhu shouted. "You, cough cough cough." Ao Dong was so angry that he coughed. "Bodong." Yen Chuan's voice interrupted the battle between the dragons. Everyone looked over. The agreement between Dejin and Dejin is still in effect. You will become a supreme in Dejin and I will send you to the netherworld. Yen Chuan said. Ao Dong was slightly stunned. "Bastard, this is my dragon race's matter. You want to interfere?" Cheng Zhu glared. Yen Chuan ignored him and stared at Ao Dong. "I will bring trouble to Dejin. I am already satisfied that you can take care of Dragon 5th. Ao Dong shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Trouble? I, Dejin, am least afraid of trouble. Everything is up to you." Yen Chuan said with a smile. "Dragon Emperor, agree." Dragon 5th shouted from afar. "Dragon Emperor, I will go with you." The group of dragon kings shouted. Ao Dong looked at the 3,000 dragons following him. Ao Dong understood that these dragons were under the ancestral dragon's authority. If he could not protect them and they were scattered, they would definitely die miserably given Qing Zu's personality. When the dragons of the East Sea were at their most helpless, Yan Chuan actually wanted to accept him despite the ancestral dragon's pressure and the Great Zhou Heavenly Court's pressure. Thank you, Emperor Yan. I am willing to join Dezhen's Heavenly Court. Thank you for taking me in. Ao Dong was touched. Good. You don't have to thank me, but I have to thank you. With your help, Dezhen will climb to another peak. From now on, Ao Dong's dragon race will be Dezhen's national beast, and Ao Dong will be the supreme of Dezhen's dragon race. Yan Chuan smiled. Boom. The providence clouds in the true dragon territory churned. Then, a surge of providence rushed toward Ao Dong from hundreds of millions of miles away. It instantly rushed into Ao Dong's body. All of a sudden, his injuries were much better. How dare you? Yan Chuan, how can you interfere in the affairs of my dragon race? Qing Zu rebuked angrily. Ancestor Ascension. Di Renjie suddenly shouted. Qing Zu frowned and looked at Di Renjie. Quit while you're ahead. Once you become the ancestral dragon, the scattered mountain dragons, river dragons, sea dragons, well dragons, and lake dragons in the world will all be under your command. Since Yen Di has spoken, you don't have to say anything more about these 3,000 dragons. Di Renjie said in a deep voice. Lord Di. Qing Zu's expression changed. I can represent the Heavenly Emperor. Di Renjie's expression darkened. Represent the Heavenly Emperor. At the thought of Wu Jiong, Qing Zu's anger immediately subsided. He suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded. Humph. Qing Zu snorted coldly at Ao Dong. Ao Dong smiled and flew toward Yan Chuan with the 3,000 dragons. Thank you, Emperor Yan. Ao Dong bowed again. Yan Chuan nodded and turned to look at Di Renjie not far away and said, Mr. Di, thank you very much this time. Di Renjie smiled slightly and bowed slightly. He did not say anything else. In the distance, Gong Yangxian revealed a trace of strangeness. Since the ancestral dragon has appeared, the dragon race in the world will only have one voice. What use does Yan Chuan have for these 3,000 dragons? Under the ancestral dragon's bloodline, these 3,000 dragons can be said to be all crippled? On the other side, Di Renjie looked at Qing Zu and said, Qing Zu, let's begin. Open the East Sea Eye. Qing Zu nodded. Open the Sea Eye? No, in the past, the ancestral dragon had instructed that no dragon race is allowed to have any ideas about the Sea Eye. Ao Dong exclaimed. O Dong, remember, I'm the ancestral dragon. Only the ancestral dragon has the qualifications to open the East Sea Eye. You no longer have the qualifications to interfere. Don't seek trouble for yourself. Qing Zu said coldly. Ao Dong was furious, but he did not stop it. He could not stop it at all, nor did he have the qualifications to stop it. Chapter 12:10. Above the East Sea. Qing Zu stood on the surface of the sea. He suddenly roared at the East Sea. Roar! The seawaters suddenly parted in all directions. It was as if a huge basin had formed on the surface of the sea. Yan Chuan led the 100,000 troops and waited solemnly. Di Renjie led the 100,000 ox guards and flew into the sky. Gong Yangxian also led the 100,000 subordinates and flew into the sky. Ci? Others might not know where the Ci was, but the dragon emperors of the four seas knew. Ao Dong sighed. However, there was nothing he could do. The seawater continued to be pushed away. Slowly, the Ci appeared in front of everyone. Rumble! It was a huge vortex in the depths of the sea. This vortex crazily sucked the seawater in all directions, and the seawater was sucked into it. This is the East Sea? The bottomless pit? Gui Guzi said with a slightly gloomy expression. The bottomless pit? Ao Dong was slightly stunned. Ao Dong did not know too much about the East Sea. He had only guarded it for countless years. Gui Guzi nodded and said, That's right, the land of the bottomless pit. The Holy King and I have seen one before. We didn't step in for long before we came out. This is a bottomless pit that returns to the void. We guessed that this might be the loophole of heaven and earth, also known as the loophole of Tai Chi. It should be connected to the void, connected to the infinite. If you enter, everything will disappear. You've seen it before? Where is it? Ao Dong asked in surprise. Was there another CI? Gue Guzi shook his head and did not explain. After all, he had seen it when he was in the great wide world. This was no longer the great wide world. If the land of the bottomless pit is at the bottom of the sea, it will draw endless seawater and stir up all the seas in the world. It will not be stagnant water. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Will there be a day when all the seawater will leak out? Ao Dong asked worriedly. Gue Guzi shook his head. The infinite gives birth to Tai Chi. Nothingness and reality should be in a stalemate. This is a balance. A lot of seawater will disappear, but at the same time, it will continue to produce seawater. We don't know the details. There are too many mysteries of heaven and earth. Gue Guzi shook his head. Buzz. At that moment, a dragon-shaped halo of light suddenly appeared from the sea eye. It was a huge seal that sealed the sea eye. However, the seal was extremely strange. It was like a filter that prevented any creature from entering. Only seawater could enter. The seal of the ancestral dragon? Ao Dong's face sank. No, Gue Guzi, this sea eye is different from the one we had before. Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows. Gigu Zi's expression changed as he looked over with a grave expression. He saw 4 rays of blue light under the ancestral dragon seal. 1 heavenly primordial water? Absolute frost? Gue Guzi's face darkened. Meow? What is absolute frost? Meow asked curiously. Absolute frost refers to the temperature. There is no limit to high temperature, but there is a limit to low temperature. Any temperature can approach this low temperature limit infinitely, but it can never reach it. This limit is absolute frost, and the temperature of the 1 heavenly primordial water is infinitely close to this absolute frost. Gue Guzi said. Meow? Then it must be very cold down there, Meow said in surprise. Ancestral dragon seal? I understand now. This is not to filter living beings, but to condense the 1 heavenly primordial water. It takes the water of the 4 seas to condense the 1 heavenly primordial water, and now it has condensed 4 drops? Gue Guzi's expression changed. Meow? Only 4 drops of the water of the 4 seas? How long has it been condensing? Meow asked curiously. At least a few million years, maybe even longer. Ao Dong said with a strange expression. Meow? Only 4 drops? Meow's eyes widened. Maybe there are other reasons. We'll see when Qing Zhu breaks the seal. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh. Meow nodded. 1 heavenly primordial water? In the distance, Gong Yangxian's expression changed. He then revealed a look of ecstasy. Di Renjia's expression also changed. Cheng Zhu stood at the sea eye and was also surprised. Haha, 1 heavenly primordial water? Ancestral dragon seal? Cheng Zhu roared and opened his mouth to swallow the ancestral dragon seal. The dragon chi of the seal rolled towards Cheng Zhu's mouth. Rumble. Cheng Zhu seemed to be enjoying it. This swallow took about 2 hours. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared on the seal. It's going to break, Meow said excitedly. As soon as the crack appeared, a gust of cold air suddenly spread out. Rumble. Above the sea, where the cold air passed, hundreds of icebergs were immediately frozen. What a strong cold air. Just a wisp and it's already like this? Ao Dong's face sank. Crack, 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 crack. On the seal, more and more cracks appeared, and more cold air penetrated through. Rumble. For a time, more and more icebergs appeared above the East Sea, and many of the underwater creatures here were instantly frozen to death. The seal exploded with a loud bang. Boom. In the sea eye, rolling cold air suddenly spewed out, like a storm, quickly raging in all directions. At the mouth of the sea eye, even Cheng Zhu was instantly frozen into ice, as if he was sealed in an iceberg. The cold air swept in all directions, and the surrounding seawater was instantly frozen. Hundreds of millions of miles of sea was instantly frozen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Heavy snow fell from the sky. Endless cold air turned the originally scorching sun into a world of ice and snow in the blink of an eye. It's so cold. Countless dragons trembled. The ancestral dragon seal was broken, and cold air rushed out, sweeping across the entire East Sea. The 4 drops of one heavenly primordial water floated at the mouth of the sea eye. At this moment, there seemed to be a force inside the sea eye that repelled the 4 drops of one heavenly primordial water. The 4 drops of one heavenly primordial water shot up into the sky. Each drop was the size of a watermelon, and wherever it passed, the void was frozen and distorted. Seeing the 4 drops of one heavenly primordial water fly out, the experts from all sides attacked at the same time. Cheng Zhu, who was in the iceberg, roared. Boom! The iceberg exploded. It's mine! Cheng Zhu roared and rushed towards the one heavenly primordial water. Yen Chuan took a step and appeared in front of the one heavenly primordial water. Di Renjie and Gong Yangxian each took out a Dharma treasure and rushed towards a drop of one heavenly primordial water. The 2 of them shouted at the same time. The one heavenly primordial water seemed to be extremely thick, and the suction force of the 2 bottles actually made the movement of the one heavenly primordial water extremely slow. The 2 of them had no choice but to grab their bottles and rush towards the one heavenly primordial water. The surrounding space was extremely cold. Cheng Zhu rushed towards one of the drops. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Ka 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 ka. In an instant, Cheng Zhu was frozen into an iceberg again. Husband! Mianru exclaimed. Puke! Cheng Zhu shuddered and spat it out again. He couldn't swallow it. It was too cold. He opened his mouth and spat out a bottle to store the one heavenly primordial water. Yen Chuan, on the other hand, reached out with the universe in palm. He grabbed the last drop of one heavenly primordial water into his palm. Ka 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 ka. In the universe in palm, countless stars were quickly frozen into ice. Yen Chuan flew back to the dragon chariot. As he activated the universe in palm, he opened his mouth and the one heavenly primordial water was forcefully broken down by the universe in palm. Waves of blue energy quickly flowed into Yen Chuan's mouth. Wang! Cold air radiated around Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan's hair slowly turned red, and a sea of blood wrapped around him. The sea of blood was burning and constantly counteracted the cold air. In the distance, Gong Yangxian, Di Renjie, and Cheng Zhu each collected a drop of one heavenly primordial water. However, the one heavenly primordial water was ultimately a top-notch treasure. Ordinary Dharma treasures couldn't store it. The 3 of them could only constantly create seals to seal the one heavenly primordial water. Only Yen Chuan was using the universe in palm to quickly refine the one heavenly primordial water. As the one heavenly primordial water was continuously refined, the universe in palm became more and more powerful. The billowing cold air was swallowed into Yen Chuan's stomach. Boom, boom, boom. After Yen Chuan completely swallowed the one heavenly primordial water, loud sounds came from Yen Chuan's body. Whoosh! With Yen Chuan as the center, a huge storm was forced out in all directions. Meow? Yen Chuan, you broke through? Meow exclaimed. There was still some frost on Yen Chuan's hair, but his eyes flashed with excitement. Second firmament ancestral immortal. It was the same as the zombie body. Not bad. What a treasure! Yen Chuan nodded. However, Gui Guzi said in a low voice, Sage King, there's something wrong with this sea eye. It actually forced out the cold air? Yen Chuan's expression turned serious as he looked at the sea eye. Indeed, other than the 4 drops of one heavenly primordial water, the sea eye was still spewing out cold air. Returning to ruins should return everything to nothingness. Why is it still spewing out cold air? No matter what it is, it shouldn't be spewing out. Because there should be nothing inside. But why is it able to store cold air? Or were we wrong back then? Gui Guzi's face sank. Just as Gui Guzi was extremely surprised, another sea eye appeared. The sea eye spat out another item, a huge ice mountain. Something seemed to be sealed inside the ice mountain. That is? Everyone looked at the ice mountain flying out of the sea eye in surprise. Crack, 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 crack. The ice mountain landed on the sea ice and quickly cracked. Boom. The ice mountain exploded, revealing a 300-meter-long monster. How disgusting! Meow said in disgust. That monster looked like a huge slug. Its entire body shone with an incredibly bright light as it quickly forced out the cold air from its body. After the cold air was forced out, its body went limp, looking like a pile of boneless flesh. It looked extremely disgusting. Its eyes sunk into its flesh, looking very chilling. When the monster opened its eyes, it suddenly opened its mouth and roared. There were 8 rings of teeth in its mouth, making one's scalp tingle. How ugly! How disgusting! Meow said with a disgusted expression. The 300-meter-long monster wriggled its body on the ice in the distance as it looked at the surrounding cultivators. The surrounding cultivators were also confused. The depths of the sea eye are not connected to nothingness. Otherwise, how could there be such a monster? Gui Guzi's expression changed. What is that? Why have I never seen it before? Ao Dong asked out of curiosity. Take it down. Gong Yangxian shouted in the distance. No matter what kind of monster it was, they had to take it down first. Cheng Zhu, I'll block the others. You take down that monster. Di Renjia shouted. All right. Cheng Zhu shouted. Holy Sovereign, I'll go and take it down. Bai Qi shouted. No. Yen Chuan glared. Then he exchanged glances with Gui Guzi. It's true? The former 9th divine beast of the Great Thousand Realms? The exploding beast? Gui Guzi exclaimed in shock. Chapter 12:11. Gong Yangxian, Di Renjia, Cheng Zhu, and all the other experts pounced on the monster. Cheng Zhu, I'll block the others. You take down the monster. Di Renjia shouted. All right. Cheng Zhu shouted. Take me down? The monster suddenly opened its mouth and let out a creepy laugh. Huh. The experts flying in the sky were slightly stunned. The monster can talk? The monster slowly wriggled its disgusting body. Its eyes that were sunken into its flesh revealed a strange look. In the sky, Yen Chuan and Gui Guzi frowned. The explosive beast has the strength of an ancestral immortal. As for how strong an ancestral immortal is, it depends on its maturity. Gui Guzi said. Explosive beast? What's an explosive beast? Ao Dong asked in confusion. Not only Ao Dong, but the other Dragon Kings also looked at Gui Guzi in confusion. After all, the name sounded too lame. Because it can explode. Gui Guzi said. Huh. Everyone was confused. In the distance, the experts were stunned for a moment before they charged at the explosive beast again. Get out of the way. Gong Yangxian was anxious. Di Renjia led 100,000 ox guards and blocked in front of Gong Yangxian's 100,000 subordinates. Mr. Gong Yangxian, this monster is fated with our great Zhou dynasty. Don't force it. Di Renjia smiled. He held a giant mace in his hand and clashed with Gong Yangxian's longsword. Boom. The 1,000 ox guards and the Gong Yangxian disciples started fighting. Cheng Zhu, on the other hand, pounced on the explosive beast. Monster, be obedient and wait for the heavenly emperor to punish you. Cheng Zhu laughed and pounced. As he spoke, Cheng Zhu stretched out his huge dragon claw and grabbed at the monster from the sky. Cheng Zhu caught the monster with one claw. This monster doesn't have a shield? Isn't it too easy to catch it? Gong Yangxian, who was fighting in the distance, was also slightly stunned. He thought that the monster was incredible. How could it be caught so easily? The dragon claw squeezed, and the entire monster seemed to be deformed. It really looked like a pile of meat. Even its eyeballs were squeezed out by the dragon claw. Bam! The monster's body suddenly emitted a rebounding force, and the dragon claw was bounced away. Ha! Cheng Zhu was slightly stunned. The rebounding force was not small. A mere 4-legged snake wants to catch me? Kiki. The monster's voice was extremely terrifying. 4-legged snake? How could an ancestor who had just become an ancestral dragon endure such humiliation? The massive dragon tail swung violently, causing the void to distort as it swung towards the monster. The monster still did not have a protective shield and used its body to block the attack. Boom! The monster was flattened, but it bounced back instantly. Boom! Cheng Zhu's tail suddenly twisted and was almost broken by the rebounding force. Cheng Zhu flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Ha ha, come at me together, ha ha." The monster cried out in disgust. "Attack together, 1,000 dragons heaven-binding chains." Ancestor Ching shouted. "Roar!" Instantly, the 3,000 dragons charged towards the monster. In the blink of an eye, the 3,000 dragons formed a huge formation and covered the monster like a huge net. At the center of the array, Ancestor Chung pressed down. Boom! The great formation net fell from the sky, and the terrifying aura caused countless cracks to appear on the original ice surface. "Ha! Explode!" The monster shouted excitedly. Explosion? While the surrounding Xiuzhe were at a loss. All of a sudden, the space around the 3,000 dragons exploded in a bizarre manner. Boom! A huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void. Ah! 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 The 3,000 dragons in the formation were instantly blasted away. Cheng Zhu, Di Renjie, Gong Yangxian. A black hole appeared out of nowhere? This is a divine ability? What a strange divine ability! Ao Dong exclaimed. Is it strange? It's still early, Gui Guzi said with a strange expression. Ao Dong did not understand. Ha! Explode, explode, explode. The monster cried out excitedly. Boom, 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 boom. The void around the monster kept exploding, and black holes appeared one after another. Countless dragons were blasted into the sky, and countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals who betrayed Ao Dong were blown to pieces. The monster made the void explode as if it was playing a game. Horned dragon, flood dragon, back off, Cheng Zhu shouted gloomily. The weaker dragons quickly retreated. They could not withstand the power of the explosion at all. The remaining dragons who could use the Heavenly Dao quickly used the Heavenly Dao to resist the strange void explosion. What a powerful monster! If this monster is used on the battlefield, it can fight against hundreds of millions of troops. Di Renjie's eyes lit up. Indeed, if this monster was the vanguard on the battlefield, what was the point of fighting? They would blow up as many as they came. Cheng Zhu, capture this beast, Di Renjie shouted. All right. Cheng Zhu replied gloomily. They did not know where to attack this monster. It could make the void explode. How could they get close to it? Form the formation, form the formation. 10,000 dragons heavenly might formation. Cheng Zhu shouted again. The 10,000 dragons roared and immediately formed the formation again. This time, the 10,000 dragons formed a huge shield from a great distance, a shield of origin. Explode. Boom! The void exploded, and the explosion hit the cover. The cover trembled violently, but it still continued to move downwards. Gong Yangxian was naturally dissatisfied with Di Renjie. Get out of the way. This divine beast belongs to the east. Di Renjie, get out of the way. Gong Yangxian shouted. The long sword in his hand slashed down again. A vast energy sword shot toward Di Renjie. If he could subdue this divine beast, it would be much better than his family obtaining a mid-level ancestral immortal. Don't even think about it. Di Renjie blocked with his giant mace. Boom! The void trembled violently. On the other side, the 10,000 dragons heavenly might formation covered the exploding beast. In an instant, the 10,000 dragons seemed to have intertwined, trapping the exploding beast in the center. Ha! I caught it! I caught it! You think a monster like you can fight us? Cheng Zhu shouted excitedly. In the distance, Gong Yangxian was getting more and more anxious. Di Renjie, on the other hand, smiled. However, in the next moment, Di Renjie's smile froze. Di Renjie noticed that Yan Chuan was standing in the distance with his hands behind his back, motionless. The army that Yan Chuan brought with him did not go to capture the monster at all? Why? Business was business and private was private. Although he had done Yan Chuan a favor just now, How could Yen Chuan let go of such a monster? Why was Yen Chuan not making a move? For a moment, Di Renjie had a bad feeling. It's trapped. It's trapped. This monster is really strong. Don't let it escape. Ha! Cheng Zhu shouted excitedly. Explode! Boom! The void around them kept exploding. However, the 10,000 Dragons' Heavenly Might formation was extremely powerful. It was not damaged by the explosions. At this moment, not far away in the eye of the sea, bang! Another iceberg was spat out. Crack, crack, crack. The iceberg exploded, and suddenly, another disgusting monster appeared. There's another exploding beast? Gue Guzi said in surprise. There's another one? In the distance, Gong Yangxian and Di Renjie were slightly stunned. Disciple of the Gong Yangxian, follow me to capture the second monster. Gong Yangxian immediately gave up on Di Renjie and flew toward the second exploding beast. Stop! Di Renjie shouted. He actually did not stop him. Di Renjie looked at Yen Chuan in the distance. Yen Chuan nodded at Di Renjie. This nod made Di Renjie suspicious. Is Yen Chuan hinting to me that I did the right thing? My lord, that monster is going to be captured by Gong Yangxian. A general shouted. Di Renjie shook his head. He stopped the Qinyo guards from going forward. Explode! Boom! The second monster was still an exploding beast. It used the same move again. Immediately, a large number of disciples of the Gong Yangxian were blasted into the sky. Many of them died on the spot. 100,000 Gongs formation. Gong Yangxian shouted. Rumble! Like the Dragon Clan, they quickly formed a formation, forming a huge light shield that enveloped the monster. Ha! The monster let out a chilling laugh. Boom! The light barrier covered the second exploding beast. Ah, monster, follow me back to the Gong Yangxian. The Gong Yangxian will not mistreat you. Gong Yangxian laughed loudly. On the surface of the East Sea, two groups of formations were formed, trapping the two exploding beasts in the middle. The explosions in the void did not seem to affect them at all. The exploding beasts are restrained? Meow. Meow's eyes widened. Restrained? These two exploding beasts are too evil, Gue Guzi said with a smile. Meow. Meow did not understand. The two exploding beasts in the distance were once again crushed by the formation. Explode! The two exploding beasts shouted at almost the same time. The two exploding beasts suddenly exploded. Hong! Hong! The void above the East Sea shook violently. The previous explosion in the void was at most 100 feet wide. Now, it was 100,000 feet wide black hole. The two huge explosions and the huge impact caused endless cracks to appear on the surface of the East Sea. The wind raged, and countless broken limbs were thrown in all directions of the East Sea. Arg! Arg! Amidst the screams, countless members of the Gong Yang family and the Dragon Clan died in the two super explosions. In the distance, Di Renjie, who was watching the exploding beasts, also shuddered. The sky was filled with corpses and blood rained down. This scene was too spectacular. Even Gong Yangxian and Cheng Zhu, who had used the Heavenly Dao to protect their subordinates in that instant, were heavily injured and blasted away. Self-detonation? Self-detonation? It wants to die? How can this be? This monster's mental fortitude is too weak. It self-detonated just like that? Gong Yangxian and Cheng Zhu, who were sent flying, wanted to cry but had no tears. They did not expect the captured monster to be so unyielding. It actually chose to self-detonate? The self-detonation of an ancestral immortal was no small matter. The explosion of this monster was stronger than 10 ancestral immortals, no, 20 ancestral immortals. In this round of explosion, half of his subordinates died instantly. The rest were seriously injured, and many were on the verge of death. Ouch! My arm is broken. Monster, give me back my brother. Arg! My place is gone. I'm going to kill you. My tail. Give me back my tail. Wails filled the air. How could there be such a monster that did not want to live in this world? The 100,000 ox guards trembled and looked at Di Renjie gratefully. If he had not stopped them, this scene would have happened to them too. In the distance, Aodong opened his mouth in shock. At the same time, he quivered. This monster was too fierce. Self-detonation? Meow? This is it? Meow opened her eyes wide. Within the 200,000 zhang black holes, the exploding beast was instantly turned into countless fragments. Countless fragments? The countless fragments suddenly twisted and then gathered together at an extremely fast speed. All the fragments moved quickly and gathered into two huge balls of flesh. The countless pieces of flesh gathered together, looking even more disgusting than before. Two piles of flesh? However, the gathering of these two piles of minced meat caused the originally wailing cultivators to suddenly stop. Within the slowly recovering black holes, the two piles of flesh wriggled and wriggled. Gradually, the two piles of flesh wriggled and merged into one. As the two piles of minced meat merged, a unique silhouette slowly appeared. The silhouette became clearer and clearer, gradually forming a formal form. Monsters, have they revived? Ah, it's not dead. They can be resurrected? Can he be resurrected? Countless cultivators roared in shock. The two piles of minced meat fused together again, turning into two huge monsters, exactly the same as before. It was as if the explosion had never happened. Self-detonation? Didn't it self-destruct? How could it be restored? The monster is fine? Cheng Zhu was stunned. You can recover from the explosion? As if there was no explosion? Gong Yangxian felt his scalp go numb. How were they supposed to fight? This monster was invincible. How could he recover after exploding into pieces? Why was the most tragic self-destruction of a xiuzhe like drinking water and eating food in its eyes? Ha! The two monsters laughed creepily once again. Again. An explosive beast said proudly. Cheng Zhu. Gong Yangxian. Meow. Again my ass. Everyone was speechless. Yan Di, you know this beast? Di Renjia looked at Yan Chuan and asked. Everyone looked at him doubtfully. Yan Chuan nodded. That's right, this divine beast is called Explosive Beast. It can self-destruct infinitely and resurrect infinitely. Hearing Yan Chuan's explanation, Di Renjia was speechless again. Self-destruct infinitely? Resurrect infinitely? Such an invincible monster? Wouldn't it be a headache for a saint? Self-destruct infinitely? Resurrect infinitely. Chapter 12:12. Following Di Renjia and Gong Yangxian's orders, almost all the living cultivators, except for those who could not move, pounced on the two explosive beasts. Boom, boom. The explosions continued. However, at this moment, after knowing the strength of the explosive beasts, everyone was more cautious. However, it was still difficult to subdue the explosive beasts. How could they subdue them? Tie them up? They would self-detonate. Everyone would die. Surround them? They would die even more miserably. They could not escape. Even if they had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, their strength had not reached the level of the ancient ancestral dragon, so they could not take down the explosive beasts. When there were too many people, they would self-detonate. The two explosive beasts were fighting shamelessly, but there was nothing they could do. In the sky, Yan Chuan looked at the cultivators who kept exploding in the sky. Holy King, although these explosive beasts are strange, they are extremely valuable if we can subdue them. Should we do it? Lu Gang asked curiously. Yan Chuan shook his head. Now is not the time. Yan Chuan looked at the eye of the sea. Something is wrong, Holy King. In the Great Thousand World, this kind of divine beast can only be born once every 1,000,000 years. Most of the time, a new one will be born after the death of one. Gigu Zi frowned. What if these two explosive beasts were not born in the same era? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Gigu Zi's eyes narrowed. Holy King, are you saying that the Eye of the East Sea is used to seal the explosive beasts? And it is not sealed regularly? In other words, there may be a third one in the Eye of the Sea? Meow. There are more explosive beasts? Meow said in surprise. Boom. Sure enough, two more icebergs flew out of the Eye of the Sea. These two icebergs exploded in the air before they landed. Bang. Another 2 explosive beasts fell from the sky and landed on the ice. 2 more? 2 more? The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. Gong Yangxian and Di Renjie raised their eyebrows. There are more. Retreat! Di Renjie shouted. Rumble! The 1,000 bull guards and the dragons quickly retreated. When Di Renjie retreated, Gong Yangxian also understood that the situation was not right. He also shouted loudly and quickly retreated with the Gong Yangxian disciples. However, there were only about 40,000 of the 100,000 experts left, and many of them were severely injured. The 1,000 bull guards did not suffer many casualties, but the dragon clan suffered close to 10,000 casualties. Everyone looked at the exploding beast with complicated expressions. Among them, Gong Yangxian and Cheng Zhu were the most depressed. So many of their subordinates had died? High up in the sky, there were 3 groups. Yan Xuan's group, Di Renjie's group, and Gong Yangxian's group. The 3 groups stared at the 4 gigantic explosive beasts on the ice. The 4 explosive beasts didn't seem to know each other. They laughed and looked at each other. I was born in the 3rd era. An explosive beast said in a deep voice. I'm also from the 3rd era. Me too. I was born in the 2nd era. The 4 explosive beasts were interacting and getting to know each other. Even so, the 4 explosive beasts did not look at each other in a friendly manner, as if they were repelling each other. Bang! 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 Another 3 icebergs gushed out. The icebergs exploded in midair. Then, another 3 explosive beasts landed on the ice. 7 explosive beasts? Whether it was Gong Yangxian, Cheng Zhu, Di Renjie, or even Yan Xuan, they were all speechless. 7? Could there be more? How is this the eye of the sea? This is the nest of the monsters. Bodong, when did the seal of the eye of the sea start? Yan Xuan asked with a frown. I don't know. It has been here since the time of the great dragon ancestor. The great dragon ancestor has never told anyone about it, nor did he let anyone get close to it. I don't know. I only know that the dragon clan has been guarding the eye of the sea for generations. Ao Dong shook his head. Rumble. Suddenly, a powerful aura was emitted from the eye of the sea. When the terrifying aura came, the expressions of the experts changed. There are more experts in the eye of the sea? Cheng Zhu was shocked. Ka. Under the powerful aura, the sea ice that was already shattered even more. Some even turned into powder and slowly poured into the eye of the sea. The 7 explosive beasts also stared at the eye of the sea. Goyulu. The sound of something crawling could be heard. A scarlet horn slowly emerged from the sea eye's mouth. Following the appearance of the horn, another explosive beast that was twice the size crawled out. The explosive beast that was twice as big had a huge horn on its head. The shape of the horn was like a crown, and it looked very domineering. The explosive beast with the horn suddenly roared towards the sky, and the void shook violently. Explosive beast? Such a rare divine beast can have a king? Gui Guzi frowned. The 7 explosive beasts stared at it together, and each of them showed a cautious attitude. The 7 explosive beasts growled at it. The explosive beast with the horn did not care and looked at the eye of the sea. You have been sealed for too long. Come out together. The explosive beast with the horn roared. Whoosh! 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 Another 5 icebergs flew out and exploded, landing on the ice surface. A total of 12 explosive beasts looked at the explosive beast with the horn. Roar, who are you? Why are you different from us? One of the explosive beasts asked. I was born in the 1st era. From now on, you all must listen to me. The explosive beast with the horn roared. Boom! 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 The void around the explosive beast with the horn suddenly exploded in all directions. The powerful aura was much stronger than the previous 2 explosive beasts. The explosive beasts were somewhat unwilling. The explosive beast with the horn roared, trying to suppress the explosive beasts with its roar. The sky above the eastern sea suddenly became strange. The original protagonists could only watch from the sidelines, and they could not interfere with the fight for dominance between the 13 explosive beasts. Interfere? Di Renjie and Gong Yangxian wanted to capture an explosive beast and bring it back. But at this time, even a fool knew that they would die if they rushed up. They could only watch helplessly. Just when everyone was frowning, Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows and looked at the sky. The heavy snow in the sky had disappeared. Instead, it was covered by countless white lights. Boom! A pure white beam of light shot straight to the surface of the East Sea. Whoosh! Wherever the light beam passed, the glaciers melted quickly. An extremely powerful aura was emitted. Along with this aura, plum blossoms floated in the void. The fragrance of the flowers spread everywhere, and the scene was extremely beautiful. The 13 explosive beasts that were arguing suddenly stopped. They all turned their heads to look. They saw a man in white standing in the middle of the white light beam. The man's clothes seemed to be embroidered with plum blossoms, and it was extremely clean. The man's hair was tied behind his head, and there seemed to be a layer of mist on his face, making it hard to see his face. Sage? Gong Yangxian raised his eyebrows. Sage Shimen? Di Renjie's expression changed. Yan Chuan also recognized him. He was the sage Shimen who fought against Old Demon by Xie before he left the Inspiration Weave. The sage stood in the sky and looked down at the group of explosive beasts. Explosive beasts? Sage Shimen's voice was filled with surprise. Sage? The one-horned explosive beast walked to the front, and there was no fear in its eyes. Is this the Eye of the Eastern Sea? So it's a group of divine beasts like you that is sealed there? I am the sage of heaven and earth, and you can call me Shimen. Now, let me ask you, who is willing to follow me? Sage Shimen asked. What? You want my explosive beast to be your slave? So what if you are a sage? The one-horned explosive beast said coldly. Seems like you are the strongest among this group of explosive beasts? How about following me? Let's establish a contract, and it will be an equal contract. How about that? Sage Shimen said in a deep voice. Roar! The one-horned explosive beast roared. Suddenly, the void around Sage Shimen exploded. Sage Shimen waved his hand, and the explosion calmed down. You know that I can use the power of heaven and earth. This is useless against me, Sage Shimen said in a deep voice. Useless? So what if you are a sage? My view of heaven and earth is already incomplete. Do you think you are still a sage? The one-horned explosive beast snorted and flew into the sky. In an instant, the one-horned explosive beast was right in front of Sage Shimen. Explode! Boom! The one-horned explosive beast exploded, and the power was more than 10 times stronger than before. The terrifying explosion formed a huge black hole. The black hole swallowed the power in all directions and instantly affected the spectators. Yan Chuan's face changed, and his hair turned blood red. Blood sea! Boom! The endless blood sea enveloped Yan Chuan's army, but even so, the huge impact of the explosion still caused the blood sea to churn. On the other side, Di Renjie also took out a treasure. A huge tortoise shell instantly enlarged and covered the Qinyo Wei and the dragons. The tortoise shell shook violently. Gong Yangxian also took out a huge shield, and the shield blocked the aftermath of the explosion. However, the power of the shield was not as strong as Di Renjie's tortoise shell, and it was even weaker than Yan Chuan's blood sea. In an instant, there were still some disciples of the Gong Yangxian that died in the explosion. What a beast! The one-horned explosive beast and sage roared in the void. Boom! The two experts soared into the sky, and in a short while, they reached the distant starry sky. Boom! 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 Huge black holes appeared in the starry sky. The black holes were surrounded by holy light, and the sage was fiercely suppressing the one-horned explosive beast. Everyone looked at the sky, and even the 12 explosive beasts on the East Sea stared at the sky. This opportunity will not come again. Gui Guzi, by Qi, attack! Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Gui Guzi replied. Gui Guzi waved his hand. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar came from the bottom of the East Sea. The dragon vein at the bottom of the sea? Ao Dong was slightly surprised. Tu Shijun, Sky Sealing Blade Formation. Bai Qi shouted. Roar! The army of 100,000 roared in unison. Even Yen Chuan flew out of the dragon carriage and flew toward the explosive beasts below. Chapter 12-13. It's now or never. Gue Guzi, Bai Qi, attack. Yen Chuan shouted coldly. Yes. Gue Guzi replied. Gue Guzi waved his hand. A deafening dragon roar came from the bottom of the East Sea. Dragon veins at the bottom of the sea? Ao Dong was slightly shocked. Tu Shijun, sky ceiling blade formation. Bai Qi shouted. Roar! The army of 100,000 roared in unison. Even Yen Chuan flew out of the dragon carriage and headed toward the group of explosive beasts below. Miao stood on the dragon carriage and looked at the starry sky. She frowned. Miao? Sing? That sounds familiar. As she spoke, Miao shook her head and looked at Yen Chuan below. Roar! Below, at the bottom of the icy sea, thousands of ocean dragon veins soared into the sky and rushed towards the 12 explosive beasts. Ha! The 12 explosive beasts were slightly shocked and looked down. Boom! The 12 explosive beasts were sent flying by the force of the thousands of dragon veins. Explode! Some of the explosive beasts instinctively chose to self-detonate. In the sky, Ao Dong was speechless. Explosive beasts? Self-detonate to protect themselves? Self-detonate? The group of dragon kings did not know how to express their feelings. Suddenly, 5 to 6 explosive beasts exploded. However, there were still a few that did not explode. One of them was even possessed by thousands of dragon veins and turned yellow in the blink of an eye. Bastard! The explosive beast that was enveloped by thousands of dragon veins shouted angrily. Sky ceiling blade formation. The 100,000 soldiers attacked at the same time, slashing at the exploding beast. The 100,000 slashes seemed to follow some kind of pattern. There were no astral sabers, only ripples in the void, squeezing towards the exploding beast. Boom! The void instantly froze. Self-detonate. The explosive beast barely managed to shout. However, under the solidified void of the heaven-sealing saber formation and the defense of the thousands of dragon veins, the explosive beast's body suddenly deformed, but it did not explode. It seemed to be colliding with the solidified void and the aura of the dragon veins. When the solidified void was broken, an even more powerful explosion would occur. But at this moment he was temporarily imprisoned. At this time, Yen Chuan swooped down, and a huge heaven-burying coffin appeared in his palm. The sky-burying coffin opened and the huge coffin mouth flew towards the exploding beast. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the exploding beasts were enveloped and disappeared. Quang! Yen Chuan closed the coffin lid. This series of actions was done in one go. Suppressing it for a short period of time before putting it into the heaven-burying coffin? In the distance, Gong Yongxian and Di Renjie were slightly stunned. The explosive beast didn't self-destruct? Gong Yongxian was shocked. I understand, I have an idea. Di Renjie's eyes lit up. What method? Ancestor Qing asked in surprise. Everyone, the 13 explosive beasts obviously don't know each other and are fighting on their own. Now, we will attack one explosive beast. We will use the Space Divine Talisman given by the Heavenly Emperor to teleport one of the explosive beasts back to Great Zhou, and the Heavenly Emperor will capture it. Di Renjie's face showed a trace of ecstasy. Lord Di, that Space Divine Talisman was given to you by the Heavenly Emperor to save your life. Ancestor Qing said in surprise. I am fine now, I don't need to save my life. Listen to my command, we must get one explosive beast. Di Renjie shouted. All right. Rumble. Di Renjie's army also swooped down and rushed towards another explosive beast. Gong Yongxian stared fixedly at Yen Chuan's coffin, only to see that the coffin didn't explode. Instead, it was safely kept by Yen Chuan. Magic treasure? Using a magic treasure to store the explosive beast? Seal it? Ha! All Gong Yang family disciples, come with me again. I will use the big sealing ball to capture the explosion beast and bring it back to the family for the patriarch to deal with. Gong Yongxian thought that he had found a solution and shouted, Yes. At the same time, west of the Thousand Ghost Domain, in the depths of a vast ocean, zombie Yen Chuan also held a sky-burying coffin in his hand. The sky-burying coffin opened. Zombie Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. An explosive beast suddenly spat out from the sky-burying coffin. Bastard! The explosive beast roared. Self-destruct. Boom! The seabed suddenly exploded, and a vast black hole appeared. The entire seabed instantly exploded. The seawater exploded, and the entire surface of the sea was filled with endless waves. Zombie Yen Chuan stood not far away, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. I did not have the chance to see an explosive beast in the boundless universe, but I actually saw one here. Good. Zombie Yen Chuan laughed. Yang realm, above the East Sea. After Yen Chuan and his army dealt with the explosive beast, they did not continue fighting. Yen Chuan flew onto the dragon carriage, and the army of 100,000 followed closely behind. Meow, an explosive beast? You caught an explosive beast? Meow said excitedly. Yes, we cannot stay here for long, let's return to Xianyang first. Yen Chuan said. Oh. Meow nodded. Set off, let's return to the capital. Bai Qi shouted. The 4 huge dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage back. Ao Dong and the East Sea Dragon race were also stunned. Supreme Ao, do you have something to take away from the East Sea? Hurry up. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Okay. Ao Dong replied. Ao Dong stretched out his hand and waved downwards. Rumble! The vast crystal palace broke through the ice and arrived at Ao Dong in the blink of an eye. Ao Dong stretched out his hand and kept it in his sleeve. The dragon race also quickly packed up. After everything was done, the dragon carriage pulled Yen Chuan back to the Zhenlong territory. Before leaving, Yen Chuan looked into the distance again. Mian Ro, go back with the explosive beast and inform the Sky Emperor about the explosive beast's attributes. Tell him to be careful. Di Renjia shouted. In a huge bubble-like sphere, an explosive beast and a fully armed Mian Ro were wrapped. Got it! Mian Ro shouted. Swoosh! The bubble suddenly shrank and disappeared in an instant. Huff! Di Renjia revealed a look of excitement. Return! Di Renjia shouted excitedly. Thousands of dragons roared as Di Renjia led the army to the west. On the other side, Gong Yangxian also succeeded. The remaining disciples of the Gong Yangxian activated a huge metal ball together. There were countless runes on the metal ball. Caught it! Ha! Gong Yangxian said excitedly. The disciples of the Gong Yangxian who activated the metal ball were also relieved. After sacrificing so much, they finally succeeded. However, just as everyone was getting excited, Hong! The metal ball exploded with a bang, and its power was several times greater than before. The metal ball turned into countless fragments and shot out like countless sharp blades, cutting towards everyone. Under the huge explosion, there were miserable cries. The remaining disciples were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Countless broken limbs were scattered in all directions. Only about 1,000 people were left alive with serious injuries. Gong Yangxian was also covered in blood. Even with the protection of the heavenly law, he was still severely injured. He watched as the pieces of flesh slowly recovered into the explosive beast. Gong Yangxian could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Di Renjia succeeded. Yen Chuan succeeded. Why did he fail? Only 1,000 people were left out of 100,000 people? Unlimited self-destruction and unlimited resurrection? No! Gong Yangxian shouted with hatred. Bastard, you want to catch me? Self-destruct. Boom. Another huge explosion. 1,000 disciples of the Gong Yangxian were wiped out. In a panic, Gong Yangxian brought the remaining survivors and fled towards the southwest with a face full of grief and anger. In the blink of an eye, there were only 10 explosive beasts left on the East Ocean. The 10 explosive beasts looked at each other. The explosive beasts of the first era were right. Our lonely lives will definitely be coveted by the experts of the world and be taken in as slaves. One of the explosive beasts said. Submit to it? It's better than becoming a slave of another race. Another explosive beast said. As long as it is strong enough, so what if we listen to it? After experiencing the previous scene, the attitude of the 10 explosive beasts seemed to have changed. He was no longer against submitting to the explosive unicorn beast. Keek keek keek. A type of explosive beast let out a strange sound as it watched the battle in the starry sky. Half a month later, the underworld, the sea beside the myriad ghost domain. Gigu-Z, activate the 4 secluded springs and the lunar formation. Simulate absolute ice. Only then can we suppress the exploding beasts. Yen Chuan stood on the sea and shouted. After saying that, he dived into the sea. All right. Rumble. Countless glaciers appeared on the surface of the sea in the blink of an eye. On the surface of the sea, there were also countless soldiers from the Great Jin Empire. Bai Qi, Meng Yi, and the others took up positions in the 4 directions. Any living beings or undead spirits that tried to get close were blocked outside. Hundreds of millions of miles of the sea were frozen. In the depths of the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, but the frequency of the explosions was getting smaller and smaller. Deep at the bottom of the sea, there was a huge, round pool that glowed with silver light. Endless cold air emanated from the pool. This was the lunar formation, formed by Gigu-Z's countless nether springs. The frozen seawater came from the cold air of this huge pool. In the huge pool, there was an exploding beast. The exploding beast seemed to be unable to move in the pool. Beside the pool, there were 2 figures. Yen Chuan in human form and Yen Chuan in zombie form. Both Yen Chuan came forward. At this moment, they were staring at the exploding beast in the pool. The exploding beast was shivering from the cold. What do you want? I will sign a contract with you. The exploding beast said while shivering. Yen Chuan in human form smiled and said, Contract? No need. I don't need it. Then why did you capture me? The exploding beast roared. The 2 Yen Chuan attacked at the same time. Suddenly, countless stars surrounded the 2 of them. The stars were bright and dazzling, and a huge pressure was exerted on the exploding beast. The 2 Yen Chuans revealed a ferocious expression, their eyes shining with cold light. Refine? You want to refine me? The exploding beast roared. Rumble! Countless stars flew towards the exploding beast. No, no. Chapter 12-14. A few days later, at the bottom of the sea, west of the myriad ghost domain. Inside the lunar formation, the explosive beast had turned into a stone statue. Outside the lunar formation, 2 Yen Chuan sat cross-legged. Their backs were against each other. One Yen Chuan exuded vitality, while the other Yen Chuan exuded a blue-black aura. The power of 2 different birth charts was clearly separated from each other. Boom! The 2 of them trembled violently. The 2 Yen Chuan opened their eyes at the same time. The zombie Yen Chuan said, Gue-Guzi, withdraw the formation. Gue-Guzi's voice sounded from the sea. Boom! The lunar formation was withdrawn. Not far away from the 2 of them, the explosive beast's stiff body was left alone. The 2 bodies stared at the explosive beast at the same time. The zombie Yen Chuan had a cold expression on his face, but the human Yen Chuan had a sinister smile on his face. Boom! The human Yen Chuan waved his hand, and the explosive beast's body suddenly turned into a cloud of sand and exploded. This time, the explosive beast could no longer recover. The 2 zombies looked at each other and smiled in satisfaction. At the same time, they flew to the surface of the sea. At this moment, countless soldiers were standing on the surface of the sea. When the 2 Yen Chuan flew out, they immediately said respectfully, Holy King! Miao, Yen Chuan, where's the explosive beast? Miao jumped onto the human Yen Chuan. At the same time, it looked curiously at the zombie Yen Chuan. Let's go back. The explosive beast is completely dead. Yen Chuan said with a faint smile. Miao? Then what were you doing just now? Miao asked in confusion. You'll know in the future. Yen Chuan smiled. the zombie Yan Chuan returned to the Great Qin City, and the human Yan Chuan returned to Xianyang City in the Yang Realm. Xianyang City in the Yang Realm. Yan Chuan and Ao Dong stood in the square of the Skyward Hall and looked at the commoners. "How's your exploding beast?" Ao Dong asked curiously. "I've already gone to where I should go." Yan Chuan smiled and didn't explain. "How is Dezhen?" Yan Chuan asked again. "It's okay now, but it might be difficult in the future. Moreover, the Eastern Sea is now occupied by the explosive Beast King." Ao Dong smiled bitterly. "Even Shiman Sage couldn't do anything to the explosive Beast King?" Yan Chuan said solemnly. "I'm not sure. Anyway, the Western Gate Sage retreated in the end, and the explosive Beast King took over the Eastern Sea. When you were in the Netherworld, the explosive Beast King's voice spread to all the territories. The Eastern Sea became his territory, and no one was allowed to enter." Ao Dong said in a deep voice. 11 explosive beasts, all willing to stay dormant in the East Sea? Is there something else in the East Sea? Yan Chuan showed a hint of surprise. "Impossible. I've been in the East Sea for so long. Other than the sea eye of the East Sea, there are no other secrets. Maybe the explosive beasts like that place?" Ao Dong said strangely. Yan Chuan frowned and pondered for a while. "No? Then maybe the sea eye of the East Sea has other secrets?" Ao Dong was slightly stunned. After taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan shook his head and said, "No matter what, since the explosive beasts are willing to stay in the East Sea, it's good." Ao Dong nodded. "You've seen the Yellow Springs Road. Take the Dragon Clan and enter the Netherworld. I'll give you a place in the Thousand Ghost Domain so that you can integrate the Dragon Clan in the Netherworld. Return to your glory," Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. "Heh, return to glory? I'm a young dragon. In the Netherworld, my strength will be suppressed. How can I return to glory? I'll just drag out my feeble existence." Ao Dong smiled bitterly. Yan Chuan didn't comfort him. Instead, he took out a jade box and said, "This is for you. What happens in the end will depend on your luck." "Oh." Ao Dong took it curiously. The moment he took the jade box, Ao Dong's pupils suddenly constricted. "Impossible!" Ao Dong exclaimed as he opened the jade box. Countless dazzling green lights surged out of the jade box. "This is the life providence of the ancestral dragon? How is that possible? Didn't Qingzu swallow it? Did you kill Qingzu?" Ao Dong asked in surprise. "No." Yan Chuan shook his head. "No, then how can there be such a life providence? This," Ao Dong said in disbelief. "Who said that this is the life providence of the ancestral dragon?" Yan Chuan laughed. Ao Dong's pupils suddenly constricted. "The ancestral dragon is the 4th generation of the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Clan. You're one of the first 3 generations?" Ao Dong said in surprise. "I didn't want to give it to you so early, but I believe in your character," Yan Chuan said solemnly. Ao Dong held the jade box and wanted to say that it was too precious to accept. However, when he looked at the ancestral dragon life providence, Ao Dong was unable to say anything. Looking at Yan Chuan, Ao Dong revealed a bitter smile and finally carefully put away the ancestral dragon life providence. Dezhen will not let Ao Dong down. Ao Dong will never let Dezhen down. Ao Dong bowed solemnly. Ao Dong knew that this life providence didn't just give him strength, but also dignity. Qingzu? Ao Dong originally didn't have the confidence to continue fighting. Not only was he lacking in strength, but the betrayal of the dragons had also trampled on Ao Dong's dignity. But at that moment, the ancestral dragon life providence gave him unprecedented encouragement and confidence. Ao Dong was extremely touched. "Become stronger first. In the future, Dezhen will need your help," Yan Chuan said with a smile. But Ao Dong nodded. "When will you enter the Netherworld?" "In the afternoon." "Alright." Gong Yang family. Gong Yang Xian led more than 300 disciples back to the Gong Yang family in a sorry state. Along the way, Gong Yang Xian's heart was filled with depression. 100,000 disciples were almost wiped out. Harvest? A drop of one heavenly primordial water? Just this drop? Even after more than 10 days, Gong Yang Xian's angry voice could still be heard from the Gong Yang residence. There had never been such a failure? Such an unlucky battle? Di Renjie and Yan Chuan both had gains? But he... Di Renjie, Yan Chuan. Gong Yang Xian roared angrily. Old ancestor, Gong Yang Benlei is back. A descendant walked into the hall and said with some fear, Gong Yang Benlei? Bring him to see me. Gong Yang Xian said with an unhappy tone. Soon, Gong Yang Benlei was brought over. Old ancestor, bad news. Elder was eaten by Yan Chuan. Gong Yang Benlei immediately shouted as soon as he entered the hall, trying to reduce his sins. Eaten? Gong Yang Xian was stunned. He seemed to have not reacted. It's true. He ate him. Poor elder. That Yan Chuan is too barbaric and inhumane. Gong Yang Benlei scolded. What happened? Tell me clearly. Gong Yang Xian shouted. Then, Gong Yang Benlei recounted the scene of zombie Yan Chuan eating the ancestor Immortal in the Sky Human Palace. Old monster Shui was eaten by Yan Chuan? Gong Yang Xian was stunned. Gong Yang Benlei nodded. You jinx. Why are all the people who were with you dead? You even killed old monster Shui this time? Gong Yang Xian immediately reprimanded. Indeed, Gong Yang Benlei had brought people to chase after Yan Chuan 3 times. Each time he died. This time, even the ancestor Immortal was killed. It has nothing to do with me. Old ancestor is wise and observant. It's Yan Chuan. Those who are related to Yan Chuan are unlucky. Benlei and many of my cousins have done all kinds of missions and have never made a mistake. It's Yan Chuan who is the jinx. Old ancestor, those who are related to Yan Chuan are unlucky. Gong Yang Benlei shouted. Yan Chuan? Gong Yang Xian's brows twitched. Indeed, Yan Chuan was also involved in the East Sea battle. At that time, he had also seen Yan Chuan capture the exploding beasts and learned from him. It's not my fault. It's Yan Chuan's fault? Gong Yang Xian immediately blamed all his mistakes on Yan Chuan. He found an excuse for himself. Yes, it's Yan Chuan. Gong Yang Xian's expression froze. How many times has it been? Oh no, I remember now. Back then in the sealed world, when my Gong Yang family entered, we were also crippled by Yan Chuan. Regardless of whether he was the one who did it or not, according to legend, Yan Chuan was always by our side. Gong Yang Benlei suddenly recalled. Indeed, Yan Chuan is always there. With Yan Chuan, the strength of our Gong Yang family will immediately weaken. Could it be, could it be? Gong Yang Xian's expression suddenly changed. Could it be what? Yan Chuan is the karmic disaster of our Gong Yang family? Gong Yang Xian suddenly stood up from his chair in shock. Karmic disaster? In the karmic disaster, everything has its nemesis. Yan Chuan is the nemesis of our Gong Yang family? Is this karmic disaster? Gong Yang Benlei was also frightened. Gong Yang Xian paced back and forth in the main hall. If it's not, then Yan Chuan has caused our Gong Yang family to suffer heavy losses. If it's true, then it's too terrible. Yan Chuan must die. If Yan Chuan doesn't die, our Gong Yang family will never have peace. Gong Yang Xian said in a deep voice. Then gather all the ancestral immortals of the family and inform the family head. We will go and kill Yan Chuan together. Gong Yang Benlei immediately said. No, if it's really karmic disaster, then we can't kill him at all. There will be many accidents. No matter how many people we send, different things will happen. It may even cause our Gong Yang family to suffer heavy losses. Gong Yang Xian said solemnly. Yan Chuan can't be that strong. Gong Yang Benlei said in a strange tone. No, you haven't deeply understood what karmic disaster is. Even if he's immortal, he can still kill ancestral immortals. This is karmic disaster. No one can escape from karmic disaster. Then what should we do? Wait for death? Of course not. First of all, we can't be sure if Yan Chuan is our Gong Yang family's karmic disaster. Even if he is, we can't just sit and wait for death. We can't do anything, but we can find a way to borrow the hands of others to kill Yan Chuan. Yes, borrow a knife to kill him. Gong Yang Xian's eyes narrowed. Xianyang. In the harem. Yen Chuan was picking fruits with Zizi. The two were silent. After a while, Zizi said, "You go." Yen Chuan looked at Zizi and smiled bitterly. "Thank you. I know. If I don't agree, you still have to go. No one can stop you." Zizi pouted. Yen Chuan was silent for a while. Zizi walked over and looked at Yen Chuan. She tidied up Yen Chuan's clothes and said, "Be careful on the way. Bring the crown prince back." Holding Zizi's hand, Yen Chuan's eyes flashed with deep tenderness. He held Zizi tightly in his arms. Chapter 12:15. In front of the heavenly palace in Xianyang in the Yang realm, the four-dragon palanquin waited quietly as Yen Chuan gave instructions to the officials. Gui Guzi frowned and said, "Something seems to have happened to the Divine Sword Mountain Manor, one of the outer eastern continent's three major factions. The enemy of the Holy King's previous life, Zhenxiong, seems to have had a fortuitous encounter again." "Zhenxiong?" Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. "Holy King, do you want to?" A light flashed in Gui Guzi's eyes. "There's no need. A fortuitous encounter? That's good as well. That way, the difference will be even greater. I will take revenge for this, but not now. This is not just me. Gui Guzi, you are responsible for keeping an eye on the Divine Sword Mountain Manor and waiting for me to return." Yen Chuan said seriously. "Yes." Gui Guzi nodded. Yen Chuan looked at Yifeng again and said, "Tell Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and the others not to be too hasty in the purple azure weave and the barbarian dragon weave. Not only do I want the weaves, but I also want the hearts of the people." Yifeng nodded. Yen Chuan looked at Bai Qi, who was beside him. "Holy King, rest assured. There is no need to worry about the heavenly saber weave. With Song Tianzong holding down the fort, the entire heavenly saber weave is continuously assimilating to the great perfection." Bai Qi said. "Right. Follow me then." Yen Chuan nodded. Bai Qi said excitedly, "Lu Bui, don't stop for even a moment. Quickly gather all the talents in the world. The great perfection will not stop." Yen Chuan ordered. "Holy King, rest assured." Lu Bui nodded. "This time, Bai Qi, In Hentian, and Jin Diyu will follow me to the west." Yen Chuan said again. The three answered. "Meow, meow. I want to go too." Meow immediately jumped over. Meow Meow grabbed Yen Chuan's sleeve and refused to let go. Meow 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 seemed to be swinging on Yen Chuan's arm. "When we reach the place, I'll summon you, and you can teleport over." Yen Chuan smiled. "No, I want to go with you." Meow shook her head. "This journey will take more than a year. Most of the time, I will be in seclusion in the carriage. You will be bored if you come," Yen Chuan advised. "Is that so?" Meow was a little conflicted. Meow couldn't stay idle. Seeing that Yen Chuan went out again, she immediately became interested. But to stay in a small house for more than a year, Meow couldn't bear it. "Of course, if you stay in Xianyang, Zizi will play with you. Don't worry, once we reach the western outer continent, I will summon you. You can use the contract to teleport here. You know, you can only teleport to my side. You can't teleport anywhere else." Yen Chuan laughed. Meow. Meow twisted its head. "All right." When he left, Zizi did not come to see him off. Looking around, Yen Chuan sighed. "Let's go," Bai Qi shouted. The four dragons roared and pulled the carriage into the sky. They flew slowly towards the west. On the dragon carriage, Yen Chuan took out a letter. It was the letter from Shangguan Wan, that Di Renjia brought. There was not much content in the letter. Mou she obtained the inheritance of the Dark Phoenix, and the third prince of the Phoenix clan proposed marriage to Mou she. The Sky Emperor knew that you were the first emperor, so he did not agree. However, the Sky Emperor wanted the support of the Phoenix clan, so he did not agree. He might not be able to hold on for long, but since the Sky Emperor has spoken, within 3 years, no one will dare to oppose this matter. 3 years later, this matter may be brought up again. Yushi's fate is in your hands. I have asked the Sky Emperor for permission to inform you. 3 years? Yanchuan let out a long sigh. These 3 years included the time Di Renjia spent on the journey. It should be said that there was more than a year left. Standing at the front of the carriage, Yanchuan frowned and pondered. Wu Jiong. Yanchuan frowned and pondered. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and Yin Hentian stood behind and waited. Yin Hentian, is the Phoenix clan in the southern outer continent? Yanchuan asked. Yin Hentian nodded and said, yes, there are 2 major powers in the southern outer continent, the Dugu clan and the Phoenix clan. The Dugu clan is in the east of the southern outer continent, while the Phoenix clan is in the west. They are connected to the western outer continent, and the Great Zhou Imperial Court is in the western outer continent. Saint King, on our way to the Great Zhou Imperial Court, we will pass by the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan rules over a large number of bird clans, and one of them is the Pheasant clan. Not long ago, news came from the Eastern faction that the Eastern Orthodox faction and the Ninth Rat clan found another descendant of the earthly branch ancestor, the Pheasant Queen, said Yin Hentian. Pheasant Queen? That's good, let's go there. Yanchuan said. The 3 nodded. Yanchuan stepped into the hall and went into seclusion. The 3 of them stood guard outside the hall. The dragon carriage flew towards the southwest, passing by the southeastern continent. Although it was very fast and flew high, it was still discovered by some experts. Gongyang clan. Gongyang Xian's residence. Old ancestor, Yanchuan went there. A Gongyang clan disciple rushed into the residence and shouted. What? He went there? Are you sure? Gongyang Xian raised his eyebrows. Absolutely. Yanchuan's dragon carriage is too special. For dragons pulling a carriage, who else in the world can do that? Looking at the direction, it seems to be going to the southern outer continent. Gongyang Xian frowned and thought for a while. Go and inform Gongyang Ben Lei. I will inform a few elders. Gather in my residence in 2 hours. Yes. Yanchuan? Pray for good luck. Gongyang Xian's face revealed a trace of malevolence. Half a year later, southern outer continent. Shattered Sun territory. In a huge manor. Yanchuan's dragon carriage landed in the manor's plaza. Yanchuan, Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and Yin Hentian stepped out of the dragon carriage. A fat man in front of him bowed respectfully. The 1,000 households of the Eastern faction in Shattered Sun territory greets the Sage King. The man's attire was very ordinary. It was obvious that he was trying to fool others. You may rise. Yanchuan nodded. Thank you, Sage King. The 1,000 households stood up excitedly. This is the territory of the Pheasant tribe? Did the Eastern faction ask you to send the news back? Yanchuan looked at the 1,000 households and asked. Sage King. However, that was a long time ago. The Eastern faction did not want to wait, so they went to the Western outer continent first. They asked us to receive the Heavenly Emperor. The 1,000 households said. Yanchuan nodded. Actually, Sage King came at the right time. A new Divine Sun Pearl has been produced in Shattered Sun territory. A large number of forces have come. In fact, a sage came 10 days ago. The 1,000 households said respectfully. A sage? Yanchuan's expression changed slightly. I heard that the Western Gate sage also came for the Divine Sun Pearl. At this moment, he is outside the Shattered Sun Palace, playing chess with the Pheasant Queen. The Pheasant Queen said that if the sage can defeat her, the Divine Sun Pearl will belong to the sage. The 1,000 households said respectfully. Let's go and take a look. Yanchuan nodded. Yes. The 1,000 households quickly changed into a black robe. They covered their faces. They left the dragon carriage there and the group of 4 followed the 1,000 households into the distance. Not long after, they stopped at the peak of a mountain. Countless pheasants were flying around. They were of different shapes. Although they were not as beautiful as the phoenix, it was obvious that the pheasant tribe was prosperous. There were many mountains in the surroundings. There were cultivators standing at the peak of each mountain. Everyone stared at the center of the hall. There was a huge palace in the center. The words Shattered Sun Palace were written on it. A large number of cultivators stood respectfully in the square in front of the palace. There was a stone table in the square. 2 white-clothed figures sat on both sides of the stone table. One was the Western Gate sage who had fought with the explosive Beast King in the East Sea not long ago. The other was an old woman who was dressed neatly. The 2 of them sat in front of the stone table, each holding a chess piece and staring at the chessboard on the stone table. They were playing chess. "That old woman is the Pheasant Queen?" Bai Qi said in surprise. Enchanting nodded and said, "It should be her. It has been 1,000,000 years. It seems that she is the same as Ao Dong. Her cultivation has not improved for a long time and she looks older by the day." Jin Dayu frowned at the side. "Sage King, I feel that there is a strong burning aura in the Shattered Sun Palace." Jin Dayu said with a frown. "I feel it too. The Divine Sun Pearl? Is it nurtured in this territory?" Yen Chuan frowned. "I don't know. But everyone says so." The 1,000 households said respectfully. Yin Henun shook his head and said, "Sky Emperor, perhaps I know the situation. After the ancient great calamities, Underworld Sun was shattered by the Lotus God. The fragments of the sun were collected and brought into this territory. Therefore, this territory is called the Shattered Sun Territory. The pheasant race was the only race that could keep the Shattered Sun from being destroyed. Therefore, the pheasant race guarded the fragments of the sun." Enchanting said, "The pheasant race can keep the sun from being destroyed?" Bai Qi was surprised. "Our family has records that the pheasant race can match the sun. When the sun was shattered, the heat dissipated and was about to turn into a pile of minerals. Back then, 10,000 pheasants crowed together and sealed the heat of the sun." Enchanting explained. "Pheasants? But the Pheasant Queen," Bai Qi said with a strange expression. At this moment, the Pheasant Queen suddenly said, "Sage, it is your turn." When the Pheasant Queen spoke, everyone was speechless. This was because the Pheasant Queen's voice was male. Is the Pheasant Queen male or female? Everyone looked at the 1,000 households. I don't know," the 1,000 households said with a strange expression. Everyone immediately chose to ignore this question. They looked at the 2 people playing chess in the distance speechlessly. Not far away, in a valley, a group of black-robed figures stood in the valley. The leader was a woman who did not wear a hat. If Yen Chuan saw her, he would recognize her. She was Shangguan Wan, from the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. Shangguan Wan frowned and looked at Yen Chuan in surprise. "Yen Chuan is here? My lord, should we change our plan?" A black-robed figure behind her asked. Shangguan Wan shook her head. She gently put on the hat so that no one could see who she was. In another valley, there was another person that Yen Chuan recognized. A yellow-robed man carried a huge yellow gourd that was almost as tall as a person. His forehead was protruding and he looked fierce. He was the Sha Di from the Sealed World. He carried the Immortal slaying gourd. When the Sha Di saw Yen Chuan and his group, his expression froze. "He's here? He is here too?" The Sha Di frowned and pondered for a while. Yen Chuan sensed something and turned his head. However, the Sha Di suddenly disappeared from the valley. Yen Chuan took a look and continued to pay attention to the chess game between the Pheasant Queen and the Shaman Sage. Chapter 12:16. Outside Broken Sun Hall. Yen Chuan looked at the chessboard in the distance. The Pheasant Queen against the Western Gate Sage. The 2 of them continued to place their pieces for another 3 days. The Pheasant Queen's chess skills are shocking. "Shaman Booty." The Shaman Saint stood up and said solemnly. The Pheasant Empress also stood up and suddenly bowed towards the Western Gate Sage. "Sage, you are too serious." The Pheasant Empress was only lucky for a moment. The heaven and earth are broken and the sage has a heavy responsibility. The pheasant race is the guardian of the heaven and earth. I hope the sage can take care of us. Of course. The Shaman Sage nodded. Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed shocked expressions. Even a saint lost in chess? The Pheasant Queen's voice was thick and strong. She turned to look at the surroundings and said, "Everyone, The divine sun pearl is born once every 100,000 years. The pheasant clan doesn't dare to keep this one and is willing to offer it to the world. Whoever can defeat me will obtain the pearl. A commotion broke out among the countless cultivators in the surroundings. Pheasant Empress, let me play chess with you. A purple-robed man suddenly flew over. I wonder what you will use as a hostage? The Pheasant Empress asked with a smile. He didn't even ask for his name. Quality? That's right. Saints use their reputation as a hostage. If they win, they get the pearl. If they lose their reputation. I wonder what you're using as a hostage? Your name is clearly inferior to a saint's. Take out something of the same level, and I will play chess with you. The Pheasant Empress said with a smile. Something of the same level? The purple-robed man's expression turned ugly. The Pheasant Queen smiled and said, there is no free lunch in this world. If you win, you get treasures. If you lose, you don't lose anything. How can there be such a good thing? My pheasant clan has been guarding the sun for generations without any complaints or regrets. However, to give away such a precious treasure, my pheasant clan also has a lot of cultivators. In order to guard the sun, we can't travel the world, only leaving and not entering. I also don't want the pheasant clan to be too poor. If you take out your precious treasure, I will play chess with you. If I win, I will take it all away. If I lose, I will leave behind your precious treasure. The purple-robed man's face turned ugly again. Of course, you can also use spirit stones as a substitute. 100 million immortal stones, and I'll play a game with you. How about it? The Pheasant Empress smiled. The purple-robed man. 100 million immortal stones? Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't have any. This one has been rude. The purple-robed Xiozha turned around and flew into the forest, disappearing without a trace. Although the others were unhappy, the saints were all like that. Moreover, the saints were here, so no one could do anything. Qianhu, you can go back. Yan Chuan said to the Qianhu of the East faction. The Qianhu retreated. In the distance, the Pheasant Empress looked around and asked, is there anyone else? The surroundings were silent, waiting for the Pheasant Queen to be disappointed. Let me do it. Suddenly, a voice sounded. He saw Yan Chuan, Jin Deyu, Bai Qi, and Yin Hentian flying over to the shattered Sun Hall Square. You are? The Pheasant Queen asked curiously. Duzhen, Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan smiled. Great accomplishment, Sage King, Yan Chuan? The Shiman sage suddenly asked. Shiman Sheng? Yan Chuan said with a smile. The Great Shen Kingdom is located in a foreign continent. I didn't expect the West Gate sage to know about it. How could I not know? The four of us sages have a lot of information. You, Yan Chuan, caused a ruckus during Huazun Tian's birthday celebration. The Shiman sage said. Since the sage knows about it, I hope the sage can clear the name of the Yin family. In the past, the Yin family contributed a lot to the world. In the end, they were exterminated. The sage is the guardian of the world. I hope the sage can clear their name. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Behind him, Yin Hentan stepped forward and said, Yin family head, Yin Hentan greets the sage. Yin family? The Pheasant Queen raised her eyebrows. Many people looked over curiously. Some people thought of the Yin family, but most people did not know about it. The sage looked at Yin Hentian and finally took a deep breath and said, yes. With that, the sage waved his hand. In the void, a huge projection suddenly appeared. In the projection, it was the scene of the underworld that day. Everyone watched quietly. In the projection, Yin Hentian confronted the Zhou family. In the end, the sage nodded to prove his innocence. Wow! Suddenly, there was an uproar. There was such a secret in the ancient times. More people were envious of the people who attended Huazun Tian's birthday celebration, because at that time, there was a memory of an ancestral immortal shared with everyone. The memory of a powerful ancestral immortal. Yin Hentian bowed to the four directions once. Yin Hentian did not say any more emotional words. Instead, he stood quietly behind Yan Chuan. Yin family? I also misunderstood back then. The Pheasant Queen sighed. Everything is in the past. As long as the Pheasant Queen believes in the innocence of my En family, it is enough. Enrich smiled. The Pheasant Queen nodded. The sage looked at Yan Chuan and said with a deep smile, "There is a rumor in the underworld that Huazuan has a feud with your great Shen. Once Huazuan recovers from his injuries, he will destroy your great Shen." Haha, thank you for your concern. When that day comes, if the sage is free, you can go to Great Qin and take a look at the grand occasion. Yan Chuan smiled. Shimen Sheng felt strange. This Yan Chuan really did not know what was good for him? Yan Chuan turned his head and looked at the Pheasant Queen. "Pheasant Queen, how about I play a game with you?" The Pheasant Queen looked at Yan Chuan and said with a slight smile, "I naturally welcome you. However, this quality cannot be lacking. 100 million immortal stones, or a treasure of the same level. I'll use this to bet with you," Yan Chuan said with a slight smile. As he spoke, Yan Chuan reached out and took out a jade box. The Pheasant Queen was slightly surprised. After all, immortal stones were easy to obtain, but treasures were hard to find. Generally speaking, most people would choose to gamble with immortal stones. Yan Chuan really had a treasure? The Pheasant Queen took it with a trace of curiosity. But the moment she touched the jade box, the Pheasant Queen's pupils suddenly constricted. All around, countless cultivators stared at the Pheasant Queen's expression, all of them extremely curious. What treasure made the Pheasant Queen act like this? The Pheasant Queen was about to open the jade box, but Yan Chuan pressed down with his hand and pressed down on the lid of the box. "Pheasant Queen, if you look at this treasure, can you let me see the Sun God Pearl?" Yan Chuan said with a smile. "This?" The Pheasant Queen was slightly troubled. "Pheasant Queen, my treasure is not as good as the Sun God Pearl?" Yan Chuan said with a smile. "Yan Di, you misunderstand." The Pheasant Queen immediately said with a smile. As she spoke, the Pheasant Queen also took out a jade box. The two of them opened it at the same time, and dazzling light shot out from their respective jade boxes. The Pheasant Queen quickly closed the jade box. A trace of excitement flashed across her eyes. Primogenitor's fate? Is it real? And in the jade box in Yan Chuan's hand, there was a watermelon-sized golden ball. It was like a small sun, blooming with dazzling light. "Good treasure." Yan Chuan nodded solemnly. He also closed the jade box. The two of them exchanged jade boxes. "Yan Di, please," the Pheasant Queen said with excitement. Yan Chuan smiled faintly, put away his jade box, and slowly sat down. The Shimen sage looked at the two of them curiously. Yan Chuan placed his chess piece first. The first piece, Tianyuan. The Pheasant Queen did not underestimate him. In fact, she was even more serious than before. After thinking for a while, she also began to place her chess piece. The two of them played chess. After 100 moves each, the entire chessboard became mysterious. The Shimen sage looked at the chessboard in surprise. He did not expect Yan Chuan to be so good at chess. The Pheasant Queen also became more serious. 6 hours later, the Pheasant Queen's chess pieces began to slow down, and she revealed an anxious expression. Yan Chuan, however, smiled. The Pheasant Queen's chess skills are not up to par. Could it be that she cared too much about the treasure in the jade box? The Shimen sage looked at the chessboard in confusion. If the Pheasant Queen cared too much, she would not be able to reach her original level. And Yan Chuan's mental fortitude was clearly much higher than the Pheasant Queen's. The more Yan Chuan played, the smoother it became. Most of the time, the Pheasant Queen was the one thinking. Just like that, 3 days passed. "Pheasant Queen, you lost." The Shimen sage took a deep breath. "I didn't. I still have a chance," the Pheasant Queen said anxiously. The Shimen sage smiled bitterly, then looked at Yan Chuan, who was still carefree. "The Sun God Pearl won just like that?" The Pheasant Queen seemed to be unwilling to believe the current game. But she held the white chess piece in her hand and could not place it down. The Pheasant Queen's eyes were even bloodshot. "Pheasant Queen!" the Shimen sage shouted. With a shout, the Pheasant Queen suddenly quivered and came to her senses. Looking at the chessboard, the Pheasant Queen revealed a bitter expression. "Yan Di, good chess skills. I lost." The Pheasant Queen reluctantly took out the jade box of the Sun God Pearl and handed it to Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan took it and handed it to Jean Deyu. Jean Deyu, you have worked hard guarding the Yellow Springs Road all these years. I will reward you with this. Jean Deyu said in shock. Ha, take it. Yan Chuan smiled and stuffed it over. From the start, Yan Chuan saw the desire in Jean Deyu's eyes. It was just that Jean Deyu had been suppressing it. Thank you, sage ruler. Jean Deyu said excitedly. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were at a loss. The Sun God Pearl was given away so casually? What holy hall of great Shen? The benefits were too good, right? Indeed. The Pheasant Queen said with a strange expression. What's wrong? Yan Chuan smiled. The item from before is very important to me. I wonder if Yan Di can part with it? I can use something to exchange with you. The Pheasant Queen said anxiously. Exchange? Yan Chuan suddenly smiled. Yan Chuan was waiting for this sentence. Just as Yan Chuan was about to speak, screech. Suddenly, a phoenix cry came from the distant horizon. Everyone looked over and saw a huge carriage flying over. Pulling the carriage were 7 huge phoenixes of different colors. Their radiance soared into the sky. On the balcony of the carriage stood hundreds of figures. Each of them was incomparably arrogant. Phoenix Clan's third prince's carriage? 7 Phoenix carriage? The Pheasant Queen raised her brows. Phoenix Clan's third prince? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Wasn't he the one who proposed marriage to Mo Yushi? Far away, in a valley, Shangguan Wan sneered and said, finally here. Screech! 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 7 phoenixes cried out together. The huge 7 phoenix carriage stopped in the sky above the broken sun hall. Pheasant Queen greets the third prince. The Pheasant Queen bowed respectfully to the 7 phoenix carriage. Quang! The 7 phoenix carriage's main hall opened. From inside, a young man slowly walked out. The man was extremely handsome, so handsome that it was a little demonic. His eyes were suffused with a 7-colored radiance. He slowly stepped out of the main hall. From above, he looked down at the broken sun hall's plaza. So the sage is also here. This nephew greets the sage. The third prince said with a smile. Third prince, you don't have to be so polite. The Shiman sage nodded. The third prince turned to look at the Pheasant Queen and said, Pheasant Queen, I heard that another divine sun pearl was born. Chapter 12:17. The third prince turned to the Pheasant Queen and said, Pheasant Queen, I heard that another sun god pearl was born? The Pheasant Queen shook her head and smiled bitterly. Third prince, you are late. Just now, the sun god pearl was lost to someone else. The third prince raised his eyebrows. The Pheasant Queen did not point out Yan Chuan. After all, she still needed his help. Third prince, you have come for nothing. The Pheasant Queen smiled. The third prince shook his head and said, No matter. Most of the sun god pearls that were born here are in my Phoenix clan. It doesn't matter if there is one less. I am here today for something else. Something else? The Pheasant Queen asked doubtfully. The third prince waved his sleeves and a huge monster flew out from the sky. Explosive beast? The Shiman sage exclaimed. This is? The Pheasant Queen frowned. That's right. It is the explosive beast recorded in the ancient records. The third prince nodded. Yan Chuan's expression turned serious. Did Di Renjia catch it that day? Divine beast, explosive beast? The Pheasant Queen exclaimed. It's good that you remember. I am also helping someone else. The people of Dezhou asked me to use this explosive beast to exchange for something from you. The third prince said. The explosive beast seemed to be in a deep sleep. The explosive beast is so noble. I don't have anything that is of equal value to it. The Pheasant Queen frowned. You do. The third prince revealed an evil smile. Use the explosive beast to exchange for half of your sun fragment. The third prince said. Half of the sun fragment? What? Impossible. The Pheasant Queen suddenly exclaimed. The third prince revealed a cold smile and said, Impossible? Pheasant Queen, You must think this through clearly. The reason why the pheasant clan is able to prosper until now is all because of the protection of my phoenix clan. Without my phoenix clan, with just you, do you think you can defend the sun fragment? I am guarding the sun for the world, the pheasant queen said anxiously. Ha! Guarding the sun for the world? The sun is already broken. Why do you still need to guard it? It is your pheasant clan relying on it to cultivate, right? The phoenix clan has been protecting you all this time because you know what's good for you. Every 100,000 years, you refine a sun god pearl and give it to the phoenix clan. Do you really think the world respects you? Do you believe that shattered sun domain will immediately collapse if my phoenix race no longer protects you? The third prince exclaimed coldly. You. The pheasant queen's face revealed a look of grief and indignation. Pheasant Empress, one must be content with what one has. The great Zhou dynasty has done its best. This explosive beast is hard to find in the world. In exchange, you won't lose out. The third crown prince laughed. Third crown prince, did you get the Phoenix Emperor's permission? The pheasant empress asked in a deep voice. My father? Don't worry, such a small matter won't alarm my father. My father definitely won't object. The third crown prince said with a deep laugh. The pheasant queen was anxious and turned to look at the Shiman saint. Saint, please uphold justice. The pheasant queen said anxiously. High up in the sky, the third prince revealed a cold smile. The Shiman sage looked at the pheasant empress and finally sighed. Since the Phoenix Emperor and Wu Jiong have spoken at the same time, it's not good for me to interfere in this matter. Far away, in a valley, Shengwanwan revealed a cold smile. In the past, there were still saints who could balance for you. Tens of thousands of sects in the world guarded for you. However, it has already been 1,000,000 years. The pheasant race? With such a great treasure like the sun fragment, you can't even become stronger. In this chaotic world, the survival of the fittest. The phoenix race protects you? Why protect you? Isn't it because of your sun fragment? It's just that everyone in the world is gossiping and we can't snatch it away. My lord, is the pheasant empress being forced into a dead end? Do you want me to add fuel to the fire? A subordinate laughed. No need. Remember, we have never been here. Furthermore, the great Zhou dynasty has done its best and even used the explosive beast to exchange. Shengwanwan said in a deep voice. Shattered Sun Hall's square. Saint, I am guarding the sun for the world. The heavenly Tao is constantly making up for it. I believe that one day, the heavenly Tao will make up for it. As for the broken sun, there will also be a day when it will be restored. You are a saint, you shoulder the entire world. The pheasant empress said anxiously. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? The saint shook his head. The pheasant empress took a step back and looked at the Shiman sage in shock. Originally, the Shiman sage was invited by her to suppress the heroes. But now, in the sky, the third prince revealed a cold smile. Have you thought it through? Pheasant empress? The great Zhou dynasty is benevolent. That's why they gave you the explosive beast as compensation. I don't want the explosive beast, I don't want it. The pheasant empress roared in grief and indignation. Pheasant empress! Yen Chuan suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. The pheasant empress looked at Yen Chuan bitterly. Can't you tell? Virtue will decrease with the passage of time. Only one's own strength is the most important. If you have the strength of the Phoenix Emperor, if you have the strength of a saint, sitting here, do you need the protection of others? Do you need the pity of others? Do you need to deliberate and offer the sun god pearl in exchange for the peace of your race? Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Hearing Yen Chuan's words, the pheasant empress's face turned ugly. Indeed, if she had the strength of the Phoenix Emperor, who would dare to be impudent in front of her? But the pheasant race's talent was too weak. Difficult? Suddenly, the pheasant empress thought of Yen Chuan's jade box. The primogenitor's life providence. The pheasant race had absolute experts before ancient times. Take the saint before us for example. Did you invite him? Do you know that he is actually in cahoots with the Phoenix Emperor? No, everyone here is in cahoots. Look at the experts on the surrounding mountain peaks and the experts hidden in the surrounding valleys. Don't they want the sun fragment? No, I want to say that everyone here, including me, wants the sun fragment. No, including you, right? Yen Chuan said with a smile. The Pheasant Empress's expression changed. You also know that treasures can move people's hearts, much less the sun fragment. In the past, you used virtue to protect it. However, after 1,000,000 years, the world is incomplete. That bit of virtue of yours is no longer worthy of everyone's respect. You want to protect it again? Do you think that's possible? Yen Chuan said with a smile. The Pheasant Empress said with some disbelief. I dare say that people from all the major factions around Shattered Sun Dominion have come. Do you believe me? Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Impossible. Why weren't there any in the past? The Pheasant Empress said in disbelief. In the past there were. No, it should be that every time you participated in the Sun Divine Pearl gambling competition, all the factions came with the same attitude. However, there was no opportunity. No one took the lead. Now there is finally one. We have lost more than half of the sun fragment. I think that if you do not grasp this opportunity, your entire pheasant race might be wiped out. Yen Chuan said. The Pheasant Empress took a step back in disbelief. How did things develop to this extent? The Yen Emperor is indeed extraordinary. No wonder my nephews hold you in such high esteem after returning from the netherworld. A hearty laugh came from the summit of a mountain peak. Everyone looked over and saw a purple-robed man carrying a sword on his back. Duguduantian? Someone suddenly exclaimed. High in the sky, the Phoenix race's third crown prince narrowed his eyes. Duguduantian? What are you doing here? The third crown prince asked. Duguduantian smiled faintly and said, Whatever you are here for, I am here for. Your Phoenix race has already shed all pretense of cordiality today. We no longer have any reservations. Yen Chuan said at the right time, Pheasant Empress, did you see that? Am I wrong? The Pheasant Empress looked around in disbelief. It was like the entire world suddenly changed. How could it be like this? Pheasant Empress, remember, never rely on others. Being strong yourself is the most important. Only when you are strong can you decide yourself. Only when you are strong can you not be trampled on by others. Yen Chuan said. The surrounding cultivators still could not understand. After all, Yen Chuan's words were too strange. What was the point of saying this to the Pheasant Empress now? The Pheasant Empress looked uncertain. The Yen Emperor, what do you want? I hope that you can join my great Zhen and become its sovereign. I will not restrict you. Yen Chuan said gravely. The third crown prince. The sage. Duguduantian. The surrounding experts looked at Yen Chuan speechlessly. After being busy for so long, you are even more ruthless. Do you want to destroy the entire pheasant race? No one believed that Yen Chuan would succeed. After all, he sold her out with just a few words? How could that be? However, at this moment, the Pheasant Empress really hesitated. Pheasant Empress, the pheasant race's survival is at stake. You decide for yourself. Yen Chuan said. The Pheasant Empress looked around strangely. Third Crown Prince, must you snatch the sun fragment today? The Pheasant Empress asked with grief and indignation through gritted teeth. The third Crown Prince smiled coldly and said, That's right. I have already talked to the great Zhou dynasty's Princess Taiping. As long as I help them obtain half of the sun fragment, they will be responsible for persuading the great Zhou dynasty's heavenly emperor to give me Mo Yushi. The third Crown Prince's tone was firm. On the square, Yen Chuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. The Pheasant Empress looked around. The third Crown Prince, the sage, Duguantian, and countless cultivators were eyeing her covetously. For a moment, the Pheasant Empress was like a lonely boat in the sea, filled with helplessness. Pheasant Empress, do you agree? The third Crown Prince shouted again. The Pheasant Empress closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her face revealed a trace of pain. In the end, she looked at Yen Chuan gratefully. Although Yen Chuan did not say much, The pheasant empress instantly understood her situation. Haha, guarding the sun on behalf of the heavens? How laughable! The pheasant queen understands now. In the past, we really thought too highly of ourselves. The pheasant tribe has guarded the sun shatter for the world for 100 years. Today, in order to preserve ourselves, we are willing to sacrifice the sun shatter right here in the sun shatter sun palace. There is a minor world inside. Everyone will have to rely on their own fate. The pheasant tribe will give up and find it yourselves. Yan Chuan did not hesitate and led by Qi, Jin Deyu, and Yin Hen Tian into the broken sun hall. Duguduantian raised his eyebrows and also shot out. The third crown prince was annoyed. He wanted to use his prestige to suppress the pheasant empress and make her sacrifice it to him. Who would have thought that the pheasant empress would give it to everyone? It was all caused by that Yendi's nonsense. Sage, who is that Yendi? The third crown prince asked in a deep voice. He is called Yan Chuan. The sage said, Yan Chuan? He is called Yan Chuan? Yan Dongin's father? Noyushi's. The third crown prince's eyes suddenly revealed a sinister look. Chapter 12-18. Broken Sun Hall. Yan Chuan and the others were the first to step in. The hall was like a huge black hole. Apparently, it was the entrance to a small world. They stepped in. It was as if the world had changed. The world was gray, but there were streaks of red light shooting into the sky from all directions. The sky was burning red. The ground under their feet was barren. It was as hard as metal. Sun fragments. Jin Deyu's eyes lit up. Let's go! Yan Chuan shouted. Swish! The four of them quickly shot toward a bright place. After Yan Chuan and the others left, a large number of experts rushed in. Just like Yan Chuan, they only looked at the mineral loin-like ground for a while and then shot toward one of the streaks of red light in the distance. Screech! Screech! The 7 Phoenix chariot rushed in. The third prince of the Phoenix clan looked around. All of you spread out and find Yan Chuan for me. I want him dead. The third prince of the Phoenix clan said ruthlessly. Yes. 20 of the figures quickly rushed towards the 20 light pillars. The 7 Phoenix chariot also rushed toward one of the light pillars. After the third prince of the Phoenix clan left, Shiman Sage also stepped in. He looked at the gray world. Are these the sun fragments of the past? The fire energy has dissipated and only a pile of waste ores is left? Shiman Sage said in a low voice. As he spoke, Shiman Sage also rushed toward one of the light pillars. More and more experts rushed in. Outside the broken sun hall, the pheasant empress looked at the experts rushing into the broken sun hall and revealed a bitter smile. It turns out that I've always been the most foolish. Pheasant Queen smiled bitterly. At this moment, Shangguan Wan also stepped in with a group of black-robed men. The last to enter was Sha Di. Sha Di stood in front of the broken sun hall with the immortal slaying gourd on his back. After a moment of silence, Sha Di looked at Pheasant Queen and said, Pheasant Queen? Let me ask you. The sun fragments have been here for many years. Have you found a tomb in it? Tomb? What tomb? Pheasant Queen asked in shock. Sha Di stared at Pheasant Queen. As he stared at Pheasant Queen, a powerful spirit rushed into Pheasant Queen's mind. Boom! The Pheasant Queen suddenly felt dizzy. Have you found any tombs? Sha Di asked in a deep voice. No, there is no tomb. The Pheasant Queen said muddle-headedly. In the surroundings, the expressions of the Pheasant Clan's experts changed because the Pheasant Queen was currently in an unconscious state. Look, that man had attacked the Pheasant Queen with a single glance, causing her to be unable to resist at all. The Pheasant Queen was an ancestral immortal. The Sha Di frowned and nodded. As expected of the handiwork of the Grave clan. The grave was hidden in the sun, yet it has not been discovered until now. That's good, that's good. The Slayer nodded. Sha Di stepped into the broken sun palace. Sovereign, sovereign. The group of experts from the Pheasant clan quickly shook the Pheasant Queen's arm. The Pheasant Queen suddenly quivered and woke up. What's going on? Supreme Being, you were in a daze just now. It might have been a mental attack. A pheasant race expert said. What? The Pheasant Queen's expression changed. No matter what, he was still an ancestral immortal. A mental assault? He was actually shocked into a trance? Who is he? The Pheasant Queen asked with an ugly expression. I don't know, we don't know him. Everyone shook their heads. Am I really that weak? The Pheasant Queen's face revealed a pained expression. Supreme Being, what should we do? What should we do now? The group of experts from the Pheasant clan were worried. What should they do? Who should they beg? Now, they did not even have a foothold. For some reason, Yen Chuan's previous words suddenly echoed in the Pheasant Queen's mind. Pheasant Queen, remember, never rely on others. The most important thing is to be strong yourself. Only when you are strong yourself can you decide yourself. Only when you are strong yourself can you not be trampled on by others. Strong myself? The Pheasant Queen's expression was complicated. Thinking of the primogenitor's fate in Yen Chuan's hands, the Pheasant Queen's eyes narrowed and flashed with determination. In the broken sun palace, Yen Chuan was flying in the air. Fragments of the sun? These ores that have long lost their radiance are still lacking, Bai Qi said in a deep voice. Enrich held a piece of broken stone in his hand and said, No, this is after all a part of the sun in the past. The sun's true fire is constantly burning it. The material is not bad. Even if it is not a top-grade material, it is still very good if it is used to equip an army. Wu Jiong might have taken a fancy to this point and wanted to use these countless ores to build a huge army. Yen Chuan nodded and also took a piece of ore. After all, the sun has not been completely extinguished. Other than these ores, the fire attribute is the greatest treasure at this moment. The sun god's pearl is a portion of the fire attribute that has been refined. Yen Chuan nodded. That's not right. Yen Chuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. What's wrong, Sage King? The three of them were puzzled. Yen Chuan reached out his hand and squeezed. Bang! The ore in his hand suddenly turned into powder. Fragments of the sun? The fire is not extinguished? These materials should not be so weak. Yen Chuan said solemnly. This ore is quite strong. Enrich said, puzzled. No, after all, this is a fragment of the sun. Its density is not comparable to that of ordinary metals. However, it is still a little lacking. It is 30% less than what I expected. However, this 30% is not right. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. As he narrowed his eyes, Yen Chuan's eyes shone brightly. I understand now. This trip was not in vain. We came at the right time. Yen Chuan said with excitement in his eyes. Bai Qi looked at Yen Chuan and asked, Could it be? Bai Qi thought of something. That's right. It is very likely that it is a life-stealing derivative refined body from my first life. It is the fourth divine beast in the Great Thousand World, the Metal Beast. Yen Chuan said with a serious look in his eyes. Metal Beast? What is that? Enrich was slightly stunned. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at the light pillar. It was a huge fire pool that looked like a pool of lava. A huge golden mountain floated above the fire pool. Fire essence stone of the sun? Jin Deyu's eyes lit up. This is the material used to refine your chaos bell? Yen Chuan was surprised. Jin Deyu said excitedly. Enrich, you are responsible for following Jin Deyu and collecting this information. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Enrich replied. Yen Chuan looked at Jin Deyu and said, Jin Deyu, I still remember your ancestor, the Eastern Emperor Tai. The chaos bell rang and heaven and earth roared. I hope you can reach his level. Yes, I will do my best. Jin Deyu replied. Boom. Yen Chuan lifted the huge golden mountain. He threw it to Jin Deyu. Jin Deyu turned into a huge golden crow and swallowed the golden mountain. Lordin, come on my back. I will bring you to the next place. Jin Deyu shouted. Enrich flew onto Jin Deyu's back. Sage King, I will go now. Jin Deyu shouted. Wow! Jin Deyu flapped his wings and shot far away. Only Yen Chuan and Bai Qi were left standing in front of a huge pool of fire. Sage King, how do we find the metal beast in this vast space? Bai Qi frowned. No problem. I refined a metal beast in my first life. Naturally, I know its characteristics. The Pheasant Empress does not know about the existence of metal beasts. It should be a newly born metal beast or a metal beast that is still in the process of being born. Follow me, Yan Chuan said with a smile. As he spoke, Yan Chuan dove into the pool of fire. Bai Qi followed closely behind and jumped into the fiery pond, heading deeper in. But the blood sea suddenly surrounded Yan Chuan and Bai Qi, enveloping the two of them. The surrounding fire was like liquid mercury but denser. It was extremely difficult to descend. However, Yan Chuan was an ancestral immortal after all and was not too worried. The two of them charged straight down. The blood sea can absorb the power of fire? Yan Chuan's expression changed. Rumble! Controlling the blood sea, Yan Chuan crazily absorbed the heat energy. They went all the way down into the depths. Gradually, they reached the depths of the pool of fire. It was a vast space. The surroundings were completely sealed. There was only endless heat. That direction. Yan Chuan pointed in a direction. Bai Qi replied. Boom. Bai Qi's saber slashed violently at the sturdy interior. With a loud boom, a small opening was created. Continue, Yan Chuan ordered. Bai Qi continued to open the path. Shattered Sun Hall. Shengguan Wan led a group of black-robed men into the interior. She also arrived before a pool of fire and looked around. About 500 black-robed men followed behind her. My lord, what should we do next? A black-robed man asked. Our great Zhou has never failed to get what we want. The fragments of the sun? Naturally, we have to get them all. According to our plan, we have to find the corner of space here. The fragments of the sun here should all belong to our great Zhou. Shengguan Wanner said. If the Shiman sage finds out, you can show him your tokens. He will not make things difficult for you. Shengguan Wan ordered. Boom. Quang. A large number of experts entered the space of Shattered Sun Hall. Many of them were excitedly excavating the mountains. There were mountains of top-grade materials. In many people's eyes, this place was a huge treasure. Although an endless supply of materials wasn't enough to move Yan Chuan and the others, it was enough to drive countless experts crazy. With this mountain, there is hope for our sect. White dwarf stone. Tai essence gold? Myriad flame blood mine? Extremely excited voices could be heard everywhere. At this moment, the sage was flying high in the sky. Under his feet was the mouth of a pool of fire. Standing high in the sky, he overlooked the whole world. Shadi carried the gourd on his back and looked around. His face darkened. He came to the mouth of a huge pool of fire. He took a deep breath and stepped into the pool of fire. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the depths. Chapter 12-19. Shattered Sun Hall. A fire pool. Extreme Yang Fire Essence Stone? What a huge piece. A gold mountain? Extreme Yang Fire Essence Stone? This gold mountain is much more precious than the other ores. A gold mountain is worth 10,000 ores. This is a top-grade material. I can actually see a Extreme Yang Fire Essence Stone. Boom! Countless experts rush towards the Sun Fire Essence Stone in the fire pool. It's mine, no one can take it. Bastard, I was here first. You think you're worthy? Immediately, a group of experts fought over the gold mountain. Heavenly Tao. Boom! Boom! In an instant, 4 huge heavenly Taos were erected. Ancestral Immortal? The experts were slightly stunned. No one expected that there would be an ancestral immortal beside them. The 4 of them merged with the heavenly Taos and looked at each other. The 3 of you, there are countless fire pools here. Give this to me, there are other extreme Yang Fire Essence Stones. An ancestral immortal said with a smile. Taoist brother, you must be joking. It's better for you to back down. Another ancestral immortal laughed. I've already passed by a fire pool. That fire pool didn't have any extreme yang fire essence stones. Not all fire pools have them. Everyone knows how precious it is. Let's rely on our own abilities. That's right. The 4 ancestral immortals refused to back down. They each took out their treasures and weapons, preparing to fight for the Gold Mountain. Just as the 4 ancestral immortals were about to attack, a voice suddenly interrupted them. It just so happens that I want to forge a fire elemental sword. Don't stop me from getting the materials. A voice said indifferently. The 4 ancestral immortals were slightly stunned. They turned their heads and saw Dugudwantien standing on the peak of a mountain with a long sword in his hand. The 4 ancestral immortals' pupils constricted. Dugudwantien? So what if you're from the Dugu family? Do you think we'll leave just because you told us to? One of the ancestral immortals said coldly. Dugudwantien sneered. He stomped his foot slightly. Boom! Boundless sword energy suddenly soared into the sky from the ground. The sword energy was like a storm, rushing towards everyone. The surroundings of the fire pool was instantly filled with a rain of swords. Countless people with weaker cultivations immediately fled in panic. Sighing. 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 Within the storm of sword ki, 4 enormous sword lights suddenly soared into the skies, shooting straight towards the heavenly dais of the 4 ancestral immortals. The huge impact caused the entire void to shake violently. Wherever the sword light passed, huge spatial cracks were carved out. How could this be? The faces of the 4 ancestral immortals sank. Boom! The 4 heavenly dais immediately retreated. The sword light was domineering, fighting 1 against 4. Even with the full strength of the 4 ancestral immortals, they were actually forced back by Dugudwantien alone. Rumble! Dugudwantien calmly collected the extreme yang fire essence stone amidst the violent sword energy void. Buzz! Countless sword chi converged. Dugudwantien sneered at the 4 ancestral immortals. The 4 of you, please find another opportunity. Ha! Dugudwantien laughed wildly. As Dugudwantien laughed, he shot towards another fire pool. But at this moment, none of the 4 ancestral immortals stood in his way. What a domineering sword! Dugudwantien! The faces of the 4 ancestral immortals turned ugly. In the next moment, they had no choice but to fly off in different directions. At a fire pond. The golden crow flew down with Enrich. Again? There is no extreme yang fire essence stone here? The golden crow was anxious. With a long cry, the golden crow flew into the sky with Enrich. Then there are only 2 possibilities. First, there really isn't any here, and everything depends on luck. Secondly, the pheasant queen is not as selfless as we thought. Let's go, Lord Jean. Let's do our best and leave the rest to fate. Enrich laughed. Jean Deyu, who was flapping his wings, nodded. Deep within the fire pond, Yan Chuan and Bai Qi were continuously attacking the firm inner walls. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Qi continued to attack and a path was opened up. Holy King, this path is getting harder and harder. The metal is getting harder and harder. Bai Qi said with a frown. Of course, because we're getting closer and closer to where the metal beast is. The materials here are much tougher than those on the surface. You can collect some and refine your killing blade. Yan Chuan nodded. That's what I was thinking. Bai Qi said with a smile. Boom. Bai Qi continued to open up the path. He also collected the fragments that he had dug out. The 2 of them continued to push deeper into the fire pond. As they were pushing forward, Yan Chuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. Is there a sound? Yan Chuan said with a serious expression. Bai Qi stopped and the 2 of them listened carefully. Boom! Boom! Bai Qi and Yan Chuan looked at each other. Holy King, did someone discover it too? Bai Qi's expression changed. Continue. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Qi continued to dig the path frantically. For a moment, the loud rumbling sounds attracted the attention of the other side. On the other side, Shadi was forcibly breaking through the depths of the fire pond. Boom! With a loud bang, Shadi's path suddenly came to an end. It was an internal space. In the internal space, there were two kinds of light, one golden and the other silver. They rotated slowly like a huge Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern. The golden part was extremely hot. The golden grand sun primordial fire was at the edge. The deeper one went, the denser it became. It was impossible to see what was in the distance. The silver part was extremely cold. The grand moon primordial water was at the edge. It was even harder to see what was in the deeper part. The grand sun primordial fire and the grand moon primordial water were two extreme forms of energy. At this moment, they were in perfect contact at the edge. They did not even explode. The Grave clan is indeed strange. Two directions? They have set up two tombs? One real and one fake? What a trick! Shadi said with a serious look in his eyes. Shadi looked at the two sides and seemed to be analyzing which side he should go to. Boom! At this moment, there was another loud bang not far away. A huge hole opened up. Yan Chuan and Bai Qi jumped in. As soon as they entered, Yan Chuan and Bai Qi noticed the difference in the surroundings. Grand sun primordial fire? Grand moon primordial water? It did not explode when it touched? Bai Qi said in a low voice. On the other hand, Yan Chuan saw Shadi, who was not far away. Yan Chuan looked at Shadi seriously. Shadi, who was carrying the immortal slaying gourd, also looked at Yan Chuan seriously. Shadi, Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Shadi looked at Yan Chuan and frowned. Yan Chuan. The two looked at each other and a fierce look flashed across their eyes. Immortal slaying gourd? Why is it in your hands? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yan Chuan remembered clearly that the immortal slaying gourd was the magic treasure of Taoist Luya in the greater world. Eventually, Luya entered the Great Qin Empire and became the demon god uncle. Jin Deyu was the descendant of Luya and was brought to this world by Luya. Jin Deyu once said that Luya had died. Everything was left unsettled. This is my treasure. Why isn't it with me? A ferocious smile flashed across Shadi's eyes. Sage King, maybe there are different immortal slaying gourds in different worlds? Bai Qi analyzed with a frown. No, there is only one immortal slaying gourd. Yan Chuan shook his head with certainty. As he spoke, Yan Chuan's eyes became more serious. Are you Luya? Luya? Bai Qi suddenly raised his eyebrows. In the distance, Shadi looked at Yan Chuan and shook his head. Luya? Ha, unfortunately, I am not. You are not? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Great Qin? You won? I did not expect you to win in the sealed world. Unfortunately, I am not Luya. Luya can become a subject of the Great Qin Empire. You can become one of me, never. Shadi said with a proud expression. Yan Chuan stared at Shadi with a sharp gaze. Sage King, he is not Luya, is he? According to the queen, Shadi should be from the same tribe as the queen of ZZ. Their tribe is sealed. Every time a layer of the seal is undone, their strength will increase tremendously. If he is Luya, Jin Deyu should be his descendant. Jin Deyu's bloodline did not undergo a mutation like the queen's. He should not be Luya. Bai Qi analyzed. Yan Chuan stared at Shadi. Shadi smiled coldly. You are not Luya, but you know who I am. Shadi? You are not ordinary. You are right. Luya does not have the same ferocity in his eyes. You are not Luya. Yan Chuan nodded. Shadi nodded. I am here for something. I hope you will not follow me. Otherwise, my immortal slaying flying dagger will not show any mercy. Shadi said coldly. As he spoke, Shadi walked towards the grand moon primordial water. Sage King? Bai Qi frowned. It is okay. The metal beast that I am looking for is not there. Yan Chuan said. Bai Qi nodded. Seeing that Shadi had left, Yan Chuan turned serious. He turned around and led Bai Qi towards the grand moon primordial flame. Along the way, Yan Chuan's blood sea continued to absorb the grand moon primordial flame. However, it seemed to have reached a bottleneck. No matter how much it absorbed, it could not increase its cultivation. It seems to have reached a limit? Yan Chuan pondered. They continued to walk deeper. This huge space was like a Tai Chi yin-yang fish. In the center of the yang fish, there was a pure yin fish eye. The grand moon primordial flame outside was mixed with countless metal elements. The deeper they went, the harder it was to walk. However, when they reached the center, countless metal elements of extreme yang flowed into a silver-white vortex like a collapsing void. The vortex was incomparably cold. "We are here." Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. On the other side, Shadi was experiencing something else. In the center of the endless cold, there was a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, one could vaguely see a huge golden palace. Shadi's eyes were filled with excitement. He took a step forward and flew towards the golden palace from the extreme cold to the burning fire. Kwang! Shadi kicked open the door of the palace. Shadi walked into the palace. There was a huge golden coffin in the palace. On the other side, Yen Chuan and Bai Qi entered the area of extreme cold. They also saw a silver palace. When the palace opened, a silver coffin was placed inside. All around, countless amounts of metal energy were converging toward the silver coffin. Chapter 12:20. A huge silver coffin. Kwang! Yen Chuan reached out to open the coffin. Rumble! The lid of the coffin opened, and for a moment, even more metal elements rushed into the coffin. Yen Chuan and Bai Qi looked inside and saw a humanoid figure lying inside. Its humanoid body was completely silver-white, as if it was wearing armor. However, Yen Chuan knew that this was not armor, but its flesh body. Its flesh body was metal. The surging metal elements rushed towards the corpse. Plop, plop, plop. The heart of this body seemed to be beating gently. What a big move! What a powerful move! Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed. Holy King, is this humanoid metal a metal beast? Bai Qi asked solemnly. That's right, but I didn't expect someone to have such means. These metal beasts weren't nurtured by heaven and earth, but by man. They haven't been fully born yet, but soon. Yen Chuan said gravely. The fourth divine beast of the great thousand world. This is man-made? Bai Qi asked solemnly. That's right. That's why I said that this person has good skills. Perhaps this world is really the weakest of the so-called first worlds? What a joke. This isn't the weakest world at all. With just this method, I could only do this in my previous life when I was only one step away from transcending. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Ah! Bai Qi exclaimed. Yen Chuan, stand guard for us. We will help the metal beast to be born as soon as possible, said Yen Chuan in a deep voice. Yes. Bai Qi immediately stood outside the great hall. The metal beast was as tall as 3 people, and it was lying flat in the giant coffin, constantly absorbing the metal elements around it. In other words, it was absorbing the metal power of the entire sun fragment. Yen Chuan walked up to its head, stretched out a finger, and pointed at the metal beast's forehead. Buzz! The metal beast's forehead seemed to vibrate. The speed at which the metal beasts extracted the metal elements suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Rumble! Surging metal elements converged toward the metal beast. Boom! Like a surging river, it headed straight for the metal beast. Yen Chuan was completely controlling the metal beast. On the other side, in the Golden Palace. Kwang! Shadi reached out his hand and lifted the lid of the golden coffin. When the lid of the golden coffin opened, there was a body inside. It looked exactly like the metal beast. However, the body inside the coffin was golden in color. It was completely golden, like a golden corpse. It didn't make a single sound. Golden Great Emperor? Ha! He was indeed buried here by the Grave Clan. Shadi's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Who? With a wave of his sleeve, Shadi put away the whole coffin and the corpse of Golden Emperor. Boom! The moment the corpse was taken away, it was as if the entire tomb had collapsed. The young fish eyes of the Yin fish suddenly exploded with endless heat. Boom! The entire environment of the Yin fish region had turned into a yang environment. The original Taiji Yin Yang fish instantly collapsed and turned into a boundless fire that burned fiercely. Only the place where Yen Chuan was still retained a trace of coldness. The grand moon primordial water instantly evaporated. Sha Di stood in the sea of fire and looked in the direction of Yen Chuan in the distance. He frowned and did not go forward. Instead, he went back the way he came and went through the hole that he had previously dug and headed to the outside world. In the distance, Bai Qi was resisting the fire and guarding Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan pointed his finger at the glabella of the metal beast. The metal beast seemed to have sensed something and moved its finger slightly. A satisfied smile appeared on Yen Chuan's face. At the entrance of a fire pool. Wah! Jin Dayu roared angrily. A large number of wounds appeared all over his body. A large number of cultivators surrounded him. In Hentian covered the wounds on his body. There were a large number of golden crow feathers on the ground. In front of Jin Dayu stood a man in a purple robe. It was Duguduantian. Evil creature, hand over all the sun fire essence stones. You can't have them. Duguduantian sneered. Bastard, everything in the space of the shattered sun hall depends on opportunity. If you have an opportunity, why don't you go and find it yourself? Jin Dayu said angrily. Ha ha, opportunity? My strength is my opportunity. How can I find everything by myself? Duguduantian sneered. Countless cultivators in the surroundings had ugly expressions on their faces. Many of them had been robbed by Duguduantian before. However, no one was willing to stand up for Jin Dayu because Duguduantian was too strong. He was so strong that he once defeated 5 ancestral immortals alone. Those 5 ancestral immortals came prepared. In the end, they were all defeated by Duguduantian. At this moment, everyone looked at Jin Dayu, who was shedding his feathers with pity on their faces. What? Jin Dayu roared indignantly. At this moment, Jin Dayu did not even dare to use the Divine Emperor Bell because Duguduantian was too strong. He was so strong that Jin Dayu felt that even using the Divine Emperor Bell would not help. Take it out, Duguduantian said coldly. By the side, Yin Hent uncovered his wound and said, Lord Jin, give it to him. The sage monarch will definitely avenge us in the future. Jin Dayu's eyes flashed with extreme reluctance. Duguduantian revealed a cold smile and waved the long sword in his hand. Boom! A sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long rushed towards Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu seemed to be unable to hold it in and spat out the Divine Emperor Bell. Clang! A vast sound wave spread out in all directions. Rumble! The void shook. However, Duguduantian's sword light was too strong. It slashed through the void and even broke the sound wave of the Divine Emperor Bell. It collided with the Divine Emperor Bell. Boom! With a loud collision, a rolling storm instantly swept up in the surroundings. Under the huge impact, the giant bell crashed back and went straight into Jin Dayu's mouth. Boom! Jin Dayu was sent flying again and crashed into a mountain. The mountain collapsed with a loud bang. This bell is not bad? It seems to be made from the extreme yang fire essence stone? Duguduantian's eyes lit up. Jin Dayu stood up unwillingly. Don't be stubborn. Hand it over. And that bell, hand it over as well. For Yen Chuan's sake, I will not pursue the matter. Duguduantian sneered. Jin Dayu was panting with hatred. Lord Jin, forget it. Let's wait for the Sage King to return. Yin Hentian said bitterly. Jin Dayu shouted stubbornly. It seems like you don't want to live anymore. Duguduantian's eyes flashed with coldness. Just as Duguduantian was about to explode, a voice suddenly sounded. Don't want to live anymore? The one who doesn't want to live anymore is you. A voice filled with hostility was heard. Duguduantian raised his brows and looked at the fire pool not far away. A figure slowly emerged from the fire pool. He was dressed in a yellow robe and carried a huge yellow gourd on his back. It was Sha Di who came out from underground. Immortal slaying gourd? Jin Dayu raised his brows. Jin Dayu knew that his first ancestor was the Eastern Emperor Tai. Tai Yi's son, Lu Ya, was his second ancestor. The immortal slaying gourd was Lu Ya's treasure. When he was in the sealed world, he already knew about Sha Di. But, who are you? Duguduantian asked coldly. Shadi looked at the golden crow feathers on the ground and squinted his eyes. He then turned to look at Jin Dayu, who was covered in injuries. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I'm asking you. For you. Duguduantian asked coldly again. Shadi snorted. You're courting death. Duguduantian stabbed his sword towards Shadi. Shadi threw the immortal slaying gourd. Treasure, please turn around. As soon as he said that, a white light shot out from the immortal slaying gourd. The white light was extremely fast. It was so fast that one could only see the white light but could do nothing about it. Swish. The white light shot towards Duguduantian. Ah! Duguduantian screamed in horror. Pissed. The white light flew back into the immortal slaying gourd. In midair, Duguduantian's head was sent flying. His head was separated from his body. Ah! Countless cultivators around opened their mouths wide as they watched Duguduantian's head being cut off. Almost everyone rubbed their eyes as if they couldn't believe it. How domineering was Duguduantian? He fought 5 ancestral immortals alone and won all of them. Just now, he had forced Jin Dayu to retreat step by step. Such a person couldn't even last 1 round in front of this person? He was beheaded with a single slash? Duguduantian's head was sent flying. Even in death, he couldn't believe this strange scene. He was Duguduantian. How could he be one of the top figures in the Dugu family? He was beheaded with a single slash? No, not only his body, but his divine soul was also severed? Bam! Duguduantian's body fell to the ground. Shadi threw Duguduantian's body to Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu opened his mouth and swallowed it. Wow! Jin Dayu not only swallowed Duguduantian's body but also the extreme yang fire essence stone that Duguduantian collected. He killed Duguduantian with a single slash? Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed shocked expressions. Shadi's face was cold. He glanced at everyone and said, "Do you still want to see?" Countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately scattered. Shadi looked at Jin Dayu and Enchanting. Yen Chuan is under the fire pool. Go and find him yourself. Shadi said in a deep voice. With that, Shadi was about to leave. Wait! Jin Dayu turned into his human form and quickly called out. Ha! Shadi frowned and looked at Jin Dayu. Are you my second ancestor, Luya? Jin Dayu frowned. No! Shadi said in a deep voice. The second-generation ancestor, Luya, brought our clan into this world and disappeared. My father once said that the second-generation ancestor had died. However, his immortal slaying gourd is with you. May I ask, where is Luya? Jin Dayu shouted again. Shadi looked at Jin Dayu and said, Luya has fallen. He's no longer here. No longer here? Is my ancestor really dead? Jin Dayu felt bitter. He obviously did not have the ability to get the immortal slaying gourd back. He had hoped that Luya was still alive, but dead? Shadi raised his eyebrows. He looked at Jin Dayu and said, just take it that he's dead. With that, Shadi ignored Jin Dayu and walked away. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Shadi was gone. Lord Jin? Why is Shadi helping us? Enchanting frowned. I don't know. He said that the Sage King is at the bottom of the fire pool. Maybe he wants to do the Sage King a favor. Jin Dayu sighed. Enchanting nodded. We've almost found the extreme yang fire essence stone. Let's go and see the Sage King. Enchanting said. Alright. Jin Dayu nodded. Chapter 12:21. Shadi left. Once again he walked to the Broken Sun Hall. He stepped out of the Broken Sun Hall. Shadi was the first to come out. The moment he came out, he raised his eyebrows because there was no one left in the square. The Pheasant Queen and even the Pheasant clan around had all disappeared? They're all gone. Shadi sneered. Shadi did not pursue the matter any further. He stepped forward and vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In the space of the Broken Sun Hall. At the mouth of a fire pool. Shiman Sage stood at the mouth of a fire pool. He waved his hand at the mouth of the fire pool. Endless red power rushed up from the mouth of the fire pool and went straight into a bottle in Shimin Sage's hand. Rumble! Rolling fire energy poured into the bottle. The light in the fire pool became dimmer and dimmer. After a while, the light completely disappeared and all the fire energy poured into the bottle. The original fire pool was left with countless solidified metals that were buried to the deepest part. Sage looked at the bottle in his hand. Sun God Pearl? This bottle of pure yang energy is equivalent to a Sun God Pearl. With that, Sage stepped to another fire pool. Suddenly, Sage felt the void tremble slightly. Sage turned his head. Someone wants to collapse this space? Sage said solemnly. In the blink of an eye, they came to a valley in the distance. In the valley, there was a black-robed figure holding a golden light ball in his hand. The golden light ball trembled slightly and the void trembled slightly. Who are you? Shimin Sage asked in a deep voice. The black-robed figure holding the golden light ball was slightly stunned. Then he took out a token and said, Sage, I'm a subject of the great Zhou dynasty. I'm here on the order of the Emperor of Heaven. This is my token. Wuzhao? Sage looked at the token in surprise. With that, Sage turned his head and looked around. With his eyesight he found more than one void trembling slightly. After a moment of silence, Sage finally stepped away and did not make things difficult. At the place where Jin Deyu was injured, Jin Deyu and Enrich discussed for a while and went into the mouth of the fire pool. They went deep into the ground to look for Yen Chuan. Not long after Jin Deyu and Enrich went deep into the ground, some experts surrounded them again. A group of experts frowned and looked at the mouth of the fire pool. Shadi came out from the mouth of the fire pool. Is there something different at the bottom of the fire pool? Do you want to go in and take a look? All right. However, just as the crowd was about to enter the fiery lake before them suddenly expanded. The fire pool is expanding? Someone exclaimed. Wah wah wah. Starting from the fire pool, the ores on the ground seemed to be mutating. All kinds of non-ferrous metals gradually turned silver-white. The ores are changing? What's going on? Someone asked in surprise. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a piece of ore that had changed color. Iron? Someone exclaimed. That's not right. I saw it clearly earlier. These are all primordial essence gold. How did they turn into iron or iron? Purple copper or also turned into iron? So much iron? How did it turn into ordinary iron? Many people were surprised and confused. Metal fission and metal fusion? Someone exclaimed. What's going on down there? Plop. A large number of experts headed towards the depths of the fire pool. The seven phoenixes' chariot fluttered in the space of Broken Sun Palace. Third Prince, I found it. I found it. An expert quickly rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the seven phoenix carriage. On the seven phoenix carriage, the third prince looked at the panting man. You found Yen Chuan? The third prince was delighted. No, I found Yen Chuan's subordinate, Jin Deyu. If we find them, we should be able to find Yen Chuan. The person said. Lead the way. The third prince's eyes flashed. Screech. Screech. Seven phoenix carriages pulled the carriage quickly towards Jin Deyu's feather fire pool. In the underground space, Bai Qi was guarding the silver-white hall. Endless metal energy rushed in from all directions. It was like a collapsing sea cave, gathering towards the silver-white hall. In the hall, Yen Chuan pointed at the metal beast's forehead. The metal beast's surroundings became brighter and brighter. As the terrifying metal energy rushed in, Yen Chuan had to summon a small blood sea to protect himself. Even so, the blood sea was muddy from the impact of the metal energy. Yen Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Boom! Jin Deyu entered the underground space from a cave not far away. As soon as he entered, he saw that the environment was chaotic. Among the flames, there were colorful metal energy. King Sage? Jin Deyu shouted. Lord Jin, Lord En, over here. Bai Qi shouted from afar. Jin Deyu was delighted. He quickly flew over with Enrich and arrived in front of the silver-white hall. The surroundings of the silver-white hall were icy cold. What a strange environment. Enchanting frowned. Lord Yin, are you injured? Bai Qi raised his eyebrows. Lord Yin, you tell me. After I refine the divine sun pearl, my injuries should be much better. Jin Dayu said. Enchanting nodded. As Jin Dayu swallowed the divine sun pearl, Enchanting told them everything that had happened outside. The Shadi helped you? Are you okay? Bai Qi frowned. Our injuries are not serious. Enchanting nodded. Someone is coming. You two protect the King Sage. I will block them. Bai Qi said. The two nodded. In the distance, more people entered the underground space. Indeed, there is a universe inside. Look, the surrounding flames and the flowing energy. Is it because of this place that the metal in the outside world has turned into iron? Just as the people who entered were surprised, a blood-red saber slashed toward them. Boo! The three of them screamed and retreated with serious injuries. Behind them, a large number of experts rushed over. This saber is just a warning. If you dare to take another step, kill. Bai Qi shouted. The things inside are not for Yan Chuan to enjoy alone. Everyone attacked together. Someone shouted. Kill. Boom. This time, Bai Qi did not show mercy. He slashed out with his saber. In an instant, the battle raged at the entrance of the cave. Countless experts rushed in and were killed by Bai Qi in the blink of an eye. Many miserable cries rang out. Bai Qi alone could hold back 10,000 people. Many cultivators died under Bai Qi's saber. Some cultivators had already retreated out of fear, but even more cultivators continued to rush forward, one after another. The retreating cultivators retreated from the entrance of the fire pool and spread the news everywhere. There is still space underground? More and more experts began to gather at this place. Chapter 12:22. Outside the underground space where Yan Chuan was. The news seemed to have grown wings as it attracted more and more experts. Before long, thousands of people had gathered outside the fire pool. However, the entrance to the fire pool seemed to be blocked. Many people simply could not rush down. The one with the saber, he's blocking the other end. No one can rush down. One man can hold back 10,000 men. The passageway is long and narrow. We can't go down at all. Some of the experts who managed to squeeze out shouted. Ming! Ming! A series of phoenix cries resounded. Immediately, the 7 phoenix carriage flew over. Where is Yan Chuan? The third prince shouted. Countless experts in the surroundings looked over. Third prince, it's down there. However, Yan Chuan's subordinates have blocked the way. There's a large space down there. There must be some treasure down there. Yan Chuan wants to monopolize it. A subordinate quickly flew over. Treasure? The third prince was slightly surprised. That's right. Third crown prince, look around you. The mountains, rivers, and earth were originally made of precious metal. But now, all of their metal energy has been extracted and turned into iron. Fantai. The subordinate repeated. Block the entrance? Iron? If that's the case, then I'll just carve out another path. It's just an iron mine. Right? Yes. Boom, boom, boom. The third crown prince's subordinates quickly bombarded the ground. There were even some experts who had merged with the heavenly Tao, using the power of the heavenly Tao to attack the entire iron mine. In an instant, countless fragments shot up into the sky. In the end, iron ore was just iron ore. It was too hard for mortals, but to these experts, it was nothing. In an instant, the sky was filled with iron rain. Below, Bai Qi alone occupied a small space and blocked off all incoming enemies. In the Silver Palace. Rumble. The metal energy surging into the metal beast suddenly stopped, and the metal beast's body trembled. I helped you to perfect your form, yet you still dare to resist me? Yan Chuan glared at him. Boom. All of a sudden, the surrounding silver palaces exploded into pieces. Then, it turned into countless metal fragments that spun madly and charged towards Yan Chuan. You really want to retaliate against me? Humph. Yen Chuan snorted coldly. The sea of blood around Yen Chuan suddenly expanded to meet the metal fragments. The powerful impact of the metal fragments was immediately weakened by the sea of blood. Rumble. Yen Chuan's blood sea continued to expand. As it expanded, the frigid coldness in the surroundings was instantly sucked away. Next, the boundless flames in the outside world were also sucked away by the blood sea. The sea of blood surged, but the metal beasts were still resisting. The metal walls of the inner space. Suddenly, a large number of cracks appeared. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The metal wall cracked open, instantly turning into countless metal fragments. Boom. In the inner space, the metal fragments instantly formed a huge storm that swept towards Yen Chuan. Saint King? Jin Dayu exclaimed. Get out of the way. We are fine. Yen Chuan shouted. Jin Dayu, In Hentian and Bai Qi quickly shot towards the cave entrance. Countless metal shards rolled over, heading straight for Yen Chuan at the center. Metal storm? Ha, it's still not enough. It can't do anything to our blood sea. Yen Chuan sneered. In his hand, Yen Chuan continued to tap the metal beast's forehead. The metal beast was unable to move. It could only instinctively control more and more metal to attack Yen Chuan. Boom, boom, boom. Countless metal impacts seemed to explode on the sea of blood. Under the huge explosion, Yen Chuan's eyes became more and more focused. Boom, boom, boom. More and more cracks appeared on the metal wall. More and more metal shards crashed into the blood sea. Ha! Yen Chuan's expression suddenly changed. What's going on? My super divine ability? How can it absorb this impact? Yen Chuan's expression changed. This was the first time Yen Chuan noticed it. He did not pay much attention to it before. But now, under the impact of the metal storm, the blood sea was surging. Not only was Yen Chuan not injured, but the impact of the metal was absorbed by the blood sea. Haha, what a super divine ability, It's so strange that it can absorb the impact of external attacks? I can absorb the impact of other people's attacks? I've cultivated this super divine ability to the extreme. No, the third form is not the extreme. There's a fourth form? Yen Chuan's eyes shone with excitement. Is it the Yen clan's ancestor? Who is it? Yen Zizai? This divine ability is so domineering. Yen Zizai? Is it related to the Nether River Patriarch? This blood sea should be the same as the Nether River Patriarch's blood sea. I didn't understand it before. Now I finally understand. Back then, the Nether River Patriarch of the Greater Thousand World said, as long as the blood sea does not dry up, the Nether River will not die. I always thought it was because of the blood god. So that's not the reason. It's because the blood sea can absorb the impact of attacks? The more the blood sea is attacked, the stronger it will become. If I can't completely destroy the blood sea in one go, I will be able to borrow the power of the blood sea to become stronger and stronger. Stronger and stronger? Yen Chuan said in shock. After getting this result, Yen Chuan was also shocked by his own divine ability. The ability to absorb the sea of fire? No, it's not the blood sea absorbing the power of fire, but the offensive power of fire. As long as there's an attack on the blood sea can absorb it. Be it a fire attack, an ice attack, or even a metal attack, as long as it's an attack, the blood sea can absorb it. It can't absorb metal, but it can absorb the impact of metal. Yen Chuan's eyes gradually lit up. Ha, metal beast, I wanted to destroy your consciousness as soon as possible. But now I've changed my mind. You can continue attacking my blood sea. Ha! Yen Chuan laughed excitedly. Ka. The space inside was getting bigger and bigger. More and more metal was formed into a metal storm by the metal beast's divine ability and swept towards the blood sea. Boom, boom, boom. The sea of blood bloomed in all directions amidst the crazy explosions. However, not only did the explosion not hurt Yen Chuan, but it also increased Yen Chuan's cultivation. Rumble. The space kept expanding. In the outside world, under the request of the third prince of the Phoenix clan, A group of experts were also digging a hole in the ground. Boom, boom. More and more metal fragments exploded, and countless metal fragments shot in all directions. Gradually, a huge hole appeared. Open, open for me. Yanchuan? Ha, you brought it here yourself. You can't blame others. The third prince said with a ferocious face. In the distance, Shiman Sage stood on the peak of a mountain and quietly watched the third prince's arrogance. He was just watching, but not long after, Shiman Sage noticed something unusual. Shiman Sage noticed that some of the metal fragments that the third prince's subordinates had dug out flew into the air and didn't fall down. The metal fragments were floating in the air? There were too many metal fragments. At first, no one paid much attention to them. However, more and more metal fragments floated in the air. Only then did everyone realize that something was wrong. Stop! The third prince shouted. Everyone immediately stopped. Gradually, everyone discovered that the metal fragments that the third prince dug out were actually floating in the air. They were even moving slowly. The metal fragments were moving? The surrounding people were confused. The metal moved faster and faster, faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the countless metal fragments formed a huge metal storm, spinning around quickly. Suddenly, a practitioner with a weak cultivation was hit by the metal shards, and was seriously injured and was sent flying. Cut, 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 cut. The cracks in the ground of the iron mine increased. More and more metal fragments exploded in all directions, then flew into the air and spun quickly. The spinning force grew increasingly stronger. Under the metal storm, countless cultivators immediately retreated as if they couldn't take it anymore. Cut, 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 cut. There was no need for the group of experts to make a move. As the number of holes increased, the ground disintegrated automatically, forming an increasingly berserk metal storm. The third prince's expression changed. He quickly flew away with his subordinates. Rumble! The metal fragments continued to attack the iron mine. More and more metal fragments flew around. For a time, the depth of the hole increased rapidly. Bai Qi, Jin Deyu, and Yin Hentian flew out. In the surroundings, countless experts looked gravely at the turbid metal storm. The Shiman Sage waited with rapt attention. In the distance, the black-robed Shangguan Wan also looked over curiously. It was as if the entire sky was filled with metal fragments. After flying around for half a day and accumulating momentum, suddenly, all the metal fragments crashed into the ground below. Hong! Under the impact of the billions of metal fragments, the huge hole instantly exploded. A force that was like the impact of heaven's might blasted a 10,000-mile-long hole in the ground, from the surface all the way to the inner space below. In the inner space, Yanchuan was originally enduring a large amount of metal storm attacks. However, suddenly, it was as if the sky and earth were about to be destroyed. A great force that caused the void to distort charged down. The vast metal storm charged straight at the Sea of Blood, causing the entire Sea of Blood to explode. The Sea of Blood instantly exploded with towering waves of blood. At this instant, Yanchuan's Sea of Blood nearly couldn't hold on. Torrential Sea of Blood. Yanchuan shouted. The Sea of Blood expanded by more than 10 times, welcoming the impact of the surging metal storm. Hong! The vast impact charged into the Sea of Blood. The Sea of Blood splashed everywhere. The surging power surged into Yanchuan's body. Boom! Yanchuan's body trembled. He nearly suffered internal injuries from the impact. That was close. Yanchuan laughed loudly. Let's go to the underworld and let my other body refine you, Yanchuan said with a laugh. The sky-bearing copper coffin covered the metal beast and sent it to the other sky-bearing copper coffin in Yanchuan's hands. Rumble! Yanchuan's body trembled. While trembling, Yanchuan's face revealed an extremely comfortable expression. Third heaven of ancestral immortal realm? So this works too. The excited Yanchuan stepped on the Sea of Blood and slowly floated up. The impact of the countless iron ores had been offset by the Sea of Blood. As the Sea of Blood rose, Yen Chuan was slowly exposed in front of everyone. Boom! The sea of blood rose again. In an instant, it rose to the top of the huge pit. The sea of blood spread rapidly in all directions. Countless experts in the surroundings revealed a look of confusion. The impact of the metal storm earlier was too terrifying. Most of the cultivators felt a chill in their hearts when they saw it. Countless iron ores had crashed into Yen Chuan, but Yen Chuan was actually fine. With his scarlet hair and bloodshot eyes, Yen Chuan looked like a powerful demonic god as he stood before everyone. Above the blood sea, Yen Chuan looked around with a sense of comfort. Countless cultivators flew in all directions. The third crown prince's phoenix chariot was also surrounded. Yen Chuan, the third crown prince, shouted from the phoenix chariot. Yen Chuan turned his head to look, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Jin Deyu in Hentian and Bai Qi immediately flew over to Yen Chuan. Holy ruler, the three said respectfully. Yen Chuan nodded. Above the sea of blood, Yen Chuan stared at the third crown prince. The third crown prince of the phoenix race? Yen Chuan said coldly. It's good that you recognize me. Yen Chuan, what treasure was down there earlier? The third crown prince asked coldly. That's none of your business. Yen Chuan retorted indifferently. Humph. The third crown prince's eyes turned cold. It doesn't matter if you say it or not, because you will be a dead man soon. No matter what you obtain, it should be mine. Do you know why I want to kill you? The third crown prince asked coldly. You think you are qualified to propose marriage to Yu Shi? Yen Chuan showed disdain in his eyes. Humph. That's right. It is because of Mo Yu Shi that you must die. Let me tell you, I do not like Mo Yu Shi. It is just that she has a reason that my father wants. The Dark Phoenix inheritance? Even if I marry her, I will find her dirty. However, it doesn't matter. I heard that Mo Yu Shi is devastatingly beautiful. In the future, I will reward her to my subordinates and by their hearts. Ha! The third crown prince sneered. You must die. Yes, you must die. No one can save you today. Yen Chuan's eyes turned even colder. Then he flung his sleeve. Whoosh! The blood sea suddenly expanded in all directions. The surging blood sea filled the entire area in the blink of an eye. Those with weaker cultivations could not even see the end of it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blood-colored figure appeared not far from Yen Chuan. The blood-colored figure appeared from the blood sea and gently turned its head. Its appearance was exactly the same as Yen Chuan's, except that its body was made of blood. Huff! Puff, puff. More and more blood-colored figures appeared on the blood sea. In just a short while, the number of blood-colored figures on the blood sea reached 3,000. All of them looked exactly the same as Yen Chuan. It was as if 3,000 Yen Chuan were standing on the blood sea, staring at the third crown prince. What is this? The third crown prince's expression changed. This is called the blood god's son. Yen Chuan said coldly. If you are not the third crown prince's subordinate, scram immediately. Otherwise, I will kill without mercy. Yen Chuan shouted coldly. After the shout, the 3,000 blood god's sons suddenly soared into the sky. Each of them carried a powerful aura as they charged at the 7 phoenix carriage. Chapter 12:23. 3,000 blood gods' illusions soared into the sky, and the sea of blood surged into the sky. The sea of blood soared and covered the sky. It charged straight at the 7 phoenix carriage. You're courting death. Immediately, the third prince's subordinates on the 7 phoenix carriage rushed over. They slashed at the blood gods' illusions with their swords and sabers, and some even merged with the heavenly Tao. In an instant, a huge force charged at the blood god's illusions. Roar! The blood god's illusions roared and clashed with the third prince's experts fearlessly. Boom! Waves of blood exploded in the sky, and the sea of blood soared into the sky, surrounding the entire 7 phoenix carriage. Countless experts were forced to retreat by the sea of blood's aura. Boom! An ancestral immortal attacked, and the blood god's illusions exploded on the spot. However, when one blood god's illusions exploded, Another blood god's illusions were born. The blood god's illusions were only at the ancient immortal level, but not all of the third prince's subordinates were ancestral immortals. Only 4 ancestral immortals and 10 Dao gods controlled the heavenly Dao to fight back. The others were instantly in trouble. 10 blood gods' illusions against 1 ancient immortal. Boom. Ah. Boom. Under the huge impact, many ancient immortals died on the spot. Bastard. The 4 ancestral immortals and 10 Dao gods roared. Boom. 100 blood gods' illusions surrounded 1 Dao god. Explode. The 100 blood gods' illusions shouted. Boom. Boom. Hundreds of blood gods' illusions exploded with a loud bang. The powerful explosion instantly killed a Dao god. The same thing happened in another place. Explode. Boom. The sea of blood soared into the sky, and endless explosions sounded. Screech. Screech. The 7 phoenixes pulling the 7 phoenix chariot immediately let out wails of agony as they were blasted into pieces. The carriage collapsed, and the third prince was immediately exposed. Bastard. The third prince merged with the heavenly Dao. Rumble. The blood god's illusions surrounded the third prince and exploded. The third prince's face was filled with anger, and the heavenly Dao shook. For a moment, the third prince's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators who were originally watching immediately fled in panic. The power of the sea of blood was too terrifying. In the distance, the shaman sage was slightly stunned. He originally thought that it would be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that the blood sea would be so violent? In the blink of an eye, Yen Chuan gained the absolute upper hand. Almost all of the third crown prince's subordinates had perished. Only the 4 ancestral immortals and the third crown prince, who had merged with the heavenly Dao, barely managed to hold on. Clear sky Dao. Yen Chuan shouted from within the blood sea. Boom. Yen Chuan merged with the azure heavenly Dao and headed towards the group of ancestral immortals. In the blink of an eye, Yen Chuan appeared in front of the third prince. Third prince? Yen Chuan's face revealed a sinister expression. The green heavenly Dao and the third prince's heavenly Dao collided. Boom. Under the huge collision, the entire blood sea once again set off an even bigger wave of blood, covering the sky and earth. For a moment, the entire sky was enveloped in the blood sea. The countless cultivators in the distance saw a boundless scarlet sea in front of them. The scarlet sea spun wildly, covering everything inside, preventing them from seeing anything inside. They could only feel the violent flowing power of the blood sea. Occasionally, they would see a blood god's sun appear. But inside, it was churning nonstop. Let go of me. The third prince's scream came from within the blood sea. Let go of the third prince. The 4 ancestral immortals shouted. In the distance, the shaman sage, who was originally watching, clenched his fist and stepped out. He released his sage aura, and suddenly, a vast and holy power pressed down on the entire blood sea. Boom! The sea of blood suddenly sank under the immense impact, and Yen Chuan, who was inside, was instantly exposed. The 4 ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan were all heavily injured and retreated. On the peak of another huge wave, Yen Chuan grabbed the third prince's neck with one hand. The third prince could not move at all. Yen Chuan's eyes were filled with a demonic blood-red color. Rumble! In the void, countless plum blossoms fell, suppressing the surging blood sea. Yen Chuan looked at the shaman sage fiercely. Sage, save me! Save me, shaman sage! The third prince panicked. Yen Emperor, the Phoenix Emperor and I are old friends. I can't watch his son die in front of me. I'm very sorry. Can you return him to me? The shaman sage said solemnly. The 4 ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan were overjoyed. In the distance, the other experts who were escaping also looked at the scene in front of them in shock. No one expected Yen Chuan to be so powerful. The third prince? No, there were 5 ancestral immortals here, along with a group of ancient immortals. Yen Chuan defeated all of them in the blink of an eye? He even held the third prince in the palm of his hand and could kill him at any time? The sage had come out. Although many people were shocked by Yan Chuan's strength, most of them felt pity for Yan Chuan, who could kill someone the sage wanted to protect. Yan Chuan, however, revealed a sinister smile and said, "When I say I want to kill someone, there has never been anyone who has not died." With that, Yan Chuan's palms suddenly exerted force. "Ah!" The third prince suddenly screamed in pain. "How dare you!" The sage roared, and the entire void suddenly twisted violently. A huge pressure descended from the sky towards the entire blood sea. Roar! Roar! 3,000 blood gods' clones soared into the sky, resisting the sage's pressure and roaring towards the sky, resisting the sage's heavenly might. Die! Yan Chuan's mouth revealed a sinister smile. Boom! The third prince's head suddenly exploded. Third prince! The 4 ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan cried out in shock. "You!" The sage exclaimed. Bam! Yan Chuan casually threw the third prince's corpse into the blood sea. Yan Chuan stepped on the blood sea and coldly looked at the sage in the sky. "Sage Shiman, this is between me and the Phoenix clan. You better not interfere." Yan Chuan said coldly. "Sage, you must avenge the third prince." The 4 ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan cried out in grief. In the distance, countless cultivators were stunned. This Yan Chuan was too arrogant, wasn't he? Was he threatening the sage? Countless cultivators felt that their brains were not enough to comprehend. Yan Chuan stepped on the blood sea like a peerless demon god and was not afraid of the sage at all? Why did it look like he was going to fight the sage? The Shiman sage was also angry at this moment. Although his tone was respectful to Yan Chuan, in his heart, the sage looked down on Yan Chuan. This was not his home ground at all. A mere sage king, how dare he be so impudent? The sage was about to fly into a rage. Suddenly, a voice entered the sage's ears. "Sage Shiman, I am Shangguan. Yan Chuan killing the third prince is within the celestial Thearcha's plan. Please don't interfere." A sudden voice caused the Western Gate sage to stop abruptly. He then took a deep breath and looked at Yan Chuan, who was above the blood sea, in surprise. Shangguan Wanner's voice? Killing the third prince is within Wu Jiong's plan? For a moment, the Shiman sage felt a chill in his heart. "Sage, please avenge the third prince." The 4 ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan shouted. The sage looked at Yan Chuan below, who was filled with battle intent, and hesitated for a moment. "I have already done my best. There is nothing I can do about the third prince's calamity. You should go back. The only thing I can do is to ensure your safety," the Shiman sage said in a low voice. The 4 ancestral immortals of the Phoenix clan were stunned. Above the blood sea, Yan Chuan saw the change in the sage's attitude and raised his eyebrows. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the sage. The sage's attitude was completely different from before. Yan Chuan looked around. In the distance, on the peak of a mountain, Shangguan Wan, who was dressed in a black robe, saw that Yan Chuan was about to look at her. She quickly jumped behind the mountain and hid. Yan Chuan did not find what he wanted and turned to look at the Shiman sage. "All right, you can take these 4 away." Yan Chuan nodded. Then, Yan Chuan looked at the 4 and said, "The 4 of you, listen up. My name is Yan Chuan. I have been in the West Outer Continent recently. If the Phoenix Emperor wants to take revenge, tell him to come find me directly." The 4 Phoenix clan experts' faces stiffened. They did not know how to respond to Yan Chuan's words. "Let's go." The sage waved his hand and brought the 4 of them into the distance. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yan Chuan looked around. Countless experts felt a chill in their hearts and quickly left. After everyone left, Yan Chuan's expression returned to normal. Rumble. As the blood sea disappeared, Yan Chuan removed his super divine ability. "Sage Ruler." Bai Qi and the others shouted excitedly. "Jin Diu, check the third prince's corpse and see if there is the fire essence stone of extreme yang that you want. Also, preserve his corpse," Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Jin Diu replied. Just as everyone was talking, rumble. The void suddenly trembled. Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows and looked around. Rumble. The void distorted faster and faster. The ground also shook violently. Sage ruler, this void is about to collapse. Enchanting said with a frown. It is not collapsing. Someone is trying to take over the entire void and all the sun fragments. Yen Chuan said with a serious expression. Huh. Everyone raised their eyebrows. Is it the Great Zhou Heavenly Court? Enchanting immediately reacted. It must be. Also, the sage's attitude suddenly changed. It seems like someone from the Great Zhou Heavenly Court sent a voice transmission. Yen Chuan said with a cold smile. Jean Du asked doubtfully. There are not many forces in the world that the sage is wary of. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. As Yen Chuan spoke, he looked at the void that was shaking more and more violently. Countless cultivators fled towards the exit in a panic. Sage ruler? Bai Qi said with a frown. I already got what I wanted. After the metal beasts took it, this place is no longer that attractive to me. No matter what happened earlier, the Great Zhou Heavenly Court did me a favor. Just treat it as returning the favor. Let's go. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Everyone answered. Yen Chuan led the other three and quickly flew toward the exit. At this moment, countless cultivators were fleeing in panic outside the shattered Sun Hall. A large number of cultivators immediately gathered in the plaza. What's going on? Why is the space inside shaking? The cultivators discussed. Yen Chuan's group of 4 stepped out. The instant the 4 stepped out, the entire plaza fell silent. The might of the Blood Sea gave everyone a great shock. Chapter 12:24. In the world of the living, at the border of the western and southern continents. The Phoenix Emperor's territory. Countless phoenixes lived in the Phoenix Emperor's territory. There were fire phoenixes, ice phoenixes, Qingwan, elite guards, and countless other birds. It was the base of the phoenix race. In the center, there was a large hall, the Phoenix Emperor Hall. A large number of guards stood around, and a man in a gray robe walked over quickly. Greetings, Second Prince. The guards said respectfully. The gray-robed man had a serious expression. He frowned and his eyes were heavy. Is father here? The second prince asked. Come in. A shout came from the hall. The guards immediately moved aside, and the door opened a gap. The gray-robed man quickly stepped in. The hall was rather dim. There was a throne in the north. There was a figure standing beside the throne. He was dressed in a gorgeous red robe, and his golden hair was combed back. His back was facing the second prince, and his face could not be seen. Father, third prince is dead. His life token just shattered. The second prince said with an ugly expression. The Phoenix Emperor. The Phoenix Emperor did not turn around, but his hands clenched slightly. Third prince is dead. I know. This grudge will be avenged. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to kill the third prince of the Phoenix race is provoking the entire Phoenix race. The Phoenix Emperor snorted coldly, and the hall rumbled. Father, my condolences. The second prince sighed slightly. I have already sent people to the netherworld to find third prince's soul and prepare to extradite him. No matter what, third prince is dead. Second prince, you will replace third prince and go to the Great Zhou dynasty to ask for Mo Yushi's hand in marriage. The Phoenix Emperor said. The second prince was surprised. The Phoenix Emperor was silent for a while before saying, There's no harm in telling you. Mo Yushi has the inheritance of the Dark Phoenix. She is the master of the Dark Phoenix. Do you know what the master of the Dark Phoenix is? I don't know. That's right. The Netherworld's Phoenix is under her control. She has absolute authority. Moreover, if the dead Phoenix of the living world enters the Netherworld, they are also under her control. Take Third Prince for example. If Mo Yushi is in the Netherworld and has everything of the Dark Phoenix, she can instantly find Third Prince. The Phoenix Emperor said. In other words, what Mo Yushi controls is the Phoenix clan's reincarnation. Phoenix Monarch said solemnly. The Phoenix clan's reincarnation? The second prince's expression changed. That's right. Now you know how important Mo Yushi is. Get her? Phoenix Emperor said. Understood. The second prince replied. Shattered Sun Hall Square. Yen Chuan and his group left. Some Xiozha entered Broken Sun Hall again. That space disappeared? The sun fragment was taken away by someone? Who took it? Countless experts revealed bewildered looks. Several days later, Western Outer Continent, Great Zhou Heavenly Court. Taiji Palace. In Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong was dressed in a gorgeous dragon robe. With a flick of his sleeves, he sat on the dragon throne. His eyes narrowed as he looked down. There were only two people in the entire Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong and Shangguan. Celestial Emperor, in order to prevent any accidents, I used the teleportation talisman and returned first. Not only did I bring back the sun fragment, but I also brought back the exploding beasts. Shangguan said respectfully. How was your trip? Wu Jiong nodded. Shangguan immediately recounted everything. Wu Jiong raised his eyebrows. I did not expect Yen Chuan to grow so quickly and so terrifyingly. At that time, he actually dared to challenge the sage. If I did not send a message to the sage at the right time, the two of them might have really fought. Shangguan said. Yen Chuan killed the third prince of the Phoenix clan? Although I planned to lead them to conflict, I did not expect to kill the third prince of the Phoenix clan so quickly. This is good. Wu Jiong nodded. Celestial Emperor, I suspect that Yen Chuan might have discovered our plan but willingly jumped in. Shangguan said with a frown. Discovered? Of course, he is the first emperor. From the moment you sent him the letter, he might have guessed my plan. Naturally, he would not oppose it. Everyone takes what they need. Wu Jiong took a deep breath and said. Then what should we do next? Shangguan said with a frown. Yen Chuan has killed the third prince of the Phoenix clan, which proves that he has guessed the reason. This is good. I think it will not be long before the Phoenix Emperor sends someone to propose marriage. Let Yen Chuan kill. Let him kill as much as he wants. Wu Jiong said with a flash of light in his eyes. But Princessy, Shangguan said with a little worry. Typing? Pass down my order. Do not make things too difficult for Yen Chuan and do not affect my plan. I will punish those who violate my order. Wu Jiong said in a low voice. Shangguan nodded. Celestial Emperor, this Yen Chuan's cultivation in the sealed realm and his current cultivation, this speed of growth is really... Shangguan said with a wry smile. He is the first emperor. If he can't do this, I will be suspicious. Go. Have someone collect the sun fragments and extract the ores to refine divine weapons. Wu Jiong said in a low voice. Yes. Shangguan nodded. Shattered Sun Territory. Former Great Zhen's residence. Yen Chuan looked at the pheasant queen in front of him. Yen Di, I already know everything about the Shattered Sun Palace. Yen Di, you are invincible. The pheasant queen said with a wry smile. Invincible? What do you think, pheasant queen? Yen Chuan said lightly. The pheasant queen frowned and finally said, Yen Di, I still have a large amount of fire essence stones of the sun. I know that you must have a need for them. I want to use these fire essence stones of the sun to exchange for the primogenitor's fate. Yen Chuan looked at the pheasant queen and said with a smile, Do you think that the Phoenix Emperor will not pursue the matter if the third prince of the Phoenix clan dies here? The pheasant queen raised her eyebrows. But the Great Zhen and the Phoenix clan have enmity. The pheasant queen said with a frown. You are worried that the Great Zhen will be destroyed by the Phoenix clan? Ha! Yen Chuan laughed loudly. The pheasant queen did not say anything. Clearly, she had admitted it. I have my own reasons for killing the third prince of the Phoenix clan. Of course, I can bear all the consequences of killing him. So what if the Phoenix Emperor comes personally? So what if the entire Phoenix clan comes? Yen Chuan said with a smile. The pheasant queen frowned slightly. Pheasant queen, I can also tell you that the primogenitor's fate of the pheasant clan is precious to you. I also know how precious it is. I will not give it to an unrelated person. I will only give it to the great Jin's sovereign beast. You may not be the only one in the pheasant clan who can use it. Even if I don't give it to you, I can give it to other pheasants. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. The pheasant queen's expression turned ugly. I think you are biased against the great Jin. The third prince of the Phoenix clan is dead and the pheasant clan no longer has the sun fragment to rely on. It is not impossible for the Phoenix clan to destroy your clan. Since the pheasant clan is going to migrate, why don't you migrate to the outer eastern continent? I will give you a place to live first. You can decide after I return. How about it? Yan Chuan said with a smile. The pheasant queen looked at Yan Chuan and finally nodded. All right. Jin Dayu. Yan Chuan called out. Yes, your majesty. Jin Dayu replied. You will escort the pheasant clan to Xianyang. Yan Chuan ordered. Your majesty. Jin Dayu replied. The pheasant queen nodded. After sending off the pheasant, Yan Chuan stepped into the dragon carriage again. This time, only Enrich and Bai Qi followed him. Holy King, where are we going first? Bai Qi asked. To my son's place first. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Bai Qi replied. Roar! The 4 dragons roared and soared into the sky. Just as the 4 dragons soared into the sky, suddenly, there was a huge tremor in the void. Boom! Above the sky, rosy clouds suddenly circled around. On the ground, auspicious qi soared into the sky. Faintly, heavenly music floated in the air and the heavens and earth became a beautiful scene. This is? Enrich raised his eyebrows. In Yan Chuan's eyes, he saw that there was a sudden surge of energy in the void. Faintly, it formed 3 huge pillars in the distance, connecting the heavens and the earth. Heaven's Way. Another 3 Heaven's Way have been repaired. Yan Chuan said solemnly. There are 97 more Heaven's Way, and the heavens and earth will be complete again. Enrich nodded. The heavens and earth will be complete? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Enrich's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Yan Chuan sneered and said, It's just the Heaven's Way. As he spoke, Yan Chuan stepped back into the main hall of the carriage. Bai Qi and Enrich stood guard outside. He commanded the 4 dragons to head towards a direction in the west. Underworld, Myriad Ghost Domain. In a sea outside the domain, Zombie Yan Chuan stepped on the chest of the metal beast. Ding! Zombie Yan Chuan's fingertips pressed against the metal beast's forehead. Rumble! A series of explosions sounded. The metal beast trembled and struggled. Bang! The metal beast's body suddenly trembled and went limp. Your consciousness has finally been destroyed by me. Zombie Yan Chuan sneered. Quang! Zombie Yan Chuan took out a heaven-burying coffin and opened the lid. Inside the heaven-burying coffin, at a glance, there were countless stars revolving around it. As they revolved, one could vaguely see that at the center of the countless stars, there seemed to be a huge eye, suspended in the starry sky inside the coffin. All of my treasures in the Great Thousand World are stored in the world-suppressing coffin, but no one has discovered it? Metal Beast, you will be in charge of guarding the world-suppressing coffin. Wait for me to nurture your new consciousness. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. He slowly placed the metal beast into the coffin. Swoosh! The metal beast seemed to fall into the starry sky and slowly flew towards the huge eye in the void. It was a golden eye with a golden pupil. The golden eye blinked and looked at the metal beast flying towards it. The metal beast's body was quickly placed into the shape of the Chinese character, by the golden eye's consciousness. The golden eye blinked and slowly closed, disappearing into the starry sky inside the coffin. Chapter 1225. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent. Jinlong Domain. A huge waterfall flowed down, and there was a huge reef under the waterfall. At this moment, Gigizi was sitting cross-legged on the reef. Gigizi's eyes were slightly closed, but his face was sweating profusely, as if there was a demonic thought in his mind. Ha, Z, how arrogant were you back then to be willing to be a subject? Gigu Zi, back in the greater thousand realms, you became Bai Huang's disciple. Bai Ying, who is now Yen Chuan, was nothing. If it weren't for your help back then, how could Ing become the celestial emperor? Hi, Yi, back then Ing called you Mr. and respected you in every way, but now? Back then, you were on equal footing with Ing in the Great Qin, and most of the subjects were your disciples, but now? You're just an ordinary subject, just an ordinary subject. Gigu Zi, when you became Bai Huang's disciple, what was your ambition? You didn't help Ing transcend, but you wanted to transcend yourself. Back then, when Ing died, you were buried with him? Gigu Zi, you're Gigu Zi. Gigu Zi, under Bai Huang's disciple, how much of Bai Huang's legacy did you inherit? You're the strongest under Bai Huang in terms of feng shui and luck. If you could transcend, why did you become Bai Yi's watchdog? Gigu Zi, I'm back. Gigu Zi was sweating profusely, and he suddenly woke up. Gigu Zi panted violently. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. At this moment, a figure appeared on the shore not far away. Mr. Gigu Zi, the figure said worriedly. Gigu Zi looked over. Li Si? Gigu Zi frowned. Li Si flew over quickly. He flew to the reef. Li Si's expression was complicated. Mister, there's something that's been weighing on my heart for a long time. I've been investigating it for a long time, but after thinking about it, I still want to tell you. Li Si said in a deep voice. Gigu Zi looked at Li Si. Sir, after the Great Qin Empire was buried with the Celestial Emperor, we reincarnated many times. During these reincarnations, I found a great enemy. There was once when I became a fate usurper and made a divination. I was terrified and uneasy, so I left a message for the future. After I recovered the memories of my first life, I always thought that I was overthinking. After all, the appearance of that great enemy was too. Li Si frowned. That great enemy seems to be disrupting the Holy King's recovery of his memories. His shadow can be seen in many eras, Li Si said with a complicated expression. Appearance? Gigu Zi seemed to have realized something. Li Si looked at Gigu Zi and fell silent for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, That great enemy looks just like you. Gigu Zi raised an eyebrow. Yes, that's why I thought I was overthinking. After all, you wouldn't harm the Holy King. However, I've been tossing and turning in bed many times, but I still couldn't find anything. Moreover, I've been feeling uneasy recently, just like the feeling I had when I was being destroyed during my reincarnation. Sir, you know that I'm extremely sensitive to danger. That's why I came to tell you today. Li Si said with a frown. Gigu Zi's expression was complicated. Suddenly, Gigu Zi looked up at the sky and fell silent. Gigu Zi smiled bitterly. You escaped in the end. Huh? Li Si was puzzled. Gigu Zi shook his head. Then, Gigu Zi looked at Li Si with a solemn expression. Prime Minister Li, your feeling is right. I've been feeling uneasy all these years. I can't hide it anymore. Just in case, I'll tell you right away. I hope you listen carefully. Perhaps this is a great disaster, Gigu Zi said with a serious expression. Li Si's expression changed. The current me is actually not the complete me. I am Gigu Zi, but there's also an evil Gigu Zi. Gigu Zi said in a deep voice. What? In the Great Thousand Realms, my temperament is not like this. Back then, in order to improve my mental state, I cut out the dark elements in my heart, and cut out the dark Gigu Zi. Gigu Zi frowned. Dark Gigu Zi? Yes, he and I were originally one. We shared life, and neither of us could kill the other. However, back then he wanted to influence me, and at the same time, he had great power. For the sake of the world, I sealed him. Gigu Zi said with a frown. Li Si listened patiently. He must have escaped from my seal when we were buried together with the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, he might be even stronger now. I even feel that he's coming for me. Gigu Zi's expression became more and more unpleasant. Coming for you? Li Si raised his eyebrows. Yes, he wants to devour me and become even more perfect, Gui Guzi said in a deep voice. Li Si's expression became more serious. In the future, if you see me again, remember to be careful. I will report to the Holy King. However, I'm worried that something will happen during this period, so I'm letting you know in advance. No, to prevent any accidents, you should report to the Holy King, Gui Guzi said solemnly. Li Si nodded. At this moment, Gui Guzi's pupils suddenly shrank. He's here. Hurry up and leave. Gui Guzi's expression suddenly changed. Li Si turned his head abruptly and saw a black-robed figure standing above the waterfall. Yang Realm, Outer Southern Continent. Shattered Sun Weave. Yen Chuan and his group had already left, but another group of people had arrived at Shattered Sun Weave. In a palace, Gong Yang Xian, Gong Yang Benlei, and a group of Gong Yang family disciples were currently listening to a man report everything that had happened in the Shattered Sun Hall. You may leave, Gong Yang Xian said in a deep voice. Only the Gong Yang family experts were left in the hall. Old ancestor? This Yen Chuan's strength is not to be underestimated. So he was still hiding something in the past? This Yen Chuan tricked me to death, Gong Yang Benlei said gloomily. Everyone was shocked by Yen Chuan's strength. Fighting 5 ancestral immortals at the same time? And a great victory? If not for the Holy King's intervention, wouldn't all the ancestral immortals be dead? Fortunately. Otherwise, I would have underestimated Yen Chuan again. Gong Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. Old ancestor, what should we do now? Gong Yang Benlei asked anxiously. Gong Yang Xian said in a deep voice, It's not appropriate for me to appear. This Yen Chuan is too dangerous. Benlei, return to the family immediately and ask for the patriarch's orders. Gong Yang Benlei was confused. To be on the safe side, I need to ask the Holy King for help. Gong Yang Xian said coldly. Holy King? Everyone was slightly stunned. Not only that, this time, Yen Chuan has a grudge with the Phoenix family. I will go to the Phoenix Weave and encourage the Phoenix Emperor to take action. Perhaps I will have to do them a favor, but I have no choice. Then, go and tell the patriarch, Gong Yang Xian said in a deep voice. Gong Yang Benlei replied. Yen Chuan has already gone to the outer western continent. The remaining people will be divided into 2 groups. One group will understand Yen Chuan's movements, the other group will go and ask the Holy King and the Phoenix Emperor. Gong Yang Xian said in a deep voice. Everyone replied. Outer western continent, roar. Roar. 4 dragons roared as Yen Chuan's 4-dragon chariot flew from the sea into a vast territory. Yen Chuan walked out of the hall and stood on the platform, looking into the distance with Enchanting and Bai Qi. Ice Demon Territory? Yen Chuan asked in a low voice. Crown Prince Yen Donghan is leading the great Zhou dynasty's army here to expand and accumulate military merits, Enchanting said with a smile. Yen Chuan smiled faintly. The Ice Demon Holy Court occupies a part of the Ice Demon Weave. According to the news from the Shattered Sun Hall's eastern faction, the Crown Prince already occupies half of the territory. Holy King, should we go to the Ice Demon Holy Court now or the Crown Prince's place? Enchanting asked. Since this is my son's war, there is no need to interfere. Let's go to Donghan's place. Yen Chuan nodded. The dragon chariot flew. Enchanting followed the news from the eastern faction and headed to the north of the territory. The 4 dragons flying in the sky immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Not long after, they arrived at a central camp. Countless soldiers were patrolling around. The appearance of the 4-dragon chariot immediately alerted them. Who is it? A large number of soldiers immediately rushed into the sky. At the center of the main hall, a large number of generals stood inside, looking at a man who was talking to a sand table. The man in the lead was dressed in a red robe. He had a handsome face and a heroic spirit in his eyes. There was a faint red line between his eyebrows, just like when Yen Chuan used a super ability. However, the man in front of him did not use a super ability and revealed the red line. The man held a vine in his hand and pointed at the sand table. The vine was a gift from Yan Chuan to Yan Dong'an. It was the vine demon, a peerless divine weapon. The man was Yan Dong'an. Did you see it clearly? Yan Dong'an asked in a deep voice. Yes, Grand Marshal. The group of soldiers shouted respectfully. The soldiers' eyes were full of admiration. It was not because of his status, but because of Yan Dong'an's infinite talent. Commander, there is a 4-dragon chariot outside. An unknown person is approaching. A soldier quickly rushed into the main hall. Yan Dong'an was surprised and slowly walked out of the main hall with a group of generals. Outside the main hall, more and more experts gathered. Stop. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? A general raised his sword and shouted. Countless soldiers surrounded the dragon chariot in a military formation. How dare you? Bai Qi shouted angrily. A murderous aura suddenly burst out. The soldiers' faces changed. Fierce tiger army formation. The general shouted. The group of soldiers shouted loudly. They were about to charge at the dragon chariot. Stop. A loud shout rang out from the main hall in the distance. The group of soldiers who were about to fight in the distance suddenly stopped and turned their heads to look. They saw Yan Dong'an and a group of generals standing on the square of the main hall. Commander! The soldiers greeted respectfully. Yan Dong'an looked at the dragon chariot in the sky and Yan Chuan on it. Yan Chuan also looked at Yan Dong'an below. When father and son met, the atmosphere became extremely quiet. Chapter 12:26. West Outer Continent, Ice Demon Weave. Yan Dong'an's main army camp. The dragon carriage floated high in the sky, and the entire army was on guard. Yan Chuan stood on the dragon carriage, looking at Yan Dong'an at the entrance of the main hall. Behind Yan Dong'an, a group of generals each took out their weapons and stared at the dragon carriage with dignified eyes. Because on the dragon carriage, Bai Qi's eyes revealed a murderous aura, which made everyone's heart tremble. Who is this person? Who dares to barge into the main army camp? Many soldiers waited for Yan Dong'an's order. Yan Dong'an's solemn face suddenly revealed a smile that the soldiers could not understand. Father! Yan Dong'an's eyes were filled with excitement as he called out. Father! Suddenly, countless generals were at a loss. Father? What's going on? The commander called the person on the dragon carriage father. For a moment, countless generals were stunned. Those soldiers who were holding their weapons and waiting for orders to attack stiffened, and everyone turned their heads. At this moment, Yan Dong'an was indeed smiling excitedly. The commander's father? On the dragon carriage, Yan Chuan also smiled. A kind smile flashed in his eyes. Ang! The dragon carriage swooped down. At this moment, no one stopped it. Ice Demon Weave. In a huge city. The city lord's mansion landed on a huge floating island. From the floating island, one could see the entire city. There was a huge open-air bath on the floating island. The sky was dark, and only the moonlight shone down. A large amount of steam rose from the open-air bath, and a group of female guards waited on it. The bath was sprinkled with flower petals. A white figure swam in the bath for a while, and finally leaned against the side of the bath, closed her eyes, and lay on her back, enjoying the moment of comfort. This was a woman with an extremely gentle face, long hair, and incomparably white skin. The woman enjoyed the peace and quiet. Suddenly, a female guard came over. Reporting to the princess. The female guard said respectfully. The woman did not open her eyes, and only responded lazily. Princess, there's news from Yan Dong'an. The female guard said softly. Oh, another victory? The princess did not care. No, someone came to Yan Dong'an's camp. Yan Dong'an called him father. The female attendant explained. Oh! The princess suddenly opened her eyes, and a bright light shot out from her eyes. The waitress was slightly taken aback. Didn't the princess always dislike Yan Dong'an? Why did he have such a huge reaction when he heard Yan Dong'an's father? Are you sure? The princess's eyes lit up. At that time, Yendong, and shouted in front of everyone. The person who came was driving a four-dragon carriage, and there were 2 attendants. The female attendant said solemnly, "You came? He really came? Let me ask you, what does he look like? Does it look good?" The princess asked with a hint of excitement. The waitress was slightly stunned. Was it beautiful? The maid couldn't figure out what the princess was thinking. He may not be as handsome as those in the princess's residence, but he exudes a sense of majesty. Very mature. The waitress said, That's right. How could those gigolos compare to him? He is a real man." The princess's face showed a trace of excitement. "Hua!" The princess stood up from the bathtub. The bath water slid down her body, revealing an extremely exquisite and perfect figure. The princess looked at her body with some narcissism and slowly walked to the railing not far away. The female attendant at the side quickly took a gauze dress and put it on the princess. The princess stood on a balcony and looked at the city's lights, then turned to look at the distant south. "He's here. I've heard of his deeds since I was young. Men, prepare the carriage. I want to go to the front line's main camp." The princess shouted. "In such a hurry?" The female attendant at the side showed a surprised expression. "Didn't you hear what I said?" The princess glared at her. The female attendant replied, "Ice Demon Territory, Yendong, N's main camp, main hall, Yen Commander Hall." Some generals had already left. In the hall, Enchanting and Bai Qi stood to the side. Yendong and brought Yen Chuan in front of the sand table. "Father, this is your son's plan. Your son used a scheme to sow discord. Now that the Ice Demon Holy King has lost his left and right arms, I stirred up public opinion within the Ice Demon Holy Court and used public opinion to create a wave of rebellion. Moreover, these checkpoints already belong to my people. In a few days, we will destroy the Ice Demon Holy Court in one fell swoop." Yendong and told Yen Chuan his plan as if he was presenting a treasure. "Beloved Yin, what do you think?" Yen Chuan smiled. "The Crown Prince is extremely intelligent. His chain of plans is ingenious. Even if I sent troops, it might not be as perfect as the Crown Prince." Enchanting smiled. Since beloved Yin said so, my son's plan is naturally perfect." Yen Chuan laughed. Hearing Yen Chuan's praise, Yendong's eyes were filled with excitement. "You two guard outside," Yen Chuan said. Bai Qi and Enchanting replied. Yen Chuan looked at the sand table in front of him and took a deep breath. How is your mother now?" At the mention of Mo Shi, Yendong's face turned solemn. "Father, your son has already used his merits to get my mother out of Tsingfeng Mountain early. However, it seems like my mother is still not favored by the Heavenly Emperor. No, it's the great Zhou imperial family that rejects my mother. My mother has been transferred to a territory in the west. My mother and I have very few chances to see each other. So, your son has been working hard all these years, hoping to use your son's efforts in exchange for a more free life." Yendong and took a deep breath. Yen Chuan patted Yendong's head and said kindly, "You and your mother have suffered all these years." "No, mother and I both know that father has been working very hard in the east." Yendong and said with a smile. "Father has come this time to bring you and your mother back and reunite with our family." Yen Chuan said solemnly. "I'm just worried that the Heavenly Emperor will make things difficult for you." Yendong's eyes showed a trace of worry. "Don't worry, no one can stop me," Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yendong and said happily. Just as the father and son were talking, a loud shout came from outside the hall. "Princess Taiping has arrived." A loud shout came from outside the hall. "Princess Taiping? What is she doing here?" Yendong and raised his eyebrows. Yen Chuan also turned to look outside the hall. Outside the hall, Princess Taiping was wearing an extremely gorgeous dress. The bottom of the dress dragged on the ground. Behind her was a group of female attendants who were serving her very carefully. Princess Taiping was the princess who was bathing not long ago. At this moment, She was dressed in formal attire and looked extremely beautiful. Countless soldiers in the surroundings looked over, and many of them revealed looks of admiration. Princess Taiping raised her head and walked over step by step, looking beautiful and arrogant. She walked to the outside of the hall. "Stop!" Bai Qi blocked the entrance of the hall. "How dare you? Don't you know Princess Taiping?" A female attendant suddenly shouted. "Shut up!" Princess Taiping shouted. "Yes." The female attendant immediately retreated. Princess Taiping's eyes lit up as she looked at Bai Qi. "Killing God, Bai Qi? Calm martial ruler?" Bai Qi raised his eyebrows. The girl in front of him was very beautiful, but why was her gaze so strange? "Let her in." Yan Chuan's voice came from inside the hall. "Yes." Bai Qi nodded. Hearing Yan Chuan's voice, Princess Taiping's eyes lit up. She ignored Bai Qi and walked into the hall. Bai Qi and Enchanting looked at each other and followed her into the hall. In the hall, Yan Chuan and Yan Dong stood on a sand table and looked outside the hall. Princess Taiping was the first to enter the hall. Once she entered the hall, Princess Taiping immediately stared at Yan Chuan. Princess Taiping kept sizing up Yan Chuan. Looking and looking, Princess Taiping's smile became wider. The female attendants who followed in all looked at Princess Taiping in a daze. This was the first time they saw Princess Taiping reveal such an expression. Yan Dong's face revealed a trace of disgust as he looked at Princess Taiping. "Great Zhou Heavenly Court, Princess Taiping greets the first emperor." Princess Taiping smiled and slightly bowed. This bow made the female attendant stunned. "Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" Princess Taiping actually bowed to the man in front of her. It had to be known that Princess Taiping was a domineering person in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. She was the most beloved daughter of the Heavenly Emperor. Other than the Heavenly Emperor, she did not bow to anyone. Even if a saint came to visit, Princess Taiping would not bow to the saint. It could be said that she was the world's favorite. At this moment, she actually bowed to the man in front of her. Some of the female attendants even rubbed their eyes. "Princess Taiping?" Yan Chuan said with a frown. "Just call me Taiping." Princess Taiping looked at Yan Chuan and smiled. There was a strange look in her eyes. That expression, in the eyes of Enchanting and the female attendants, was strange. This was because most of them had only seen this expression on some men. It was a pervert's gaze that was filled with desire and strong possessiveness. "Princess Taiping, why are you visiting my camp in the middle of the night?" Yan Dong asked with a frown. Princess Taiping looked at Yan Dong with a trace of disgust in her eyes, but she hid it very well. "Marshal Yan, you have worked hard leading the army. I brought some wine to reward the army. I didn't expect to see the first emperor here." Princess Taiping looked at Yan Chuan again. "First emperor, since you are new to the Great Zhou Heavenly Court, I will be a good host. If you don't mind, I wonder if you can come to my palace tomorrow. I will treat you well." Princess Taiping's eyes flashed a charming smile. Yan Dong raised his eyebrows. "Not tomorrow. I have just reunited with my son. I don't have time to attend your banquet." Yan Chuan shook his head. Then 10 days later. How about 10 days later? 10 days should be enough." Princess Taiping smiled. Yan Chuan frowned and looked at Princess Taiping. Finally, he nodded and said, "All right. I will go to your palace at noon 10 days later. Then I will wait for the first emperor in my palace." Princess Taiping smiled. Yan Chuan nodded. "I will take my leave," Princess Taiping said politely. Then, Princess Taiping led everyone out of the hall. Yan Dong opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He wanted to remind Yan Chuan to be careful of Princess Taiping, but he couldn't say it in front of his father. Bai Qi and Enchanting looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Princess Taiping got on a carriage with excitement in her eyes. The carriage flew back. "Princess, are we here just to meet Yan Chuan?" One of the maids frowned and asked. "Just an invitation?" This was not like the princess's style at all. At this moment, Princess Taiping was immersed in excitement. "You don't understand. This man is different. I want him. The first emperor." "The first emperor? Ha, I didn't expect that I, Taiping, would have the chance to be the first emperor. Princess Taiping said with desire in her eyes. The maids at the side. Chapter 12:27. Ice Demon Domain. Yen Martial Palace. Father, this Princess Taiping. Yen Dong-en hesitated. Looking at his son, Yen Chuan smiled. Don't worry, I know what to do. I'm going to the banquet because I want to understand your mother's situation. Yen Dong-en nodded. Your plan for the Ice Demon Holy Court is about to be activated. You must be careful. Don't be careless at any time, because a moment of carelessness can cost you your life. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Father, don't worry. The Ice Demon Holy King is deserted. I'm confident. Yen Dong-en said confidently. Yen Chuan nodded. At the same time, in the southern part of the Ice Demon Domain, there was a snowy city. There were many crystal palaces around the city, and they were unusually beautiful. Endless providence circled around them. This was the capital of the Ice Demon Holy Court, Ice Demon City. In the Ice Demon City, a man with some frost on his body stared coldly at a drill ground. Nearly 10,000 soldiers stood on the drill ground. All of them had hollow eyes like statues. Greetings, Holy King, the statue-like soldier said stiffly. The Ice Demon Holy King nodded. Slowly, the Ice Demon Holy King walked into a large hall. Everyone leave. The Ice Demon Holy King said solemnly. A group of guards quickly left the hall. Clang. As the doors closed, the Ice Demon Holy King's expression turned solemn, and he stood up reverently. An ice crystal lotus appeared above the Ice Demon Holy King's head. The lotus rotated slowly. Servant Ice Demon greets the Lotus Goddess. The Ice Demon Holy King said respectfully. The Ice Demon Domain can't hold on much longer? The Lotus asked. Yes, but I have 10,000 ice-armored puppets. They should be able to hold Yen Dong-en back for a while. Lotus Goddess, this servant has investigated Yen Dong-en's background. He is Yen Chuan's son. The Ice Demon Holy King said respectfully. Yen Chuan? The voice from the ice crystal lotus sounded again. Yes, Yen Dong-en. He's an influential figure in Great Zhou. In just a few thousand years, he's won one battle after another. He's already a marquis of Great Zhou based on his contributions alone. He's extremely intelligent, and his plans are flawless. He's even crafty when it comes to leading troops. None of the civil and military officials of my Ice Demon Holy Court are a match for him. The ice crystal lotus slowly rotated. Yen Chuan? It's his fortune to have such a son. The Lotus God's voice was gloomy. Lotus Goddess, what should I do now? The Ice Demon Holy King asked worriedly. The ice crystal lotus spun for a while and said, having a son like this is Yen Chuan's fortune, but also his disaster. Oh, that's right. Lotus Goddess, I just received news that someone has come to Yen Chuan's place. It's very likely that it's Yen Chuan. Ice Demon suddenly shouted. Yen Chuan is here too? That's good, it couldn't be better. The Lotus Goddess's voice was strange. From this day onwards, the Ice Demon Holy Court was suddenly unable to withstand a single blow. Under Yen Dong-en's arrangements, they were victorious all the way. Sometimes, it was even too smooth. Reporting. The Third Army has sent news of victory. The 8 left counties have surrendered to our army. Reporting. The First Army has sent news of victory. The upper 9 counties are in chaos. The 9 city lords have been killed. The dragons have no leader. The cities have opened their doors to our army. Reporting. The Sixth Army has sent news of victory. The Prime Minister of the Ice Demon Holy Court has surrendered to our army. Battle reports came in one after another. Under Yen Dong-en's arrangements, they won every battle. Good. Yen Dong-en shouted excitedly. In the blink of an eye, the 10-day deadline was almost up. Princess Taiping had specially sent a maid to fetch Yen Chuan. Bai Qi in Hentian, stay with Yen Dong-en for the time being. Wait for me to return. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The two replied. After giving some instructions, Yan Chuan boarded the four-dragon carriage and followed the maids to Princess Taiping's palace. Yan Dong and watched his father leave. He turned to look at Bai Qi and Yin Hentian. The two of you, the front line is now filled with news of victory. Come with me to the front line and watch me flatten the Ice Demon Holy Court. What do you think? Bai Qi and Yin Hentian smiled. Okay. Gather the troops and set off. Yan Dong and shouted. What? The army roared, and Yan Dong and Central Army advanced south. Princess Taiping's temporary imperial residence was located in a city. Yan Chuan and his party had not yet arrived, but a messenger came to Princess Taiping's residence. Princess, this is a letter from Lord Shangguan. The messenger said respectfully. Princess Taiping took the letter and read it. As she watched, Princess Taiping frowned. Mother Empress asked me not to make things difficult for Yan Chuan? How am I making things difficult for him? Princess Taiping's eyes flashed with impatience. Princess, Lord Shangguan asked me to pass a message to you. The messenger said again. What did Shangguan want to say? Princess Taiping said in a low voice. Lord Shangguan said, Yan Chuan is extraordinary, don't underestimate him. You'd better put away your little thoughts, don't ruin Sky Emperor's plan. Also, Yan Chuan is not comparable to those in your residence, be careful not to play with fire. The messenger said. Play with fire? How did you treat me back then? I just want to play, so what? Princess Taiping's eyes flashed with impatience. The messenger did not dare to say anything. Get lost. Princess Taiping said coldly. The messenger retreated at once. Princess Taiping looked at the letter in her hand. Rip, rip, rip. In the blink of an eye, the letter was torn into pieces. Princess Taiping snorted coldly. When Yan Chuan's dragon carriage arrived, it was already noon. The dragon carriage landed in the city. A group of maids respectfully said, Yan Di, the princess is waiting on the floating island. It's not convenient for us to go up. Yan Di, please. Yan Chuan frowned slightly and finally nodded. The dragon carriage was placed below the floating island. Yan Chuan stepped onto the floating island. On the floating island, there was a huge palace complex. At the entrance of the main palace, two maids respectfully said, Yan Di, the princess is waiting in the backyard. Please. The two maids pointed the way for Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan nodded and stepped in. However, the maids did not follow. Yan Chuan felt a little strange, but he still walked to the backyard. In the backyard, there was a huge screen. On the screen, there were a few women's undergarments. Voila! Behind the screen, there was the sound of water splashing. Yan Chuan frowned slightly. Princess Taiping? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Ah, it's already noon? First Emperor, you are here? Wait for me, I will be done soon. Princess Taiping's charming voice came from the inside. Yan Chuan's face darkened slightly. My clothes. First Emperor, can you pass me my clothes? They are on the screen. I forgot to take them. Princess Taiping's voice came again. Clothes? Yan Chuan looked at the undergarments on the screen and sneered. Grabbing the undergarments on the screen, Yan Chuan slowly stepped in. In the backyard, there was a huge balcony bathtub. In the bathtub, there was a faint mist and flower petals. Princess Taiping was soaking in the bathtub. Her white skin and beautiful figure were faintly discernible in the mist. It was extremely tempting. If an ordinary person saw it, they would have a headache. However, Yan Chuan's eyes were still clear. It was not that Yan Chuan did not like beautiful women. It was mainly because Yan Chuan's state of mind was no longer in the realm of the flesh. If he was in need of sex, with Yan Chuan's status, how could he not find a beautiful concubine? Of course, in the face of this situation, Yan Chuan did not have any stage fright. Grabbing the undergarments, he slowly walked to the side of the bath. When he got closer, he could see the beauty in the bath more clearly. Princess Taiping was even more seductive. Her eyes were watery, and she looked as if she was waiting for him to do whatever he wanted. Yan Chuan smiled and passed the undergarments. He glanced at Princess Taiping's body. Thank you, First Emperor? Princess Taiping said with a shy face. When she took the undergarments, Princess Taiping's slender fingers drew a line on Yan Chuan's palm. It was as if she was hinting at Yan Chuan. However, Yan Chuan smiled and said, Princess Taiping, you invited me here just to let me see your bath picture? Princess Taiping said softly, it is my wish to be noticed by First Emperor. First Emperor, you have worked hard. Do you want to enter the bath to relieve your tiredness? After handing over the underwear, Yan Chuan stood up straight and smiled. There's no need for that. However, Princess Taiping wanted me to look at the bath picture. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll just sit here and admire it. As he spoke, Yan Chuan walked to the side of a stone table. Slowly sitting down, Yan Chuan poured himself a cup of green tea by the side. While drinking the tea, he looked at Princess Taiping, who was frozen in the bath. Yan Chuan was not moved by her beauty? Sitting there and enjoying it? Princess Taiping suddenly had a feeling of déjà vu. She once disguised herself as a woman and entered a brothel. She saw some noble young masters and spent money to see some brothel girls. So similar. That attitude of looking at a woman as a plaything? Brothel girls? And I don't even need to spend money? Princess Taiping had never been looked down upon like this before. She immediately lost her patience and was furious. Bang! With a slap on the water suddenly erupted and covered everything. A few pieces of undergarments were instantly put on Princess Taiping's body. The speed was so fast that it disappeared in a flash. Walala! When the water fell, Princess Taiping was already standing beside the pool in her gorgeous clothes. What a pity! It's too fast. Yan Chuan smiled. Princess Taiping was annoyed, but she immediately suppressed the anger in her heart and smiled. First Emperor, please don't laugh at me. As long as Princess Taiping likes it. Yan Chuan smiled. Like it? Princess Taiping was already suppressing the anger in her heart because of her failed seduction. It's my honor to have First Emperor here. I have already asked all the servants to leave. This terrace overlooks the entire city. The scenery is quite good. Let me entertain First Emperor here. Princess Taiping smiled and said, Please. Yan Chuan nodded. Princess Taiping walked to the side of Yan Chuan's stone table. With a wave of her hand, a large amount of delicacies appeared on the stone table. This is the beauty brew that I brewed personally. First Emperor, you must taste it. Princess Taiping poured a cup of wine for Yan Chuan. Chapter 12:28. This is the beauty brew that I brewed myself. First Emperor, you must taste it. Princess Taiping poured a cup of wine for Yan Chuan. Okay. Yan Chuan nodded. First Emperor, I was rude just now. Take it as my apology. Come, please drink this cup. Don't bicker with a little girl like me. Princess Taiping approached him again. She brought the wine to Yan Chuan's mouth, her eyes revealing a trace of mesmerizing charm. Yan Chuan looked at Princess Taiping with a frown. Seeing Yan Chuan frown, Princess Taiping seemed to be more excited. She touched Yan Chuan's chest and was about to sit in Yan Chuan's arms. First Emperor, please drink this cup. Princess Taiping said charmingly. Yan Chuan did not let Princess Taiping feed him. Instead, he took the cup with one hand and held Princess Taiping's arm with the other hand. He gently led Princess Taiping to sit on a stone chair. Princess Taiping's expression changed. Please. Yan Chuan brought the wine to his mouth and drank it in one gulp. After drinking it, Princess Taiping's eyes lit up. At this moment, Princess Taiping was not as enthusiastic as before. First Emperor, do you think I'm beautiful? Princess Taiping said with a smile. So what if you're beautiful or not? Princess Taiping, you care too much about your appearance. With your current cultivation, it's not difficult for you to change your appearance. Yan Chuan said with a smile. No, this is my original appearance. Princess Taiping said with a frown. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Princess, you didn't invite me here just to drink wine. What do you think? Princess Taiping said with a smile. What do I think? Is it important? It's not important. I want to know what Wu Jiong wants from my wife? Yen Chuan said with a solemn expression. Moyushi? Her again? Humph, she is just a gigolo's daughter. When Princess Taiping heard Moyushi's name, she immediately became irritated. Although you're right, do you think you're better than my wife? If he could, why would he fly into a rage out of humiliation? Yen Chuan smiled faintly. I can't beat her? In the great Zhou dynasty, other than my mother, who is more honorable than me? Even in the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty, all the princes and grandsons, which one of them doesn't act according to my wishes? I can't compete with her? Princess Taiping suddenly cried out. You know best in your heart whether I can compete with her or not. At least my wife has something that you are jealous of that you don't have. Yen Chuan shook his head. Jealous? Why would I be jealous? How could I be jealous? Princess Taiping suddenly jumped up with a trace of blood in her eyes. After saying that, Princess Taiping took the wine beside her and drank it. I don't know what you've experienced, but I can roughly guess. You're jealous of my wife not because of her status, but because of what she has. What does she have? For a princess of the heavenly court, it can be said that she has everything in the world. What you can be jealous of is only in the aspect of emotions. Yen Chuan analyzed in a deep voice. Emotions? I don't need emotions. I have everything, Princess Taiping said in a deep voice. However, she drank another cup of wine. Everything? Really? Yen Chuan revealed a trace of a smile. I said I have everything. Is Moyushi so precious? Let you fight against the pressure of the entire heavenly court for her? You actually want to fight against the entire great Zhou dynasty for her? Princess Taiping's emotions were unstable as she said. Looking at Yen Chuan, Princess Taiping's eyes were filled with deep jealousy. She did not take the wine cup off her hand. In this emotional situation, the stimulation of alcohol seemed to make Princess Taiping even more arrogant. Although she was not drunk, she was as unscrupulous as if she was drunk. However, Princess Taiping was more sober than when she was drunk, but more irritable. She's worth it. Princess Taiping, I've roughly guessed Wu Zhao's plan. You can tell her that I'll do it. Moreover, I'll definitely take Moyushi away. No one can stop me, not even Wu Zhao. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Pass a message to Mother Empress? Moyushi? Why can she, the daughter of a gigolo, have everything? She's trapped at Xingfeng Mountain, she's exiled to the west. But at least she has someone to wait for, hate, think about, and resent. Why does she have everything but I? Princess Taiping suddenly cried out in sorrow. What's wrong with you? Yen Chuan was puzzled. She has someone to wait for, hate, think about, and resent. But my husband was killed by Mother Empress. I held my son and knelt in front of the palace, begging, but I was mercilessly rejected. From then on, I knew that without power, you can't have anything. Princess Taiping's face changed from sorrow to ferocity. Do you know? My position today is not only because of Mother Empress's favor, but also because I wanted her to feel guilty. I strangled my son to death with my own hands. At that time, my son already knew how to call mother. I strangled him to death just like she did back then. Without Xue Xiao, the previous Taiping is also dead. I'm the new Taiping. I want to be like Mother Empress. Princess Taiping shouted crazily as she drank. Yen Chuan frowned. Didn't you ask Mother Empress what she wants? She wants the whole world. Can you give it to her? Princess Taiping laughed wildly. The whole world? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Princess Taiping, you are drunk. Yen Chuan shook his head. I'm not drunk. What's my cultivation? Can this little wine make me drunk? Princess Taiping shook her head. I know. This wine can't make your head drunk, but it can make your heart drunk. The past is gone, and the sea of bitterness is boundless. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Humph, the sea of bitterness is boundless? I said, I'm not the Taiping of the past. Not only do I want to be like Mother Empress, I want to surpass her. You, Emperor Shi Huang? I'm here today to lure you here. Don't leave today. Serve me in bed. Ha! Princess Taiping laughed. Princess Taiping was about to pounce on Yan Chuan as she spoke. Yan Chuan waved his hand and pushed Princess Taiping away immediately. Yan Chuan's face turned cold. Humph, I'm not interested in your affairs. But if you continue to be presumptuous, don't blame me for falling out with you. I won't have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Tender feelings for the fairer sex? Haha, do you think I'm fragrant jade? Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Only when I have sex with you will I feel that I'm great. At least, I've done more glorious things than Mother Empress. It's useless for you to struggle. Do you know what you drank just now? Beauty brew? No, that's not beauty brew. It's acacia water. Just one drop is enough to make an ancestral immortal. What's more, that wasn't just one drop. Ha, even a sage wouldn't be able to withstand it. Acacia water isn't poison, but it can arouse your lust. Ha! Princess Taiping laughed. Aphrodisiac? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, whatever you say. Come, you won't lose out. I'm the first princess of the heavenly court. You can be considered to have boundless luck with women. Come, no one can run away from me. Come, let me help you take off your clothes. Ha! Princess Taiping pounced on Yan Chuan. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Princess Taiping froze on the spot. A palm print appeared on her face. Yan Chuan slapped Princess Taiping's face. I said, I won't have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Yan Chuan said coldly. Yan Chuan suddenly spat out a cup of wine. The wine was spat on the ground. It was suffused with a scarlet color. Princess Taiping covered her face and raised her head. Her original charm was gone. She just stared at Yan Chuan. There was a great sense of shame and anger in her eyes. You didn't drink? Princess Taiping said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan didn't explain. Instead, he said indifferently, think about Xue Xiao, think about your son who called mother. Princess Taiping's face suddenly became gloomy. Do you have everything? I think you have nothing. You lost everything. You even lost yourself. No wonder you are jealous of my wife, the first princess of the heavenly court? Ha, you don't even deserve to carry my wife's shoes. Yan Chuan said indifferently. I hate you. Princess Taiping said with hatred in her eyes. There are many people who hate me. Yan Chuan said with a trace of disdain. What? I can't get anything from you. I also got what I wanted to know. Thank you for your hospitality. Princess Taiping, let me give you one last piece of advice. Yan Chuan said indifferently. Princess Taiping stared at Yan Chuan. Her eyes were burning with anger. If you don't respect yourself, how can others respect you? If you don't love yourself, how can others love you? Without yourself, you can only play to the gallery. You can only be a clown. Study Wu Zhao carefully. See if you are really like her. Don't try to paint a tiger but end up looking like a dog. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. After saying that, Yan Chuan stepped out of the floating island. At this moment, Princess Taiping didn't stop him. Instead, she covered the palm print on her face and looked at Yan Chuan with hatred. Roar! Roar! The dragon carriage pulled Yan Chuan up slowly and flew out of the city, towards the south. Not long after the dragon carriage flew, a figure suddenly flew towards them from the south. Sage King, Sage King. The figure shouted anxiously. 4 dragons and 1 dragon stopped. Yan Chuan frowned and looked at the person flying towards them. Enchanting, why are you here? Didn't I ask you to follow Dong En? Sage King, Lotus God. Ice Demon Sage King has Lotus God's help. The 1,000 Lotus Array is open and the Crown Prince is in prison. Bai Qi opened a crack and asked me to come back to report. Quickly. Enchanting shouted anxiously. Lotus God? Yan Chuan's face changed. Lead the way. Yan Chuan immediately flew up and grabbed Enchanting and flew towards the south. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the dragon carriage. Roar! The 4 dragons roared and pulled the carriage to chase after them. However, Yan Chuan's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 12:29. Ding! Yen Chuan brought Enchanting along as he sped through the air. His terrifying speed created an ear-piercing sound of metal breaking through the air. Saint King, we were supposed to follow the Crown Prince to the front lines. However, who would have thought that the Ice Demon Saint King would come for the final battle? Enchanting quickly explained. And then, Yen Chuan tried to understand the situation as he shot. The Crown Prince wanted to fight the Ice Demon Holy King alone. Bai Qi and I accompanied him. However, during the battle, an ice crystal lotus suddenly appeared above the Ice Demon Holy King's head. When the lotus appeared, Bai Qi and I knew something was wrong. However, it was too late. Enchanting said bitterly. It was the lotus god. The Ice Demon Saint King had grown another pair of arms. Around him, there were tens of thousands of demonic puppets. They quickly set up 1,000 lotus formation to isolate the outside from the outside. Bai Qi used all his strength to cut open a gap and pushed me out. He told me to report this to the Saint King. Enchanting said bitterly. You did the right thing. The lotus god is now in the Ice Demon Saint King's body. It cannot be compared to the mortals in the sealed world. Yen Chuan nodded. Although Yen Chuan was very worried, he was extremely calm. He reached his fastest speed. Not long after, he arrived at the battlefield of the 1,000 Lotus Formation. A vast plain was now covered in ice and snow. Crystal-clear ice lotuses bloomed on the ground. The lotuses bloomed, releasing endless cold air. In the center of the plain, there were countless soldiers. The soldiers of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court and the Ice Demon Saint Court were fighting each other. There were also countless generals attacking a huge lotus mountain. It was called a lotus mountain because it was a mountain-shaped formation made up of millions of ice lotuses. Everyone, save the commander! Break for me! Rumble! Countless weapons and magical treasures attacked the 1,000 lotus formation. The lotuses were destroyed one by one. However, the ice lotuses seemed to be endless. After one was destroyed, a new one was born. Saint King, it's here. It's the 1,000 lotus formation. The Crown Prince and Bai Qi are trapped inside. Enchanting shouted. Boom! Yen Chuan and Enchanting stopped abruptly as a gust of wind swept up. Instantly, countless experts saw Yen Chuan and Enchanting. Yen Chuan glared as a sea of blood suddenly surged out from his body. Who? In the blink of an eye, a sea of blood covered the sky. Under the control of Yen Chuan, the boundless sea of blood descended from the sky like a heavenly river, rushing towards the myriad Lotus Grand Formation. Boom! The sea of blood poured down, and the space around it tremored violently under its boundless power. The myriad Lotus Formation also began to warp violently. Countless ice lotuses exploded, but the Great Formation was still a bit away from collapsing. World suppression! Yen Chuan shouted again. The sky-bearing coffin fell from the sky. Hong! With a loud bang, the surrounding experts were sent flying by the aftershock of the collision. With a loud bang, the 10,000 lotuses formation shattered like an ice shield, instantly exploding in all directions. Countless soldiers were injured by the fragments of the formation. In the blink of an eye, the battle stopped. Yen Chuan retracted the sea of blood and looked towards the center. The myriad lotus formation was broken, and within it was a huge ice surface. Instantly, thousands of puppets fell on the ice surface. At the center, a huge 7-colored lotus covered Bai Qi. The 7-colored lotus shone brightly, forming a huge light shield that prevented Bai Qi from escaping. Above the 7-colored lotus, a man in a dragon robe was controlling it. Bai Qi roared as he blocked the 7-colored lotus with his saber. As for the man in the dragon robe, he had 4 arms and an ice lotus floated above his head. What a ferocious fellow! Even Lotus God's treasure can't suppress you? The man in the dragon robe said with a dark expression. Not far from the 7-colored lotus, there was a billowing black aura. Within the black aura, a figure stood. It was Yen Dongan. Yen Dongan stood amidst the black qi. Vaguely, a black lotus was floating in front of his chest. After Yan Chuan broke the myriad lotus formation, the people inside immediately discovered Yan Chuan. Countless puppets crawled up and quickly rushed towards Yan Chuan. From Yan Chuan's sleeves, 3 long swords shot out. The Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, and God's Sword appeared. Once the 3 swords appeared, billions of sword chi emerged from the ground and shot towards the puppets. Sacred King, don't worry about me. Save the Crown Prince first. Under the 7-colored lotus, Bai Qi howled. In the distance, Ice Devil Sacred King, who was wearing a dragon robe, suddenly looked towards Yan Chuan. Haha, Yan Chuan? You came at the right time. Bai Qi Yan Dongan, who are you saving? The ice crystal lotus suddenly let out a cold laugh. Rumble! Within the ice crystal lotus, boundless power suddenly surged towards Ice Devil Sacred King. Ice Devil Sacred King roared, and 2 more arms appeared from under his armpits. Ice Devil Sacred King's power suddenly increased by several times. The huge power suddenly activated the 7-colored lotus, causing Bai Qi's body to sink. Large amounts of cracks appeared on Bai Qi's huge knife. It was as if Bai Qi would be crushed if he wasn't careful. Green Heavenly Tao. Torrential Blood Sea. Yan Chuan shouted. His long hair suddenly turned blood red again, reaching his waist. The boundless blood sea quickly rushed towards Ice Devil Sacred King. Boom! The blood sea crashed into Ice Devil Sacred King, who revealed a cold smile. However, at that moment, Ice Devil Sacred King discovered that close to 1,000 blood gods like Yan Chuan had suddenly appeared around him. Explode! Hong! 8,000 blood gods exploded at the same time. In an instant, the blood sea exploded. At the location of the explosion, the void was violently distorted, and large amounts of cracks even appeared. Boom! Ice Devil Sacred King was blown apart. Open! Bai Qi shouted angrily. Boom! A saber soared into the sky and chopped the huge 7-colored lotus flower in half. Bai Qi escaped. Yan Chuan rescued Bai Qi and instantly rushed towards Yan Dongan. From far away, he sent a palm towards the black aura surrounding Yan Dongan. Boom! The black aura suddenly exploded. However, the black lotus on Yan Dongan's chest suddenly burrowed into Yan Dongan's body. Yan Dongan cried out in pain. Yan Chuan's expression changed as he rushed over. Just as Yan Chuan was about to reach Yan Dongan suddenly sent a fist towards Yan Chuan. Boom! The huge fist came, causing Yan Chuan's body to stop slightly. However, Yan Dongan stepped into the sky and dodged Yan Chuan's attack. In an instant he was in front of Ice Devil Sacred King. Dongan! Yan Chuan's expression darkened. Haha! Lotus Goddess's voice came from the ice lotus. Yan Chuan, do you know? Everything could have ended long ago. I deliberately delayed it until now. I deliberately waited for you to come. I wanted you to choose between saving Bai Qi or saving Yan Dongan. Unfortunately, you chose Bai Qi. This is your own choice. You can't blame others. Lotus Goddess's voice came. Yan Chuan stared at Yan Dongan, who was in the sky. At this moment, Yan Dongan's face was covered in black aura. Moreover, he was unwilling to return to Yan Chuan's side. Yan Dongan twitched, but his strength seemed to be increasing rapidly. Lotus Goddess, what did you do to my son? Yan Chuan shouted angrily. You will know what I did soon. Lotus Goddess's voice came. In the sky, the black aura around Yan Dongan disappeared. Then his face turned pale. The pain disappeared and was replaced by calmness. At this moment, Yan Dongan no longer looked at Yan Chuan with the respect of a father. Instead, he looked at Yan Chuan coldly. This subordinate greets the lotus god. Yan Dongan suddenly looked at the ice lotus with a respectful expression. Wow! Countless soldiers looked at the sky in shock. Bai Qi and Hentian were even more shocked. What? Lotus Goddess? Or a subordinate? Yan Dongan called himself subordinate to Lotus Goddess? Yan Chuan's pupils shrank. Haha, Yan Chuan, have you guessed it? Lotus Goddess's voice came again. Mind control? It was ranked 3rd in the Great Thousand World. Mind control? Yen Chuan muttered to himself. His eyes flashed with anger. Mind control? Lotus Goddess, you want to control my son? Yen Chuan's eyes were cold. Ah, that's right. I left the only black lotus sealed with the mind control mystique in this realm. I used it on Yen Dong'en. Mind control mystique doesn't turn him into a puppet. He's still him, but he doesn't have any emotions. He only has reason, the purest reason and loyalty to me. The lotus god's voice sounded again. Yen Dong'en looked at Yen Chuan and sneered. He then looked at the ice lotus and said, Lotus Goddess, I think the name Yen Dong'en is too unpleasant. I want to change it. What name do you want to change? Lotus Goddess was surprised. I have the Dark Phoenix bloodline and the Blood Sea ability. I want to change my name to Nether King. Yen Dong'en said solemnly. Nether King? Ah, good, you will be called Nether King. Lotus Goddess said with satisfaction. Nether King, I sealed some of the power in the Black Lotus. What do you think now? Lotus Goddess asked again. Kakakaka. Nether King, who had just changed his name, twisted his body. His bones cracked. He twisted his head and looked up at the sky. A huge aura rushed into the sky. Rumble. Suddenly, countless tribulation clouds covered the sky. Ancestral immortal tribulation? The Crown Prince is going to undergo the ancestral immortal tribulation? That's not right. Shouldn't he be killing an ancestral immortal? In Hentian said anxiously. That is the power of Lotus Goddess. She has already transcended. The blood-bathing curse is useless against her. Yen Chuan said with an ugly expression. Nether King looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand and suddenly struck toward the sky. A huge black palm print rushed into the sky. Boom! The tribulation clouds exploded. In an instant, it exploded into pieces. Nether King suddenly emitted an oppressive aura. Rumble! His body trembled again. The aura around Nether King grew stronger. Whoosh! Suddenly, Nether King's body merged with the heavenly Tao. A pitch-black heavenly Tao appeared. Lotus Goddess, I have completely refined it. Your power is indeed perfect. I am already at the fourth firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. Nether King twisted his head and smiled. Good, Nether King. Your physique is better than I thought. Fourth firmament of the ancestral immortal realm? Now, I will give you your first order. Lotus Goddess' voice sounded again. Lotus Goddess, please speak. Nether King said. Kill Yen Chuan for me. Lotus God said in a low voice. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.